Wang Deshang looked completely stunned. He thought 400,000 yuan would be enough, but Guning asked for 1.5 million yuan. He didn't expect that the V5 bar was so profitable per week. Its weekly turnover was several times higher than his charm bar. Wang Deshang's jealousy was burning. As for the compensation for the equipment and the loss during redecoration, Wang Deshang persuaded himself to accept it, but he was utterly unwilling to pay the mental loss of the employees and the reputation lost by the V5 bar. It was a robbery. Wang Deshang argued in anger. Are you trying to rob me? I'll only accept the compensation excluding the mental loss of the employees and the reputation lost by the V5 bar. Even then, he still needed to pay 770,000 yuan, which was a much higher price than his prediction, but now he had to bear the results. I don't care whether it's acceptable to you. You have to accept it, or you won't be able to leave here safely, Guning threatened. She was cruel to her opponents. You? Wang Deshang was shocked. Wang Deshang, you better pay the compensation as soon as possible. This V5 bar has the Qin Gang's support. You can't bear the consequences of failure. Chen Lauer interrupted. He did that not because he was kind, but because he was in great pain now. He himself wanted to leave for the hospital as soon as possible. What? Wang Deshang almost fainted. The Qin Gang? V5 bar had the Qin Gang's support? How was it possible? He didn't want to believe it, but Chen Lauer told him in person he had to believe it. Wang Deshang stopped struggling and paid the compensation in the end. Cost him a fortune this time. He didn't bring that much cash with him and chose to transfer it. Hao Ran signed a contract with him too, in case he would regret someday in the future. Although they weren't afraid of Wang Deshang, they didn't want more trouble. After that, Wang Deshang and Chen Lauer along with the other hoodlums left without delay. And each of the employees got 10,000 yuan for mental loss. The financial worker would transfer the money into their bank cards tomorrow. Then, the V5 bar needed redecorating. All the employees naturally didn't need to work. In addition, they were all on paid leave. The bar manager and the financial worker would be in charge of the redecoration. Afterwards, Hao Ran invited Guning and the others to have night snacks to thank them for their help. However, before they left, Hao Ran wanted to figure out one thing. He approached Chu Xianfeng asking, Brother Chu, you just used the Qin Gang's name to threaten the Flying Eagle Gang. Will it be fine? It'll be fine. The head of the City F branch of the Qin Gang and I are friends. They'll help me take care of V5 bar, Chu Xianfeng said. To protect his real identity, he didn't tell Hao Ran that he was the leader of the Zhuke group in the Qin Gang. He didn't want Guning and the others to stay away from Chu Peihan because of his position in the Qin Gang. It wasn't easy for Chu Peihan to have close friends. However, to Chu Xuanfeng's surprise, What? Brother Chu, you know the head of the City F branch of the Qin Gang? That's awesome. Hao Ran was amazed by the news. He looked at Chu Xianfeng with obvious admiration. Qin Zixuan, Zhang Tianping, and Mu Ku all had the same reaction. Jesus! It's so cool. You know the branch head? He must be a powerful figure. I'm so excited now, Qin Zixuan said. Me too. Me too, Zhang Tianping added. Why are you so excited? You don't know the branch head at all. Well, to be honest, I'm also thrilled. Although we don't know the branch head, we are friends with Brother Chu, right? Mu Ku turned to Chu Xianfeng. Since when had they become friends? This was the first time they had even met each other. They weren't familiar with one another yet. Those boys simply wanted to have a connection with the Qin Gang. Brother Chu, please support us from now on, Hao Ran said. Chu Xianfeng rounded his eyes in shock. Those teenagers were nothing like he had imagined, but he also felt relieved to see them being willing to accept it. Chu Peihan had the same thought. The leader of the Zhuke group was standing right before their eyes now. A branch head was actually nobody. Still, both Chu Peihan and Chu Xianfeng had no intention to tell them about their background. In the boys' eyes, the Qin Gang was terrifying indeed, but it was super exciting if they knew someone important in the Qin Gang. They weren't obedient kids, but they obeyed the laws. Although the Qin Gang was a mysterious gang, they knew it wasn't evil. Therefore, they were scared of it but also attracted by it. However, and E and Umixi had a different attitude. They were afraid of the Qing gang too, but they didn't think that it was attractive. They didn't hate it at the most. As for Guning, she actually wasn't excited, but it would be good news if she could have a good relationship with the Qing gang. What? Are you going to betray me? Guning asked airily, seeing them being so excited. They were all struck silent at once. After a while, they immediately changed their tone. Of course not, you're always our boss. Indeed. Please don't be mad at us, boss. Yeah, they all said with sincerity. All right, I'm just joking. Guning laughed. She walked out first, followed by the others. They planned to drink, so nobody drove the car. They took a taxi to a seafood restaurant and ordered a big private room. Hao Ran had gotten a huge amount of compensation, so they ordered many great dishes without thinking of the price. Even then, the meal only cost them several thousand yuan. During the night snacks, Chu Shenfeng received a call from Situ Yi. Situ Yi asked where he was now. Without further thinking, Chu Shenfeng told his boss that he was having night snacks with his younger sister and her friends. He also told Situ Yi the location of the restaurant. Unexpectedly, Situ Yi had just arrived at the city F. He would be at the restaurant in 20 minutes, which shocked Chu Shenfeng. However, before Chu Shenfeng could say another word, Situ Yi hung up. Chu Shenfeng was struck dumb for a long while. The others around the table noticed Chu Xuanfeng's astonished face. They all turned to him with a puzzled look on their faces. What happened? Chu Peihan asked her older brother with care. Her older brother usually kept calm. Even if something bad happened, he could remain calm. Hearing Chu Peihan's voice, Chu Shenfeng finally got his mind back. He realized he lost his manners just then, so he wore an embarrassed smile explaining, I have a friend who will be here soon. Would you mind? Although Chu Shenfeng wasn't sure that Situ Yi would come to this private room, he felt that it was better to tell them. Of course not, the others said. Peihan, come here. I have something to tell you. Chu Shenfeng pulled Chu Peihan aside. The rest were curious, but they didn't ask. What is it? Chu Peihan was confused. Chu Shenfeng said by Chu Peihan's ear, our boss Situ will be here soon. I don't know whether he'll come to this private room or not, but I think you should know. If he comes, behave normally. What? Boss Situ is coming. Chu Peihan was greatly scared, like the ghost was coming. In fact, no one in this world scared Chu Peihan more than Situ Yi. Situ Yi treated her quiet well. He cared about her life, and sent her a birthday gift on her birthday as well as a red envelope at the new year. But she couldn't stand his powerful air. Why does he want to come here? Why doesn't he let you go to him? Chu Peihan didn't understand why Situ Yi, the boss of the Qing gang, had to come find Chu Shenfeng in person. It wasn't his usual style at all. Chu Peihan didn't know why Situ Yi was coming here. Why didn't he let Chu Shenfeng go to him? Chu Shenfeng also had no idea that Situ Yi was interested in Guning. Guning was his aim actually. Yes, Situ Yi came here for Guning. In fact, he had planned to meet Guning in City G. He had even checked the flights from City F to City G today to see whether Guning was going to City G. She wasn't. Therefore, Situ Yi could only fly to City F himself. He wasn't sure that Guning was among Chu Peihan's friends, but he wanted to find out for himself. It was the first time Situ Yi had been so interested in a woman. Well, Guning wasn't a woman yet. She was only a teenage girl. Situ Yi always followed his heart when acting. Since he now had an interest in Guning, he decided to get to know her thoroughly. Although he was the boss of the Qing gang, he could still live an ordinary life. Accordingly, it was obvious that he went to see Guning in person. 20 minutes later, Situ Yi arrived. He called Chu Shenfeng to welcome him at the roadside. Chu Shenfeng immediately ran outside. The minute he got outside, he saw Situ Yi standing by the road, followed by two important figures in the Qing gang. Boss, do you have something urgent to deal with? Chu Shenfeng asked. Nothing. I'm just hungry. Situ Yi ordered. You two wait in the car. Shenfeng, lead the way. The two important figures of the Qing gang stayed in the car. Boss, are we going to where Peihan is? Chu Shenfeng asked with uncertainty. He didn't believe Situ Yi as the boss of the Qing gang would dine with a bunch of high school students. It wasn't his style at all. Anything wrong with that? Situ Yi asked coldly, like he was threatening him. Chu Xianfeng denied without hesitation. Of course not. Please, this way. Chu Xianfeng didn't dare to say it even if he thought that it was inappropriate. But boss, they don't know I'm part of the Qing gang, so, Chu Xianfeng said. However, before he could finish, Situ Yi interrupted. I understand. The door wasn't close. Chu Xianfeng guided Situ Yi, walking straight in. Situ Yi was dressed entirely in black. He had beautiful features with distinct lines of his face. He came in with an air of the king. Everyone was amazed when he appeared. Especially those boys, they all thought the man was handsome and cool. However, Gu Ning could sense that the man wasn't simple, he had an air of a killer. He must be a man of power. If Gu Ning guessed correctly, the man ought to have a close relationship with the Qing gang and was in a high position. He was probably the boss of the Qing gang that Chu Xianfeng had mentioned. However, Gu Ning was only guessing. She wasn't confident that she was right. At the same time, Situ Ye's sight fell on Gu Ning the minute he walked in, but he stayed expressionless, so Gu Ning didn't feel anything different. This is my friend. His family name is Situ. You can call him Brother Situ. Chu Xianfeng introduced him to them. Hearing that, everyone call him Brother Situ. Chu Xianfeng had already prepared a chair for Situ Yi between him and Chu Peihan. Chu Xianfeng invited Situ Yi to be seated before introducing the teenagers around the table to him. Although there was no need for Situ Yi, the boss of the Qing gang, to know them, it was socially polite to do the introduction since for now Situ Yi was only Chu Xuanfeng's friend. First of all, Chu Xianfeng introduced from his left side. Hao Ran, Qin Zixuan, Zhang Tianping, and Yi Muku, Yu Mixi and Gu Ning. However, when he introduced Gu Ning, Situ Yi opened his mouth. I've saw you once outside of the Huangdeng Hotel in City G. Hearing that, Gu Ning was surprised, but she soon realized what was going on. He must have been with Chu Xianfeng. Well, we were together at that time, Chu Xianfeng explained. Gu Ning nodded without saying anything. The rest all knew that Gu Ning had been to City G, so they didn't think there was anything wrong with Situ Ye's words. I think you're quite good. Are you interested to have a try with me? Situ Yi asked. Sure. Gu Ning answered with alacrity. Gu Ning knew that this man was much better than Chu Xianfeng, and she enjoyed competing with the strong ones. Only challenges kept her progressing. Is there going to be another fight? I'm looking forward to it. I haven't seen my boss lose a single competition yet. Hao Ran was excited. Indeed, Qin Zixuan and the others agreed. What do you mean? Do you all want to see me fail? Gu Ning squinted. There was a hint of danger in her eyes. Hearing that, Hao Ran and others immediately realized that they had said something wrong. They denied at once. Of course not. We simply want to know how excellent you can be. Yes, we never want you to lose. Too late for that. Gu Ning didn't believe them. She said seriously, all of you, download an app to record how far you've run when you're home today. We'll get together at 8 a.m. at Yuntai Mountain tomorrow morning. We're going to climb the mountain. Except for an Yi, Mixi, and Peihan, the rest must finish 10 kilometers ahead of time. If anyone can't fulfill this task, the punishment will be worse than only 10 kilometers. What? Hearing that, Hao Ran and the boys changed their expressions, groaning. No, boss, please don't be so mean. Hao Ran said. Boss, I know you're not a mean boss, right? Qin Zixuan flattered. Boss, can I ask for a leave? Mu Ku wore an upset face. Boss, can I run 6 kilometers only? Zhang Tianping bargained. Anyone who complains can run 2 kilometers more, Gu Ning threatened. The 4 boys immediately shut their mouths. No matter how upset they were in their hearts now, they didn't dare to argue anymore. The only thing they could do now was eat. Gu Ning actually wasn't being mean. She didn't attend the evening class these days, and spent less time on training them. Therefore, she wanted to seize every opportunity to train them. She would be increasingly busy in the future. I think it's a good idea to climb the mountain. Please allow me to join you. And why don't we have the fight on the Yuntai mountain? Situyi said. Chu Xianfeng and Chu Peihan were greatly shocked. They couldn't believe their ears. What? Situyi was going to Yuntai mountain along with them? He, a grown-up man, was going to climb a mountain with a bunch of high school students? It was so unbelievable. Sure. Gu Ning didn't reject. Although she wasn't familiar with him yet, she wasn't afraid that he could be dangerous. I'll go with you too, Chu Xianfeng said at once. As Situ Ye's important aide, and while they were in City F now, Chu Xianfeng thought that it was necessary to follow his boss. During the night snacks, they were all chatting while eating. However, Chu Peihan always stayed silent, which made Hao Ran feel strange. He asked, Peihan, why are you being so quiet all of a sudden? It's so strange. Hearing that, everyone's sight fell on Chu Peihan with doubt. Chu Peihan felt uneasy, but immediately explained, well, the food here is so delicious. I just keep eating. Except for Chu Xianfeng and Situyi, who knew the real reason, the rest around the table all believed it. Chu Peihan was a foodie after all. However, Gu Ning remained suspicious. She had noticed Chu Peihan's change before and after Situ Ye's arrival. It seemed that Chu Peihan was scared of this man named Situ, probably because of his position. When it was almost 11 p.m., they were about to leave. Situyi wanted to send Gu Ning back, but it wasn't appropriate for him to do that now. Thus he only drove Chu Xianfeng and Chu Peihan home. Gu Ning went back home with Yumixi then. Hao Ran and the boys planned to send Gu Ning and Yumixi home, but were rejected. It was late now and Gu Ning didn't want to bother them. Ever since Situyi had appeared, Chu Peihan had felt anxious along the way. She didn't feel at ease until she got home. However, thinking about how Situyi was going to climb the mountain with them tomorrow, Chu Peihan was unhappy again. She just couldn't understand why Situyi, the boss of the Qing gang, wanted to climb the mountain with them, who were merely high school students. It would be such a weird picture. She could only hope that tomorrow was a rainy day, and their plan was cancelled, or that Situyi was occupied tomorrow and couldn't come. When Gu Ning got home, it was almost 12 a.m. Gu Man was still awake. Both Gu Qing and Jiang Su were with her. They stayed up late for a reason. Jiang Su had something important to tell Gu Ning. He told Gu Ning that he had gotten the business license and the other required documents this afternoon. He had also been in contact with the construction materials provider. The provider was in City D, so he was going to City D tomorrow to sign the contract. Once the contract was signed, the construction materials could be sent out. The store was ready to open with enough staff, as long as the construction materials arrived. Jiang Su was going to tell Gu Ning more details, but was interrupted by Gu Ning. Uncle, you don't need to tell me everything. I trust you, and you can be fully in charge of this business. If you have any trouble, you can turn to me for help then. Gu Ning didn't want to interfere in Jiang Su's business, since Gu Ning had said that Jiang Su stopped talking. After Gu Qing and Jiang Su were gone, Gu Ning told Gu Man that she was going to climb the mountain with her friends tomorrow. Gu Man agreed. The next day, Gu Ning got up at 6:30 a.m. She put on her casual clothes with her hair in a high ponytail. With the nourishment of the power, Gu Ning's skin became utterly smooth and flawless. Chu Peihan and Yumixi were so jealous of that. It was almost 7 a.m. when Gu Ning finished her breakfast. She took her backpack and left afterwards. It was around 7 kilometers from Fenghua Luxury Mansion to Yuntai Mountain, and it took about 40 minutes to run there. Gu Ning wasn't in a hurry. It would be alright if she arrived at the Yuntai Mountain at 7:50 a.m. It was around 7:40 a.m. when Gu Ning arrived. Many had arrived there already. Except for Hao Ran and the other 3 boys, they all came here by car. Hao Ran and the other boys had to fulfill the task of running 10 kilometers before 8 a.m., so they got up very early this morning and ran to the Yuntai Mountain. However, it wasn't far enough from their homes to Yuntai Mountain. Thus, they kept running at the area around the Yuntai Mountain. They finally achieved their goal before 7:30 a.m., but each of them was too exhausted to stand up. They almost felt like they were dying. They had rested for nearly 20 minutes when Gu Ning arrived. However, none of them had recovered yet. Although Yuntai Mountain was a scenic zone, there weren't many visitors because most came here to climb the mountain. Situye's car was parked right under a large tree. It was cool there. Situye and Chu Shenfeng stayed in the car, while Chu Peihan, Yu Mixi and an E sat on a stone bench talking under the large tree. Hao Ran and the other 3 boys were lying on a nearby piece of grassland. Chu Shenfeng was sitting on the driver's seat. The window faced right at the entrance, so he noticed Gu Ning running from afar. He rounded his eyes. No way! Is she running here? Hearing that, everyone watched the entrance. They were all surprised. Chu Shenfeng got out of the car at once. When Gu Ning got near, he asked without delay, "Hey, did you run all the way to here from Fenghua Luxury Mansion?" "Yes," Gu Ning answered. She had run for 7 kilometers and was a little tired. However, she only breathed slightly faster with a slightly red face. It didn't seem like she had run for a long distance at all. Jesus, 7 kilometers. You don't seem exhausted at all. It's insane. Although Chu Shenfeng was mentally prepared, he was amazed when he got the affirmative answer from Gu Ning. He could handle 7 kilometers too, but it would cost him too much energy and strength. He could barely stand or breathe after it. Situye knew that Gu Ning wasn't a simple girl, but was also astonished by her incredible stamina. He probably couldn't do better than her. Gu Ning smiled but didn't say a word. She looked to Situye, who had just left the car, and greeted him. Situye nodded. Then, Gu Ning found out that Hao Ran and the boys were lying on the nearby grassland. "Have you finished?" "Yes. You can check the phone yourself." Hao Ran tried to catch his breath. "No need. I trust you. You can rest till 9 a.m., then we'll go and climb the mountain," Gu Ning said. Gu Ning trusted her friends, and it was a difficult task this time. She didn't want to push them too hard. Gu Ning looked to Situye once more. "It's an hour away from 9 a.m. Do you want to have the competition right now? But you just ran here. Have a rest first," Situye replied. Gu Ning had just run 7 kilometers. Although she didn't seem exhausted, she must be out of strength now. It wasn't fair to have the competition right away. Great, then 8:30 a.m. Actually, Gu Ning didn't need the rest, but she also wouldn't reject Situye's kindness. Gu Ning went to buy bottles of water for them. She intentionally put some power into the bottles for the 4 boys to help them recover. After drinking the water, Hao Ran and the boys felt a flow of coldness spreading inside their bodies. They were soon full of energy again. Within 10 minutes, they were back to normal and felt much more energetic. Hao Ran and the boys thought that it was strange that they could recover within such a short time, but they didn't know why. In addition, it seemed ordinary. When it was 8:30 a.m., they went to an empty area. Gu Ning and Situye were ready for the fight. For those who didn't know Situye's background, they were positive about Gu Ning's ability. Gu Ning had beaten down 11 hoodlums with steel sticks before their eyes yesterday. There was no reason for them not to believe in Gu Ning. However, Chu Shenfeng and Chu Peihan held a totally different opinion. Gu Ning was outstanding indeed. She was even better than Chu Shenfeng, but Situye was far better than Chu Shenfeng. They had no clear understanding of Gu Ning's real ability, and they also knew that appearances lied, but they still believed that Situye was better than Gu Ning. Accordingly, they didn't think that Gu Ning could win. Both Gu Ning and Situye had no intention to beat the other down, so the competition was limited to 5 minutes. They nodded to one another. Then the game began. In the beginning, neither of them used full force. It wasn't clear who was better. However, as the time went by, the two gradually increased their strength to attack. Gu Ning felt the strong power from Situye. Situye had the same feeling. Gu Ning was only a teenage girl. It was shocking that she was so extraordinary. After a while, Gu Ning knew clearly that Situye was better than her. She was doomed to lose. However, Gu Ning didn't feel controlled by Situye, like she had when Leng Xiaoding had done it to her last time. Therefore, although Situye was better than Gu Ning, it was impossible for him to hurt her. The two were in a fierce fight, which was exciting too. Although yesterday's fight was violent too, it wasn't enjoyable because those hoodlums were too weak when compared with Gu Ning. What Gu Ning and Situye were doing now was the real competition between masters of Kung Fu. Gu Ning didn't want an obvious failure, so she used her power to stay strong. In that case, insiders might know that Situyi was better, but outsiders couldn't figure out who was going to win. Even so, both Situyi and Chu Xianfeng were greatly amazed by Gu Ning's extraordinary ability. Situyi was more experienced, but he wasn't able to beat Gu Ning. It was a failure, in fact, since there was a gap in age and experience between him and Gu Ning. Situyi wasn't willing to admit it, but he had to accept the fact that Gu Ning was indeed outstanding. 5 minutes passed quickly. Although everyone didn't want them to stop, Chu Xianfeng reminded them that the time was over. Situyi was his boss after all. He had to follow his boss's order. "You're awesome," Situyi complimented plainly. "You're better," Gu Ning admitted rapidly. "Please have some water and rest now." Chu Xianfeng took 2 bottles of water, handing them to Situyi and Gu Ning separately. They all prepared food and drink before 9 a.m. and began to climb. They didn't need to rush, so they climbed the mountain at a normal speed. The next day, after Master Qin's birthday party, Li Jinjin was about to leave, but Qin Yiqing invited her to stay. It seemed as if Qin Yiqing wanted Li Jinjin to keep her company, but actually she wanted Li Jinjin to get along with Qin Yifan for a while longer. Li Jinjin was reluctant to stay because she was afraid of Gu Ning, but she was also unwilling to give up this great chance. So she persuaded herself to stay. Although Qin Yifan said he didn't like Li Jinjin, Qin Yiqing planned to give it a try. They had known each other from a very young age, but didn't have much time to be together, especially after they had grown up. Qin Yiqing thought it was possible that the two would fall in love as long as they spent more time together. Qin Yifan of course knew what was on Qin Yiqing's mind. He had directly stayed out of his home for 2 whole days, and even refused to answer Qin Yiqing's calls. Qin Yiqing was annoyed. Qin Haojing and his wife told Qin Yiqing not to interfere in Qin Yifan's personal affairs. Although they wouldn't be pleased to see their son end up with an ordinary girl, they still wanted Qin Yifan to find his love and live a happy life. They also thought that Li Jinjin was a great choice, but since Qin Yifan didn't like her, they couldn't force him to do it. If they forced Qin Yifan to marry Li Jinjin, their parent and son relationship would be worse off. However, Qin Yiqing was snobbish and stubborn. The couple of Qin Haojing could barely communicate with her. Luckily, they believed that Qin Yifan was capable of making decisions on his own. Qin Yifan's attitude broke Li Jinjin's heart. She asked to leave for City G on Saturday morning. Qin Yiqing then had to send her to the airport in person. This time, Qin Yiqing was mad at Gu Ning. In her eyes, it was all Gu Ning's fault. Qin Yifan stayed away from Li Jinjin because of Gu Ning. Therefore, when Li Jinjin was gone, Qin Yiqing called one of her friends to get Gu Ning's number. Then she called Gu Ning directly. Gu Ning was in the middle of climbing when she received Qin Yiqing's call. "Hi, is that Miss Gu Ning?" Qin Yiqing asked with politeness. "Yes. Who is that, please?" Gu Ning asked. "I'm Qin Yifan's older sister, Qin Yiqing. I want to talk with you about something. Is it convenient for you now? Can we meet?" Qin Yiqing asked with a good attitude. Qin Yiqing was worried that Gu Ning might turn her down if she wasn't polite enough. Even then, Gu Ning sensed that something must be wrong. She knew that Qin Yifan had an older sister named Qin Yiqing, but they had only met once at Master Qin's birthday party. They had never talked with each other. Why would she want to meet her? Gu Ning wanted to figure it out, so she didn't reject. She set the meeting in the afternoon. Qin Yiqing didn't care about the time, as long as Gu Ning was willing to meet her. After an hour of climbing, except for Gu Ning, Situyi, and Chu Xianfeng, who were just a little tired, the rest were all exhausted. Especially Yi and Yu Mixi, because they were the weakest. Fortunately, they worked out a lot these days, so they could still continue climbing. They carried on after several minutes of rest. The higher they climbed, the colder it got. Although it was cold, they felt warm instead because they had climbed for a long time. If it had been summer, they all would have fainted. 2 hours later, they were finally at the top. The top of the mountain was 300 square meters in size, with small restaurants and supermarkets for visitors. Yuntai Mountain was very beautiful. Looking straight ahead from the fence at the top, there was groups of white clouds. The clouds were so near, it felt like you could touch it with your hands. This was where a visitor could appreciate the clouds. and the view at the bottom was breathtaking. There were magnificent cliffs, trees, and valleys. How Ran and others all took out their phones taking pictures with excitement despite their physical tiredness. It's amazing. This is my first time being on the top of this Yuntai mountain, even though I've lived in City F for so many years. Exactly. It's like heaven on the earth. Come on, I'll stand on this rock. Please take a photo of me with all the white clouds as my background. I want to fly in the sky. Me too. Gu Ning wasn't interested in taking photos. She walked aside to the edge of the cliff, taking in the fresh air in quietness. To be specific, she was absorbing the power here. Yes, the air at the top of this mountain wasn't polluted. It was clean with some power. Although the power was light, there was a lot around. Gu Ning collected a lot of power together, and the power grew thick. As more and more power was absorbed into her jade eyes, Gu Ning's sight got better and clearer. All of a sudden, Gu Ning found that there was a flow of power she failed to absorb. The power she couldn't absorb must be power that didn't belong to the heaven, the earth, or the jade. Then it must belong to antiques. The power was light and far away. It seemed that it was under the cliff. Gu Ning looked around to figure out its location. She soon aimed at a crack between rocks. With the help of her jade eyes, Gu Ning saw the inside of the crack gradually. There was a room after a 1-meter thick wall of rock. The room was round, 1 meter wide and 3 meters tall. 2 meters deeper down, it became narrow again. The room was full of flows of white fog, the power. However, Gu Ning didn't see the source of the power because the room went deeper inside. Gu Ning's jade eyes couldn't detect too far. Even though she couldn't see it, Gu Ning was sure that there must be antique in the hole. The power was able to flow in the air, so there must be an antique with strong power, or there must be many antiques. Gu Ning was curious to find it, but it wasn't the right time. She had to come here again alone another day, and she could only come at night when there was no one around. In addition, she needed ropes and tools to get down the hole. She had to go down there by ropes first and then use tools to pry the stone apart to allow her to get in. There had to be other entrances to this hole. Gu Ning decided to check around first. If there was an entrance to the hole, she would go in by the entrance. If not, she would pry the stones apart. Gu Ning went back to her friends after she had absorbed enough power. When everyone saw her eyes, they were mesmerized. Seeing that, Gu Ning was nervous. Was there anything wrong with her eyes? What's wrong? Why are you all staring at me? Gu Ning asked. They didn't get their minds back until Gu Ning said that. Chu Peihan stood up, suddenly running to Gu Ning. Ning Ning, I just found out that your eyes are so attractive. The rest all agreed. Exactly. I just found that out too. Your eyes are so bright and clear. They're full of magic. We can't move our eyes away from yours. And I feel relaxed for no reason. Hearing that, Gu Ning realized what had happened. Her jade eyes absorbed enough power so her eyes changed too. Her eyes were full of magic? They couldn't move their eyes away from hers? They felt relaxed for no reason? Gu Ning couldn't help thinking, was she able to seduce people with her eyes now? However, of course she wouldn't do it. Besides, she didn't like having people stare at her eyes. Thus, she deliberately looked at Hao Ran and others coldly to scare them. Unexpectedly, her cold look was as sharp as a blade, which was super threatening. Everyone was stunned. Gu Ning was also astonished. The power not only made her eyes more attractive, but also frightening. Both Situ Yi and Chu Xianfeng were slightly surprised by her terrifying look. After a long breath, Chu Peihan said in an upset tone, "Boss, your look was so scary. I felt as if there was a knife against my neck." Chu Peihan stood right by Gu Ning's side, so she had felt it more clearly. Exactly. If a look could kill people, we would be dead already, Hao Ran complained, like he had just survived from a deadly disaster. I almost had a heart attack, Mu Ku added. He covered his chest with his hands like he was literally suffering. Gu Ning didn't know what to say. She herself didn't know that it would be like that. However, even though her eyes changed, as long as they didn't stare at her eyes, they wouldn't feel anything different. They didn't go down from the top right away. It was almost 12 o'clock, so they planned to eat first. There were restaurants and supermarkets on the top, but they had prepared food and drinks before they came here. They didn't do it because the food and drink were expensive on the top. It was Gu Ning who deliberately let them climb with a heavy burden instead. Is there any cave or something else here? Gu Ning asked casually. No idea, boss. Are you looking for an adventure? Kind of, Gu Ning answered. They had 10 minutes to rest after eating. When it was about 1 p.m., they went down from the top. It was much easier to climb down than up, and it only took them 1 hour and 40 minutes to get back to where they started. At that time, it was almost 3 p.m. Hao Ran proposed to find a place to have a drink, but Gu Ning declined because she had something else to deal with. Since Gu Ning wouldn't go, everyone else wouldn't either. They dispersed. Situ Yi wanted to drive Gu Ning back, but she declined again. Although Situ Yi was a little upset, he didn't insist. He wasn't a man who would force a girl to do what he wanted. Before Gu Ning left, she called Qin Yiqing first. She was free now, and was ready to meet her. Qin Yiqing was in a shopping mall right now, so she set the meeting place at a cafe beside the shopping mall. Gu Ning agreed, and said that she would be there 30 later. Then, Gu Ning went in a taxi. After about 20 minutes, Gu Ning arrived at the shopping mall. She went straight to the appointed cafe. When Gu Ning arrived, Qin Yiqing was already at the cafe. Gu Ning walked towards her. Qin Yiqing was a clothing designer. Thus she dressed in a noble and elegant way. However, Qin Yiqing was also a typical ambitious woman, so she had an air of great pride. Besides, she was snobbish, and she looked at Gu Ning with obvious disdain in her eyes. Miss Gu, nice to meet you. Please have a seat. Although Qin Yiqing sounded polite, Gu Ning sensed the dislike from her voice. Gu Ning immediately understood that Qin Yiqing called her for nothing good. However, Gu Ning stayed calm. She wanted to see what Qin Yiqing was going to do next. Gu Ning sat down and asked normally, Miss Qin, may I ask what you want to talk to me about today? Well, could you please tell me your parents' jobs, Miss Gu? Qin Yiqing asked like she was a queen. Gu Ning didn't think further about Qin Yiqing's purpose, but told her the truth. I'm from a one-parent family. My mother alone brought me up. She worked in a factory, but has quit her job because she didn't feel well. She stays at home now. Oh! Hearing that, Qin Yiqing was greatly surprised. She thought that Gu Ning would at least be from a family that could reach basic living standards. Unexpectedly, her family was in such a terrible condition. Her mother had quit, which meant they didn't have any income. Now Qin Yiqing disliked Gu Ning even more. If your mother is unemployed, how do you manage to live your life? Your mother worked in a factory. I assume her salary wouldn't be high. Do you have enough savings to support your life? Saying that, Qin Yiqing didn't bother to hide the disdain on her face. I didn't expect that Miss Qin cared so much about the living standards of my family. Gu Ning smiled with slight coldness. Qin Yiqing smirked and said, Miss Gu, let's put our cards on the table. I met you here today to tell you that you don't match Yifan at all. Gu Ning was stunned. What? She had nothing to do with Qin Yifan. How come she didn't match him at all? She and Qin Yifan were merely ordinary friends. However, Gu Ning wasn't dumb. She knew that there was a misunderstanding between Qin Yifan and her, and she also figured out the purpose of Qin Yiqing. Who told her that she was in a relationship with Qin Yifan? That was insane. Who told you that I'm in a relationship with Qin Yifan? Gu Ning asked. It's not important. The important thing is although Yifan likes you for now, he's the heir of our Qin family with 2 billion yuan in assets. However, you're even poorer than Cinderella. It's impossible for you to marry into our family. So, please stay away from Yifan. Qin Yifan liked her? Gu Ning was astonished. Facing the humiliation, Gu Ning was displeased, but she curbed her anger. Miss Qin, I think that there is a misunderstanding. Qin Yifan and I are only friends. Nevertheless, Qin Yiqing didn't believe it at all. Qin Yifan had admitted that he liked Gu Ning, and Gu Ning was just a poor girl. It was unlikely that she didn't have feelings towards a tall, handsome, and super rich man. Miss Gu, stop arguing. As long as you're willing to stay away from Yifan, I'll give you 500,000 yuan. I suppose your family is too poor to ever see a check of 500,000 yuan. It was a public humiliation. With a loud sound, Gu Ning hit the table heavily with her palm in anger. She stood up at short notice, which surprised Qin Yiqing and attracted attention from people around them. Gu Ning ignored the looks from other people, staring at Qin Yiqing coldly. Miss Qin, don't you think that it's ridiculous that you humiliated me before you even figured out the truth? As for those who didn't respect her, Gu Ning didn't think that she needed to respect them. What? Did you say I'm ridiculous? Qin Yiqing was annoyed. Aren't you being ridiculous? I don't know who told you that I'm in a relationship with Qin Yifan, but let me tell you that we're just normal friends. We aren't and won't be boyfriend and girlfriend. Gu Ning looked down at Qin Yiqing with confidence. Qin Yiqing was mad at her attitude. However, before Qin Yiqing could respond, Gu Ning continued, and I can't care less about your check of 500,000 yuan. In fact, Qin Yifan bought the King's Green and Fulishu Jade from me. Although Gu Ning wanted to keep it a secret, she wasn't willing to be humiliated in public by Qin Yiqing. She had to defend her dignity. Gu Ning understood that the rich never liked the poor, but she never accepted insults. What? Hearing that, Qin Yiqing was quite surprised. Qin Yifan bought the King's Green and Fulishu Jade from Gu Ning, which meant that Gu Ning wasn't a Cinderella at all, but a rich girl with dozens of million yuan in assets. Dozens of million yuan were nothing in Qin Yiqing's eyes, but she knew that it was a lot for a young girl. I don't mind if Qin Yifan tells you what I've done in City G. Besides, please don't despise others just because you're richer than them. I'm inferior to the Qin family for now, but no one knows what's going to happen in the future. Gu Ning said coldly before she turned around walking away. Qin Yiqing was struck dumb. City G? What has happened in City G? After a while, Qin Yiqing called Qin Yifan. The minute that Qin Yifan answered her call, she asked without delay, "Where are you? Why do you ask?" Qin Yifan replied with impatience. Qin Yifan went back to his home when he found out that Li Zhenjin had left for City G, but he thought that Qin Yiqing called him for Li Zhenjin, so he didn't tell her that he was home. I want to ask you something about Gu Ning. Qin Yiqing understood that Qin Yifan didn't want to hear more about Li Zhenjin. Thus she directly told him that it was about Gu Ning. What? What happened to Gu Ning? Hearing that, Qin Yifan got nervous all of a sudden. Knowing Qin Yifan cared about Gu Ning so much, Qin Yiqing was upset. But it wasn't the right time to argue with her younger brother now. Qin Yiqing said, "She's fine. I just want to ask you something. It isn't convenient to talk on the phone. Where are you? I need to see you." "I'm home." Qin Yifan indeed cared about Gu Ning very much. Qin Yiqing immediately left the cafe driving to the house of the Qin family. 30 minutes later, she arrived at the house. She met Qin Yifan in the hall. Her parents were there too. Qin Yiqing didn't have time to greet them, but asked Qin Yifan directly, "Yifan, did Gu Ning sell you the King's Green and the Fulishu Jade?" Qin Yiqing wanted the confirmation from Qin Yifan. "How do you know that?" Qin Yifan was surprised. "What? You bought the King's Green and the Fulishu Jade from the young girl named Gu Ning?" Qin Haojing was also astonished. He had an impression of Gu Ning, because Gu Ning had sent him the precious glass with deer heads. "Yes," Qin Yifan answered. Then he turned to Qin Yiqing again. "How did you know that?" Gu Ning had told him to keep it a secret. Did his staff tell Qin Yiqing? Thinking of that, Qin Yifan was slightly annoyed. He decided to have an investigation into it later. However, Qin Yiqing said, "I just talked to her." "What? Why?" Qin Yifan abruptly stood up from the sofa. He had a premonition. Qin Yiqing told Qin Yifan what she had done, which greatly irritated Qin Yifan. Qin Yifan almost yelled at her. "I told you not to interfere in my personal affairs. Why did you still do that? I like her, but she doesn't know yet. You did that to humiliate her on purpose." "Why?" It was the first time Qin Yifan had lost his temper. The whole family was stunned. "Yiqing, you indeed shouldn't have done that. Don't forget your manners." Qin Haojing was also mad at Qin Yiqing's behavior. "You want to know what has happened in City G, right?" Very well, let me tell you now. Qin Yifan was in a rage that his older sister disliked Gu Ning. Since Gu Ning didn't mind him telling Qin Yicheng the facts, he told his family about everything that had happened in City G. He told his family that Gu Ning had bet with Li Zhenjin, and that he had bought the high-level jade Gu Ning had cut out at the price of 130 million yuan. His family was shocked. However, what shocked them more was the following words. And the Fulishu jade. It was bigger than a fist, which is worth over 100 million yuan, but she used it to make jewelry for her family. What I got was the leftover part of the jade. Do you think she, whose wealth is over 100 million yuan, will care for your check of 500,000 yuan? Qin Yifan asked in a sarcastic tone. What? His family was now more than shocked. A Fulishu jade that was bigger than a fist? She can't compare with our Qin family now, but who knows what will happen in the future. She isn't an ordinary girl, Qin Yifan said icily. Then he walked out without hesitation. The second he was out of the room, Qin Yifan called Gu Ning to apologize to her. At that time, Gu Ning was already home. She was surfing on the internet for information about Yuntai Mountain. She firstly checked whether there was any caves on Yuntai Mountain, but she found no answer. Yuntai Mountain was a tourist attraction. Since no one mentioned the cave, it was highly possible that it hadn't been found out yet. Then, Gu Ning checked whether there were any stories or legends of Yuntai Mountain to help the search for clues. She indeed found a legend of Yuntai Mountain. It was said that during the Qing dynasty, the prefect of a certain state had been found guilty of bribery and corruption. The emperor had dismissed him for investigation. Then the corrupt official with his whole family had fled and come to the Yuntai Mountain. What had happened next hadn't been recorded. Until half a year later, someone had found a body at the foot of Yuntai Mountain. A wide jade ring with a Chinese character Lu engraved on it had been found on the man's finger. It had been confirmed later that this body was the famous prefect Lu Jiang. People hadn't found out that Lu Jiang had been hiding in the Yuntai Mountain until then. Lu Jiang had brought a lot of gold, jewelry, and so forth with him to the Yuntai Mountain. The government, therefore, had sent many soldiers to search the mountain. However, the Yuntai Mountain was a dangerous place. The government had given up after a few days of searching in vain. Because of this legend, many said that there was precious stuff hidden in the Yuntai Mountain, but the legend was a legend after all. It hadn't been proved to be true, so no one actually believed it. Gu Ning probably wouldn't believe it herself unless she had seen it. She was almost sure that the ancient objects in the cave must have belonged to the prefect Lu Jiang. Meanwhile, Gu Ning's phone rang. The caller was Qin Yifan. Gu Ning wasn't willing to pick it up. Because of Qin Yicheng, she wasn't in a good mood right now, and she was a little mad at Qin Yifan too. However, after a while, she thought that it was better to make it clear, so she answered, "Hi." Once Qin Yifan heard Gu Ning's voice, he apologized. "Gu Ning, I'm so sorry about what my older sister did to you. Please accept my apologies." Well, apologies accepted. Gu Ning wouldn't forgive Qin Yicheng so easily, but she didn't think she would meet her often in the future. There was no need to ruin her connection with Qin Yifan. "Thanks," Qin Yifan replied. "It's my fault, actually. If not because At that moment, Qin Yifan stopped all of a sudden. He felt anxious and hesitated to tell Gu Ning that he liked her. He was afraid to be rejected. He was worried that he couldn't be her friend any longer. But if he didn't say it right now after what had happened, he probably wouldn't ever have a better chance. Also, it was inappropriate to tell the girl his feelings on the phone. Thinking of that, Qin Yifan planned to meet Gu Ning at first. Gu Ning, I have something to tell you. Could you please come out and meet me for a while? Just tell me on the phone. It's fine." Gu Ning almost knew what Qin Yifan was going to tell her. Although she didn't want him to do it, she couldn't stop him. Since Gu Ning said so, Qin Yifan had to continue in the phone. "I'm sorry for what has happened to you. If I hadn't told my older sister that I like you, it wouldn't have happened. My older sister is bossy and likes to be involved in everything, but I'm different. I'm strong at work, but not pushy, nor snobbish in my life. And most importantly, I really like you, Gu Ning. Can you give me a chance?" Indeed, Gu Ning guessed correctly. Qin Yifan was going to tell her that he liked her, but Gu Ning felt nothing. She probably didn't feel happy because Qin Yifan was not the man she liked. Sorry, I think it's better for us to be friends, Gu Ning said. It was a no. It wasn't a surprising answer, but it was still hard for Qin Yifan to accept it. He felt as if someone stabbed a knife into his chest. He was in great pain now, probably because that was how it felt when he was heartbroken. Gu Ning was the first girl he felt had touched his heart, so he didn't want to give up right away. He continued to ask, "Really? Can't you give me a chance? If I've done anything that you dislike, please tell me. I'll change." "Nothing," Gu Ning said without hesitation. "It has nothing to do with your appearance or your background. I just don't have feelings with you. I'm sorry." Qin Yifan couldn't help but step backwards several times. Gu Ning didn't even give him a chance. Besides, she felt nothing for him. Although Qin Yifan was terribly sad, he didn't want to annoy Gu Ning. Since Gu Ning had said it plainly, he also didn't want to bother her any longer. "Well then, bye." Qin Yifan hung up at once. He felt empty and lost now. Gu Ning sat gazing at the screen of her computer. She had mixed emotions. She knew that Qin Yifan would be unhappy that she had rejected him, but she couldn't comfort him. If she did so, she was giving the man hope. Gu Ning chose to be cruel to some extent. She never lost confidence at men, even though a man had betrayed her in her previous incarnation. However, she truly treated Qin Yifan as her friend only. Gu Ning had no idea what kind of man was her type. Thinking of that question, Gu Ning was unconsciously involved in her illusion. Suddenly, Leng Xiaoting's face appeared in her mind. Gu Ning was astonished. She immediately got her mind back, but she couldn't stop her heart from beating so fast. Why? Was Leng Xiaoting her type? Although she wasn't sure, she actually had quite a good impression of him. Gu Ning wasn't a chicken in a relationship. Since she wasn't certain, she decided to figure it out. She hated suspicion. Of course, if she fell in love with someone who disliked her, she wouldn't force him to love her. Gu Ning took out her phone calling Leng Xiaoting, but his phone was turned off. Gu Ning knew that Leng Xiaoting must be in the middle of a task. She was right. Leng Xiaoting was indeed in the middle of a task. It was sunset. The sky was still aglow. In a mountain area far away from the city, a black Hummer was moving fast in an unstoppable way on an uneven dirt road. Its engine was roaring along the way. In the car, Su Jinchen sat in the driver's seat while Leng Xiaoting was in the passenger seat. There were also two young men in the back seats. "Boss, the road is too uneven to drive on. The car will break apart soon," Su Jinchen complained. He was a car lover and couldn't tolerate it. Leng Xiaoting ignored him, but fixed his eyes at the GPS in his hands. "Boss, is the task more important than the car?" A man who was sitting in the back teased. He was named Xian Bei and was ranked 5th in the Red Flame. Su Jinchen was ranked 10th in his team. Except for Leng Xiaoting, who became their boss because of his outstanding ability, the rest all ranked according to their ages. They were all the most elite soldiers from the military. They were young people who had gotten great achievements and had official positions. "Haha, you know Jinchen loves cars so much. He would rather suffer for his car," another man joked. He was Si Ming, who ranked 7th in their team. "I think our boss does this on purpose. He knows I'll suffer in such a situation, but he forced me to do so. I'm not necessary for this task, by the way." Su Jinchen continued to complain. "Why would boss do it on purpose?" Xian Bei asked. However, before Su Jinchen could open his mouth, Leng Xiaoting said coldly, "Stop the car in the woods, then let's go up to the mountain." Once Leng Xiaoting gave an order, no one dared to complain. They all wore a serious face. Su Jinchen immediately turned the steering while driving the car into the woods, and stopped it in an unnoticeable place. They swiftly got out of the car. Then they climbed up the mountain. Their aim was to capture the spies from Country R. Although the spy hadn't gotten anything useful, it was unacceptable that he threatened this country's safety. The Red Flame team wasn't an ordinary team. They had only spent 3 days before they had successfully put a locator on one of the spies. They had the spy's location and were going to catch them all together. It was getting darker, and it wasn't easy to walk on the mountain road. However, for Lung Shouting and his teammates, who were used to fulfilling their tasks in darkness, it was nothing. They moved fast, but quietly. Their goal was getting closer and closer. Half an hour later, Lung Shouting and his teammates arrived at their destination. It was a cave. They didn't get near it right away, but hid among weeds and trees to observe the situation around it first. After making sure that there was no ambush, they gradually approached the cave. When they were at the entrance of the cave, they heard clear voices from it. Although the dialogues were in Country R's language, Lung Shouting and his teammates all understood it. They knew many languages, which was demanded qualification for any agent. Those spies were talking casually. It seemed they had no idea that they had already been discovered, which was an advantage for Lung Shouting and his teammates. They secretly slid in at a perfectly timed moment, and it was too late for those spies to resist when they found out that they were caught. After a round of gunshots, it was done. Although it wasn't a hard task, the Red Flame treated it seriously as usual. The Red Flame was always the best choice to handle such international cases, because the Red Flame was the most trustworthy special force in this country. The task is finished, but it's torture for me to go back on that road. Su Jinshin covered his chest with a hand, like he was in pain. It's not your car anyway. Do you really have to do that? Xian Bei despised his act. If it were his car, he would probably be crying. Si Ming laughed. Haha, you're right. Xian Bei couldn't agree more. Show me your sympathy. I hate you. Su Jinshin ignored them, catching up with Lung Shouting. Boss, what are you gonna do next? Su Jinshin asked. Do what I should do, Lung Shouting replied. Fine. You work all day, but there aren't that many things to deal with in our team. I don't understand why you are so busy every day, Su Jinshin said. I don't want to do that. I prefer to date girls and find someone I like. Otherwise, my family will make the decision for me. It's pathetic. Su Jinshin's father had called him the other day to ask whether he had a girlfriend or not. If not, his father would arrange a blind date for him. Su Jinshin clearly knew how pathetic it would be if he had to live his life with a woman he disliked. Everyone hoped to spend the rest of their life with someone in love. Hearing Su Jinshin say that, an idea dawned on Lung Shouting. He thought of Guning. He didn't exactly know his feelings towards Guning. However, once he thought of Guning, he felt relaxed for no reason, and also wanted to meet her right away. In City F, after he hung up the call with Guning, Qin Yifan didn't get his mind back until a long time had passed. He called Wei Zhirui afterwards to ask him to go for a drink. The first thought of a man who was in a bad mood was to drink. He wanted to relieve his pain by drinking, but only ended up feeling more miserable. After a short time, Wei Zhirui arrived. When he saw Qin Yifan was already a little drunk. What happened to you? Wei Zhirui asked with anxiety. Qin Yifan had only told him that he was in a bad mood on the phone, but didn't tell him the reason. Thus Wei Zhirui wasn't clear why Qin Yifan looked so sad. Besides, he had never seen Qin Yifan being so heartbroken. I've been dumped, Qin Yifan said. What? When? Wei Zhirui was shocked. When did you get a girlfriend? How could I know nothing about it? They were close friends. If Qin Yifan had a girlfriend, he would know. Well, Qin Yifan gave a wry smile. I didn't have one. She rejected me when I told her I like her. Qin Yifan then told Wei Zhirui everything, including the fact that Qin Yiqing had talked to Guning. As for what Qin Yiqing had done, Wei Zhirui also disapproved. He and Qin Yifan were close friends, but he had never had a good impression of Qin Yiqing. It was Qin Yifan's personal affairs after all, so Wei Zhirui could do nothing but drink with him. Although he knew that Qin Yifan treated Guning differently, he didn't expect that Qin Yifan truly liked Guning. However, Guning had just turned 18 years old. That night, Qin Yifan was completely drunk. It was the first time he had ever been that drunk. Lung Shouting didn't get back to his place until it was almost 12 p.m. He turned on his phone, noticing that there was a missed call from Guning. Lung Shouting was slightly excited. She had called him. Then, Lung Shouting got nervous all of a sudden, because he didn't know why Guning had called him. Had she been in trouble? If something terrible had happened to her, and she had needed his help, but he had missed her call. He would blame himself for that. Even though it was very late, Leng Xiaoting called Gu Ning back without delay. Gu Ning was used to staying up late, so she was awake reading at that time. Seeing Leng Xiaoting's call, Gu Ning was also excited. She even panicked a little. After breathing out a long breath, she answered the call. "Hi, did you call me for an emergency?" Leng Xiaoting asked the minute he heard Gu Ning's voice. Although he felt concerned about Gu Ning, he remained cold as usual. "Can't I call you if nothing happened?" Gu Ning asked. "Of course you can," Leng Xiaoting replied. Hearing that Gu Ning was fine, he was relaxed. "Someone told me he likes me today," Gu Ning said. However, the moment she said that, she regretted it. She had no idea why she told Leng Xiaoting. However, Leng Xiaoting's heart tightened. He was disappointed and asked in a hurry, "Do you like him?" Gu Ning, instead, had the sense that Leng Xiaoting was really nervous, and she was happy about that. She immediately asked him, "Do you want me to be his girlfriend or not?" "Absolutely not," Leng Xiaoting replied unconsciously. "Why?" Gu Ning followed up. "Because..." Leng Xiaoting stopped for a second. When Gu Ning was full of hope, Leng Xiaoting opened his mouth again. "Because you're too young to fall in love. You should focus more on your studies." Hearing that, Gu Ning was annoyed. "No, I won't do that." She hung up on Leng Xiaoting afterwards. Leng Xiaoting was struck dumb by Gu Ning's reaction. Did I say something wrong? A man like Leng Xiaoting, who didn't understand women at all, could do nothing but let it go. That was also the reason why he suffered a lot when he chased his wife in the future. Meanwhile, in a 5-star hotel, Situyi leaned against a sofa in silence. He had no interest in women in the past, because he thought that women were trouble. Thus, there were no women around him for many years. However, now he had a growing interest in Gu Ning. He wanted to know more about her and meet her more often. The only problem was that he wasn't familiar with Gu Ning, so he lacked excuses to stay close to her. However, there was nothing or nobody he couldn't get as long as he wanted. He didn't tell Chu Xianfeng and Chu Peihan that he was interested in Gu Ning, which meant he couldn't ask them to help him either. Then what should he do? The big boss of the Qing gang felt cornered. The next day, Gu Ning went out to buy some tools. She planned to do the scavenger hunt tonight. Gu Ning did it not for money, but for curiosity, excitement, and her special feelings towards ancient objects. Gu Man and Gu Qing also had a skincare appointment this morning, so they left together with Gu Ning, while Jiang Xinyu stayed at home alone. There was a computer in her home, and she wasn't willing to hang out with the adults either. Gu Man didn't ask why Gu Ning was going out today. She only reminded her to be careful. Gu Qinxiang and Lin Lijuan along with Gu Xiaoxiao got on a plane leaving for City G as well. Gu Ning went to the beauty salon to meet Gu Man and Gu Qing after she had finished her shopping. They would eat and go for a walk later before they went back home. However, just as Gu Ning arrived at the door, she heard an altercation from inside. She recognized Gu Qing's angry voice, but she couldn't hear it clearly. Gu Ning felt uneasy, rushing in at once. Outside a private room, a group of people gathered. The noisy altercation was happening in the private room. "Ladies, please use another private room. It won't do you any good if you annoy Mrs. Wu." A beautician in her rose-red uniform persuaded Gu Qing and Gu Man in an arrogant way. "Why? That's your way of doing business? She's the one who postponed her appointment. Why should we leave?" Gu Qing was mad. Although she knew Mrs. Wu wasn't a common person, she couldn't tolerate her behavior. And Gu Man was so scared that she hid behind Gu Qing, which made Gu Ning feel uncomfortable. "So what? Do you know who I am? My husband is the president of Dongheng Real Estate, Wu Lianqin. What can you do to me?" the woman said, like she was the queen. Wu Lianqin, the president of Dongheng Real Estate, was exactly the man who had picked on Nguangyao at Master Qin's birthday party the other day. Gu Ning had talked with Nguangyao about Wu Lianqin after that. The man was very ambitious. As the president of the Dongheng Real Estate branch in City F, he even wanted to acquire Shanghua Real Estate as his personal property. However, he didn't want to pay much for it, so Gu Ning had won the chance. Besides, Wu Lianqin was a typical hypocrite who loved to trap others behind their backs. Oh, your husband is the president of Dongheng Real Estate. So what? Gu Ning separated the crowd walking inside. She looked at the woman with disdain. Receiving Gu Ning's cold and harsh look, Mrs. Wu felt threatened and struck dumb. Ning. Gu Qing and Gu Man relaxed when they saw that Gu Ning was there. Gu Ning walked to them and asked with care, Mom, Aunt, are you all right? We're fine, but just annoyed, Gu Qing complained. After a while, Mrs. Wu felt humiliated that she had been shocked and despised by a young girl. What are you? How dare you not respect me? Well, Gu Ning sneered, I don't think you deserve it. I don't care how powerful you are. Apologize to my mother and aunt right now. What? Impossible. Mrs. Wu couldn't believe it, and of course couldn't stand it. In City F, no one dared to talk to her in that way. I don't care who you are. You must apologize, Gu Ning insisted. You? Mrs. Wu didn't expect that Gu Ning dared to argue against her. Not only Mrs. Wu, but the others were also surprised. Was she a more important figure than Mrs. Wu, or was she just being naive? Ning, Gu Qing and Gu Man were slight worried. They didn't want to cause more trouble. It'll be fine, Gu Ning comforted them. She wouldn't give in today. Her sight fell on Mrs. Wu again. Are you going to apologize or not? No. So what? Mrs. Wu didn't believe that this young girl could do anything to her. Really? Gu Ning sneered once more. She stared at Mrs. Wu in a colder way. Mrs. Wu was frightened. Especially when Gu Ning approached her. Mrs. Wu stepped backwards in fear. The beautician in the rose-red uniform was afraid that Mrs. Wu would be hurt in her workplace. So she immediately stopped Gu Ning. Miss, it won't do you any good if you have bad blood with Mrs. Wu. Why don't you just forget it? Gu Ning turned her cold look at the beautician. The latter felt as if there was a sharp knife around her neck, and she could be killed at any second. She was left cold and trembling. This young girl's look was so harsh and terrifying. Gu Ning ignored the beautician's feelings, but questioned, Is this the way you serve your customers? You're snobbish and selfish. Then she pointed at the calligraphy on the wall. Credit-based, customer first, sincere communication and equal intention. Are these lies? Hearing that, everyone criticized the beautician. The beautician immediately retorted, Miss, please don't damage our reputation. No one was willing to come into a place where the workers were snobbish and selfish. If it went abroad, their saloon would be greatly affected. The beautician knew that her attitude wasn't right, but she was afraid of Mrs. Wu. She thought that Gu Ning would be the same. Unexpectedly, Gu Ning wouldn't yield to power or money. Is it me? Or are you damaging the reputation of this saloon? Who is the snobbish one? Because of this Mrs. Wu, you forced other customers to leave this private room. Gu Ning asked. Exactly. It's her fault. How can she blame the young girl? She's shameless. I agree. I had a great impression of their service attitude here, but it seems I'm wrong. I'm so disappointed. I won't come here anymore. I don't want to be cleared out all of a sudden, only because a rich Mrs. comes. Some of the customers around them were annoyed as well. There weren't many rich women like Mrs. Wu, so most of them disliked the rich. The beautician was helpless now. She knew that she was causing more trouble. If this Mrs. Wu comes again, I won't be coming here anymore, a woman said. Hearing that, Mrs. Wu was mad. Why? You don't own this salon. Why can't I come? I think you all are just jealous of my wealth. Mrs. Wu hit the point and the women all shut up. They of course wouldn't admit it. However, before they could argue back, Gu Ning opened her mouth. If you're rich enough, buy this salon right now. Gu Ning challenged her. You, Mrs. Wu didn't know what to say. In fact, she didn't have much money. From an outsider's perspective, she lived an affluent life, but her husband wasn't generous at all. He only gave her a monthly allowance of 100,000 yuan. She needed skincare, clothing, and jewelry. She could only save a few dozen thousand yuan every month, and her savings merely amounted to several 100,000 yuan in all. However, this beauty salon cost at least a few million yuan. She really could not afford it. Before long, Mrs. Wu retorted, "Well, why don't you buy it yourself?" "I'm willing to, as long as the boss sells it to me," Gu Ning answered seriously. Gu Ning thought that it wasn't a bad idea to buy this beauty salon for Gu Man and Gu Qing to run. They didn't need to manage it themselves. They only needed to be in charge of the accounts. Of course, as long as the boss of this beauty salon sold it to Gu Ning. When they had registered for the VIP card, Gu Ning had found out that this beauty salon was a private company. It provided high-end service and products, so their customer group wasn't large, but a single VIP customer spent 10 times more money than a common customer in one go. The business was profitable, although not very popular. Ning Ning. Both Gu Man and Gu Qing were astonished. They didn't want Gu Ning to make decisions without thorough thought. Mrs. Wu and others were also shocked. What? This young girl was going to buy this beauty salon? Was she kidding? This beauty salon cost at least a few million yuan. Could she afford it? No one believed that Gu Ning was able to do that. Do you really want to acquire it? At that time, a female voice sounded from behind the crowd. Before long, a woman in her early 30s walked inside. Her body was attractive. She was tall and slim, having the air of elegance and sexiness alike. She wasn't plain with such smooth, flawless skin. Her bright eyes were full of wisdom and confidence. She didn't show any disdain while she was asking Gu Ning the question, even though Gu Ning was just a young girl. Instead, she treated Gu Ning equally. "B-boss." Seeing the woman, all the beauticians' faces turned pale, especially the one in the rose-red uniform. She could be fired this time. She knew her boss's character clearly. If it hadn't been for Mrs. Wu, she wouldn't have done what she did today. In this beauty salon, there were 3 levels of workers. Ordinary beauticians were in pink uniforms. The team leaders were in rose-red uniforms. There were many skincare items, such as pure natural professional skincare, pure natural wrinkle anti-aging, massage, ovarian maintenance, aroma, and so forth. Except for those, there were also items for physical health. Not every beautician was able to work with all of the items. They had their strengths from person to person, so they were divided into different teams. Above the team leaders was the managers. The managers wore white uniforms. Coincidentally, the manager on duty today had asked for a leave. Otherwise, such a mess wouldn't have happened. The female boss ignored her staff, but looked at Gu Ning asking again, "Miss, so nice to meet you. I'm the boss of this beauty salon, you know. Are you sure you want to acquire my saloon? Are you willing to sell it?" Gu Ning asked. "If you want to buy it, I'll sell it," Yuna replied with sincerity. "Sure, I'll buy it," Gu Ning answered with alacrity. Everyone was shocked by the fact that Gu Ning was really going to buy this place. Ning Ning. Both Gu Man and Gu Qing were genuinely surprised. They wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. They believed that Gu Ning wasn't an impulsive person. Since she planned to buy it, she must be doing it for a reason. Indeed. "Mom, Aunt, don't you want to run a business? This beauty salon is yours from now on. You don't need to spend much time running it, but just take control of the management and accounts," Gu Ning said. Everyone around them looked at Gu Man and Gu Qing in an envious way. Gu Man and Gu Qing were greatly touched. Although they thought it was too much, they accepted it happily. "How much is it?" Gu Ning asked the boss. "To be honest with you, I'll be immigrating to country Y in a few months, and I already had the intention to sell this salon. I've dealt with all the details. It's worth 3.2 million yuan, including everything in this place," Yuna said. She took out the list and the contract from her bag, handing them to Gu Ning. "This is the list. You can check all the objects first. If you don't have any questions, we can sign the contract before we go to the relative departments to finish the legal procedure." "Sure." Gu Ning took the list and the contract, but she didn't review them at once. "I think we better solve the problem we have right now." "How do you want to handle it?" Yuna asked. "Since I've decided to acquire this beauty salon, I think I have the power to make some decisions, right?" Gu Ning asked. "Of course," Yuna replied. "Very well, first, this Mrs. Wu's membership must be cancelled, and this beautician is fired. I won't allow snobbish people to work in my store," Gu-ning said in an undeniable way. The rest all respected her unconsciously. Although the beautician was reluctant to be fired, she understood that it was too late to make up for it. However, Mrs. Wu wasn't happy about that decision. She questioned in anger, "Why should my membership be cancelled? Because I'll be the boss of this beauty salon soon, and I have the power to do so," Gu-ning said. "Even though you're the boss, aren't you afraid that it will damage your reputation that you randomly cancel your customer's membership?" Mrs. Wu reacted swiftly. "That depends on what kind of customer you're. If it's a customer like you, who is arrogant and rude, sorry, you're not welcome here." Gu-ning replied calmly, which left a great impression on the others. "You?" Mrs. Wu was mad, but didn't know what to say. "Li, go take them to do the procedures," Yuna offered. "Who cares? There isn't only one skincare saloon anyway." Mrs. Wu was irritated, but she wasn't willing to stay any longer, since Gu-ning would be the boss of it. After Mrs. Wu and the beautician were gone, Gu-ning looked to the crowd saying, "All the staff of Kame Beauty Salon, although I'm not the boss yet, I think it's better to make it clear right now. If you can't meet the principles on the wall, you may quit on your own initiative. Otherwise, you'll be punished once I find that you disobeyed the rules." Her words were powerful and persuasive. No one thought that she was only a young girl, but more of a successful businesswoman. At short notice, everyone admired Gu-ning. Generally speaking, the entire staff here was excellent. Only a few of them were black sheep. Yuna stared at Gu-ning with appreciation. This young girl indeed wasn't ordinary. "Of course, as long as you obey the rules, work hard, I won't treat you unfairly on the salary," Gu-ning added. "And all the customers here, this is a place that values equality. No matter if you're from the rich or the powerful families, please show some respect to one another. Please treat others the way you want to be treated," Gu-ning said. After a second, Gu-ning continued. "After I sign the contract and finish the legal procedure, my mother, Gu-man, and my aunt, Gu-qing, will be the bosses of this beauty salon. Please be aware of that, thanks." "Congratulations," all the customers said. They all had a high opinion of what Gu-ning had done today. The mess was cleared, and all the workers went back to work. Gu-ning then brought Gu-man and Gu-qing to check the objects and items on the list and the accounts. Meanwhile, Yuna also reminded the staff in Kame Beauty Salon to work well. She believed in Gu-ning and hoped that others would do the same thing. Facing Yuna, everyone trusted and agreed with her. With Gu-ning's outstanding ability, she finished all the lists and accounts within half an hour. There was nothing wrong. Yuna was quite surprised by Gu-ning's efficiency. She asked, "Wow, you're so efficient. Is everything right?" "I'm good at reading and memorizing," Gu-ning replied. She wasn't showing off, but proved her qualifications at the right time. "You must be an excellent student," Yuna said. "You're right," Gu-ning answered. Yuna smiled. She now appreciated Gu-ning more. She must be an extraordinary girl. "All right, it's almost 11 a.m. We need to finish the procedures before the department closes today." Yuna took a look at the clock saying, although it was a Sunday, the Industry and Commerce Bureau and the State Taxation Administration were still open. They went to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to register the property rights change information, and then went to the State Taxation Administration to register the equity information. Yuna knew someone who worked in those two departments, so it was very smooth for them to finish all the processes. They finished it before 12 p.m. The legal entity was Gu-man, accounting for 51% shares. The only shareholder was Gu-qing, accounting for 49% shares. Both Gu-man and Gu-qing felt like they were in a dream even after they had finished the processes. It was too good to be true. From now on, they were the bosses of this beauty salon. It happened too fast for them to react. "What we've done today is the only case I've settled so quickly. Thank you, Miss Gu," Yuna said to Gu-ning. It wasn't easy to meet a buyer like Gu-ning who readily agreed to settle a deal. Other buyers would normally try their best to bargain. Businessmen always value benefits most. Although Gu-ning agreed to buy this saloon without delay, Yuna didn't think that she knew nothing about this business. Gu-ning was a generous person herself. "Miss Yu, I should thank you for your help. I need the salon too, Gu Ning replied. It's 12 p.m. now. We need to celebrate the deal today. Why don't we go have lunch together? It's on me. Yuna invited. Great. Gu Ning didn't hesitate, but agreed with alacrity. After the meal, they said goodbye to each other. Gu Man and Gu Qing went back to the beauty salon to get familiar with this business. Gu Ning, of course, followed them back. Yuna told Gu Ning and her family that most of the staff who worked in Kame Beauty Salon were nice people, except for a few of them who were snobbish. Yuna wasn't sure that they would obey the rules, so she reminded Gu Ning to pay more attention to them. Kame Beauty Salon belonged to Gu Man and Gu Qing now. Thus they needed to take care of it themselves. Gu Man was always mild and too kind. Gu Ning was worried that she wouldn't dare to criticize the staff if they did something wrong. Therefore, Gu Ning persuaded her mother to be strict when it was necessary. If your staff wasn't scared of you at all, the team couldn't work efficiently. Gu Ning also told her mother not to hesitate to ask her for help if she needed it. Gu Ning and her family left the beauty salon 2 hours later, but they didn't go back home. They went to a shopping mall instead. Since Gu Man and Gu Qing were starting to run a business, they couldn't dress too casually. Gu Ning planned to buy them several formal suits. Each of them bought 3 professional suits and skirts matched with high heels and handbags. They spent around 100,000 yuan on it. Gu Man and Gu Qing were reluctant to spend that much money on clothing, but it was necessary for work, so they agreed to do so. The minute Gu Ning and her family got home, her phone rang. The caller was Yu Mixi. Hi, Mixi, Gu Ning said. Yu Mixi wept. Ning Ning, please help me. My mother fainted. There is a tumor in her brain. They said that she needs a surgical removal right now, but the fee is almost 200,000 yuan. My family can't afford it. Can you lend me some money? Gu Ning was Yu Mixi's only hope. Her family's savings amounted to a few dozen thousand yuan at the most. It was definitely not enough. What? Which hospital are you in right now? Gu Ning immediately asked. The number 3 hospital. We're in patient room number 510 in the inpatient department, Yu Mixi answered. Don't worry. I'll be right there, Gu Ning said. She hung up and went out right away. Gu Ning was lucky enough to get on a taxi the minute she left Fenghua Luxury Mansion. But the number 3 hospital was a little far away. Took at least 30 minutes to get there. Gu Ning was afraid to delay the treatment time of Yu Mixi's mother, so she called her friends for help at once. Gu Ning took out her phone calling Chu Peihan. Hi, Gu Ning. The person who answered the call wasn't Chu Peihan, but Chu Shenfeng. Peihan isn't. Before Chu Shenfeng could finish, he was interrupted by Gu Ning. I'm calling for you. What? Chu Shenfeng was surprised. Gu Ning added, do you know anyone who works in the number 3 hospital? Yu Mixi's mother passed out. There is a tumor in her brain, and she needs surgical removal right now. Yu Mixi's family doesn't have much money, so they aren't able to pay for the surgery. I'm on the way to the hospital now, but I can't get there until at least 30 minutes later. I don't want Yu Mixi's mother to wait for the surgery. Could you please help me let Yu Mixi's mother do the surgery first? I'll pay for it the minute I arrive. Of course, what's her mother's name? Chu Shenfeng asked. I don't know, but they are staying in patient room number 510 in the inpatient department. Yu Mixi is there too, Gu Ning replied. Great. Let me handle it, Chu Shenfeng said before he hung up. Then he used his phone to call the director of the number 3 hospital. Although Chu Shenfeng served in a gang, he knew almost everyone with a tide. There were also people who served in the Qing gang that worked for the government, but they wouldn't commit any crimes. At that time, the director of the number 3 hospital was just about to get off work. Before he walked out of the hospital, he received Chu Xuanfeng's call. The director respected Chu Shenfeng a lot. Once he heard his request, the director immediately went to arrange it. The second Chu Shenfeng finished the call, Chu Peihan got home. Chu Shenfeng then told her what had happened to Yu Mixi. Chu Peihan was so concerned that she went straight to the hospital without eating. Chu Shenfeng wanted to go with her, but it wouldn't be appropriate if he left Situyi alone. Unexpectedly, Situyi asked to go with them. Both Chu Shenfeng and Chu Peihan were astonished. Why would Situyi, who was the boss of the Qing gang, go to the hospital with them. However, they didn't have much time to think about that. The three of them drove to the hospital in a hurry. Situyi went to the hospital for Guning without a doubt. It was a great chance. On the way, Chu Shenfeng told Chu Peihan to call Guning and tell her that he had arranged everything. I think we better call Mixi first. She must be super worried, Chu Peihan said. She then called Yu Mixi without delay. Knowing that her mother could get the surgery done soon, Yu Mixi thanked Chu Peihan with great excitement. Yu Mixi told her father the good news afterwards. Yu Mixi's father then found out that his daughter had turned to her friends for help. He was very grateful that Yu Mixi had many rich and kind friends who were willing to help his family. Although he didn't want Yu Mixi to borrow money from her friends, he didn't have another choice. His family was too poor to afford the administration fee, and none of his relatives were willing to lend them money. He didn't want to lose his wife, nor for his daughter to lose her mother. He felt very ashamed that Yu Mixi had to borrow money from her friends, but he was happier that his wife was saved. Once Yu Mixi's mother recovered, he would work harder to pay back Yu Mixi's friend. Chu Peihan called Guning later telling her that the surgery was settled and that Yu Mixi was already aware of it. Within several minutes, a few doctors appeared in patient room NO 510. The director of this hospital was the leader. Who is Yu Mixi? The director asked. It's me. Yu Mixi immediately stood up. Her father was thrilled to see the doctors. Nice to meet you. I'm the director of the number 3 hospital. I just received a call from Mr. Chu. We need to administer the surgery to your mother right away. Both Yu Mixi and her father were surprised that the director would come in person, especially Yu Mixi's father. He didn't expect that his daughter's friend could be so influential. Thank you so much. Yu Mixi immediately bowed to the director. Then Yu Mixi's mother was pushed into the operating room. Yu Mixi and her father were waiting outside, but they weren't fully relieved yet, because the result was unknown. 30 minutes later, Guning met Chu Shenfeng and the others by accident at the door of the hospital. They went to the operating room together. Ningning, you're finally here. Seeing that Guning was here, Yu Mixi immediately ran to her arms crying. She had been depressed for a long time, but didn't dare to show her feelings. She didn't want to upset her father, so she pretended to be strong. However, when Guning appeared in her sight, she failed to pretend any longer. There, it'll be fine. Guning comforted, secretly giving Yu Mixi her power, in case she fainted too. Yu Mixi's father didn't know what to do seeing Guning and her friends, because he had no idea who the one that had helped his family was. Yu Mixi, meanwhile, was busy crying, and forgot to introduce them to her father. Yu Mixi's father understood that Yu Mixi was unhappy and needed to vent her depression, so he didn't stop her. Luckily, Yu Mixi calmed down soon because of Guning's power. Let's go pay the bill, Guning said. Let me handle it. Chu Shenfeng interrupted. Around 200,000 yuan was nothing to him. Most importantly, Yu Mixi was Chu Peihan's friend too. Although he wasn't an altruist, he was willing to help his younger sister's friend. Yes, please allow us to do that for Mixi, Chu Peihan added. No, I must pay it this time, Guning said in an undeniable tone. Yu Mixi had turned to her at the very beginning for a reason, because they were closest friends. It would be less stressful for her to ask for help from Guning. In addition, Yu Mixi was used to depending on Guning, so Guning decided to be her strong support. Seeing Guning being so determined, they knew that there was no room to argue with her, so they didn't insist. Thank you so much. Yu Mixi's father almost cried with tears in his eyes. He even wanted to bend on his knees for Guning. Guning immediately stopped him. Please don't do that. I don't know how to thank you enough for lending us money. I promise I'll try my best to pay you back as soon as I can, Yu Mixi's father said. His wife was in danger. He didn't care that it was embarrassing to borrow money from a teenage girl. Please don't worry about that. As long as Mixi's mother can recover, I can wait. Guning actually had no intention to let them pay her back, but she didn't want to hurt Yu Mixi's father's dignity. After that, Yu Mixi along with Guning went to pay the bill. Although for the sake of Chu Shenfeng, the director arranged the best doctor and a VIP patient room for Yu Mixi's mother, he didn't own this hospital after all. so it was impossible to get free medical treatment. They wouldn't have the final bill before Yumixi's mother left the hospital, so Guning paid 200,000 yuan at first. Ning, I honestly don't know how to thank you. I promise we'll pay you back as soon as possible, Yumixi said to Guning. Mixi, you don't need to pay me back, Guning said to Yumixi. What? No. Yumixi was shocked. She couldn't accept it. She was already quite thankful that Guning was willing to lend her money. How could she not pay her back? It was 200,000 yuan. Not 20 or 200 yuan. Mixi, you told me your dream job is to be an accountant, right? Guning asked. Yumixi didn't understand why Guning suddenly changed the topic, but answered, yes. Good. Let me tell you this. I'm going to start a business, and I need a person who I can trust to be my accountant in the future. Will you help me? If you're willing to, the 200,000 yuan will be your advance, Guning said with sincerity. That wasn't the reason that Yumixi could not pay her back, but Guning already had the idea of hiring Yumixi. She did this on purpose to comfort Yumixi. If Yumixi was willing to help her, it would be so much better. She was excellent at math and calculating. Once she gained more knowledge about accounting, Guning believed that she would be an outstanding assistant. To win a person's loyalty, one could give her or him the best treatment, but the best way was to always let her or him be grateful to you. Unless the person changed in the future and betrayed the one who had helped her or him. Guning wasn't 100% sure that Yumixi wouldn't change in the future, but at least she was more trustworthy than others. What? Hearing that, Yumixi was stunned. Guning was going to start a business? No matter whether Guning could be successful, Yumixi was of course willing to aid her. Moreover, Yumixi believed without a doubt that Guning could make it. She was so perfect in every aspect. Thus, Yumixi replied with determination, I will. Now, Yumixi was even more interested in an accounting major. She made up her mind to study harder so that she was able to help Guning in the future. Guning and Yumixi went back to the operating room. She said to Chu Xianfeng and the rest people, why don't you go back now? I can take care of it. The surgery could last for a long time. It wasn't appropriate to let them wait together. They all had their business to deal with after all. Yeah, the surgery won't end within a short time. Please don't waste your time here. Thank you so much for your help today, Yumixi's father added. He was the one who would feel the guiltiest if they all waited here. I won't leave, Chu Peihan said. She didn't pay the bill and she won't leave now. She wanted to stay and keep Yumixi's company. Oh, I already told Hao Ran and others. They'll be here soon. In Chu Peihan's eyes, they were all close friends, so she had to tell them. They were so supportive. If she didn't tell them, they would be mad if they found out later. Guning didn't say anything. It wasn't a bad thing, but Yumixi was a little embarrassed, because she knew the boys wouldn't come with empty hands. Since they would come, Yumixi couldn't stop them. They were good friends anyway. Chu Xianfeng couldn't make the decision himself. He looked to Situyi. Let's wait for a while, Situyi said. Both Chu Xianfeng and Chu Peihan were greatly astonished. Since when had Situyi become so kind and gentle? In fact, Situyi intended to spend more time with Guning to impress her. Since they said that they were staying, Yumixi's father didn't insist. 30 minutes later, the surgery was still going on. Chu Xianfeng received a call and left afterwards to deal with his business. Chu Xianfeng was going to leave, and it wouldn't be appropriate if Situyi stayed. Thus they left together, even though Situyi was reluctant to do so. He had no excuse to stay after all. A while later, Hao Ran and the boys arrived in 2s and 3s with many bags of nourishing products, which shocked Yumixi and her father. Yumixi was fine with it because she had witnessed it once when they had come to visit Guman. But her father had never seen so many gifts at a time. Why were all of Mixi's friends are from good families? Yumixi's father was slightly worried. He was afraid that his daughter made those friends for advantages. However, he didn't show his worry. He kept thanking them for their kindness. 20 minutes later, the light went off in the operating room, which meant that the surgery was over. A group of them ran ahead at once. The door was opened, and the doctor stepped out. Doctor, how's my wife? Doctor, how's my mother? Mixi and her father asked with anxiety. The surgery is a great success. She'll wake up when the anesthetic wears off, the doctor replied. Everyone was relieved. They then pushed the patient back to the patient room. Guning let Hao Ran and Qin Zixuan buy some food for Mixi and her parents when they arrived at the VIP patient room. Mixi's father immediately stopped them. He didn't want to bother them further. Instead, he planned to let Mixi invite them to have a meal to thank them, but Guning declined. Guning persuaded Mixi's father to focus on taking care of Mixi's mother. Mixi's mother for now was the one who needed care the most after all. Mixi's father listened to Guning in the end. Hao Ran and Qin Zixuan of course followed Guning's order. At that time, Guning walked to the side of Mixi's mother's bed. She used her jade eyes to check her physical condition. Guning had absorbed a large amount of power, and she was already able to cure the human body to some extent with her power, but for severe injuries, her power still wasn't enough. The tumor was already removed from Mixi's mother's head. The only injury she had was the cut left by the surgery. Guning administered some power, a light white fog that ordinary people couldn't see, into the cut to only cure the flesh inside, to prevent someone from finding out. Outside, the cut remained the same, but it wouldn't affect the inside part anymore. It didn't cost much power to do so, so Guning continued to check Mixi's mother's body to see what else she could do. She was willing to do more for her friend. It was good that Guning did, because Mixi's mother's stomach was already festering, which was probably the reason why she had been frail and sick for so many years. Guning immediately used her power to cure the damaged stomach. This time she spent a lot of power and felt a little tired afterwards. Luckily, there was still half of her power left. No one noticed what she was doing because it happened too fast. Half an hour later, the two boys got back with the food. Guning and others didn't stay long before they left. Guning had planned to do her scavenger hunt at the Yuntai Mountain today, but it was too late, so she gave it up. When Guning and the boys were gone, Mixi told her father what Guning had discussed with her. She didn't want her father to be worried about her mother's health as well as the money. Mixi's father was stunned to hear the news. To his astonishment, Guning was able to start a business at such a young age. Although Guning did so, he still felt like he had to do something. However, his family was too poor to pay the money back. Thus Mixi's father could only reminded Mixi to study hard, so that she could help Guning in the future. Guning had saved her mother's life after all. If Guning hadn't come to their aid, Mixi's mother could only have waited to die. The next day, Guning saw Leng Shouting in a black suit waiting for her not far away, just as she just left Zone G. Leng Shouting's sudden presence surprised Guning, but she was also slightly thrilled. Why is he here? What is he doing here? Is he here for me? Why is he coming to me? A series of questions flashed by Guning's mind. She suddenly realized that she was still mad at him. Therefore, she ignored him walking straight by him. Leng Shouting was a little upset and nervous. He immediately stopped her. Wait! Guning wanted to continue walking ahead, but in the end she stopped. What? I believe that you're too young to fall in love now. You should focus more on your studies, Leng Shouting said. He was anxious. What? Guning was annoyed. He comes here to remind me to stay away from romance just because I'm young? How can he do that? Guning turned around, raising her voice, and shouted at him. It's none of your business if I'm in love. Who do you think you are? Mind yourself first, please. I heard that you have never even had a girlfriend. Are you a gay or something? After that, Guning directly walked fast away. Leng Shouting was struck dumb. He didn't understand why Guning was so irritated. He did this for her good. He indeed had never ever had a girlfriend, because there was no woman who could walk into his heart. But he wasn't a gay either. In case Guning misunderstood, Leng Shouting caught her up at once. I'm not a gay. I don't care, Guning replied in anger. I'm really not a gay. Leng Shouting continued to explain. I told you I don't care, Guning said. She stopped all of a sudden, but didn't expect that Leng Shouting was right behind her. He hit Guning's back unexpectedly. Ah! Guning lost her balance falling forward. Luckily, with his outstanding agility, Leng Xiaoting grabbed her waist, pulling her backwards. Gu Ning's back once again hit Leng Xiaoting's muscular chest. And she accidentally touched the man's sensitive part. It reacted even. Both of them changed their faces. Although Gu Ning had been with Qi Ziyue for 4 years in her previous incarnation, they had never slept together, so Gu Ning was still a virgin. As for Leng Xiaoting, he was absolutely a virgin too. Leng Xiaoting was turned on and felt sexually excited now. He needed a cold bath right away. Before Gu Ning realized it, Leng Xiaoting let her go and started running away. There was no need for him to explain whether he was gay or not, because his reaction proved everything. At the same time, Gu Ning finally realized what had just happened. She ran out of Fenghua Luxury Mansion and to her school in a hurry. Her heart was in her throat now. She felt embarrassed and excited, and kept blaming Leng Xiaoting in her heart. If he hadn't knocked into her, it wouldn't have happened, but it wasn't actually Leng Xiaoting's fault. If she hadn't stopped all of a sudden, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't have knocked into her. He didn't want it to happen either. When Gu Ning got to school, she had almost calmed herself down. She went to the football field. Mixi was there as well. Gu Ning asked, "Mixi, is your mother awake?" Mixi looked a little pale but beamed. "My mother woke up around 12 p.m. The doctor said my mother recovered very well. She can leave the hospital after a week. I was too happy to remember to send a message into our WeChat group to share the good news with you all. It's fine, and I'm happy to hear it too," Gu Ning said. "Ning Ning, I told my father about what we spoke about. My father is also supporting me to study hard and help you in the future," Mixi said. "Great. Don't let me down," Gu Ning encouraged her. "I won't." Mixi was full of hope now. She promised that she would never disappoint Gu Ning. "What are you talking about?" Chu Peihan, who stood not far away, noticed that they were talking about something, but didn't hear it clearly. She immediately approached them. "We're discussing that someone's birthday is just around the corner. What gifts should we send?" Gu Ning pretended as if she was thinking. She wanted to keep it a secret between Mixi and her for now. Someone's birthday? Who? Chu Peihan was excited at once. Birthdays meant a party was also around the corner. Whose birthday? How Ran and the boys came near too. If it was their friend's birthday, they of course must celebrate it. Gu Ning rolled her eyes, looking at Chu Peihan. "I think the answer is pretty clear." Chu Peihan was struck dumb for a second before she realized that her birthday was only half a month away. She forgot her own birthday. Chu Peihan was a little embarrassed, but she became thrilled the next second. "Ha ha! My birthday is half a month away. How could I forget about it?" "Boss, how did you know?" "I don't think I told you that." Chu Peihan was curious. "You didn't tell me, but I saw it. When we went to register for a room last time, I noticed your ID card," Gu Ning said. "What?" Hearing that, not only Chu Peihan, but the rest were also shocked. What an outstanding memory Gu Ning had. Nevertheless, in their eyes, Gu Ning was a goddess, so they gradually grew accustomed to finding out about her unusual abilities. "Boss, that's incredible. I must invite you all to have a luxurious meal and throw a great party. As for the gifts, I don't care," Chu Peihan said. "Well, I was considering preparing a valuable gift for you, but since you said so, I'm fine with that. I can save a lot of money," Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Chu Peihan couldn't remain calm. She argued at once. "Boss, I was just saying that. Please don't take it seriously." Everyone burst into laughter. In Fenghua Luxury Mansion, Leng Xiaoting sat on the sofa thinking, after a cold bath in Su Jinshan's place. Because of his unexpected physiological response, he was growingly clear about his feelings towards Gu Ning. He had never loved a woman, so he wasn't sure whether he had indeed fallen in love with Gu Ning, but he was certain that he felt disappointed to see her being unhappy, so he had even let her keep the gun, which was illegal. When Su Jinshan had told him that he was going to chase Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting had been displeased. Thus he had deliberately forced Su Jinshan to go on the task together with him to prevent them from getting closer to each other. When Gu Ning had given him a hint that she probably liked him, his heart had beat so fast and he had stayed awake all night. When Gu Ning had told him someone wanted her to be his girlfriend, Leng Xiaoting felt extremely uncomfortable. He had to stop her. That was the reason why he had flown all the way back to City F. When thinking of her, he felt relaxed and sweet for no reason. Perhaps he had indeed fallen in love with Gu Ning. An abrupt ringtone interrupted Leng Xiaoting's thoughts. He was a little displeased, but still answered the call. It was from Su Jinshin. The minute Leng Xiaoting answered it, Su Jinshin opened his mouth. "Hey, boss. Where are you now?" "What's up?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "Nothing. I just feel that I have nothing to do right now, and I wanted to tell you that I'm gonna find the girl that I like." "I'd hate to go on a blind date arranged by my family," Su Jinshin complained. The girl he liked? All of a sudden, Leng Xiaoting remembered that Su Jinshin had told him before that he wanted to chase Gu Ning. Leng Xiaoting immediately thought that Su Jinshin was going to find Gu Ning, so he strongly disagreed without hesitation. "You can't do that." "What? Why?" Su Jinshin was a little dumbstruck. "You have to wait until I get back," Leng Xiaoting said. "Then when will you be back?" Su Jinshin asked. "Soon." However, exactly how soon he would be back was totally dependent on him. This wasn't the first time that Su Jinshin had been deceived by his boss. At noon, Zhou Zhenghong sent Gu Ning a message with a picture. It was the advertisement photo of the Jade Beauty jewelry store. Zhou Zhenghong was asking for Gu Ning's opinion. If it wasn't good enough, they still had time to alter it. If Gu Ning was satisfied with it, they could print it out right now for promotion. Gu Ning looked at it for a while and she liked it. Zhou Zhenghong then went to print it. The afternoon classes were finally over, except for Mu Ku and An Yi who still had to attend the evening class. The rest of them left the school together. Yu Mixi needed to visit her mother in the hospital, so she had asked for a leave from Toadie's evening class. After they said goodbye to one another, Gu Ning walked towards her home. She planned to run back home when there were fewer people around. However, before long, a black Maserati stopped right by her side. The window of the back seat was rolled down. It was Situ Yi. "Get in. Let me drive you home," Situ Yi said. "No thanks. I'm used to running home," Gu Ning declined. "This is my first time driving a person home on my own initiative. Please do me a favor," Situ Yi added. Since Situ Yi said so, Gu Ning didn't want to hurt his feelings, so she got in. However, the men who sat in the driver's seat and the passenger seat were shocked. Since when had their boss become so kind and gentle? "Let's go." To Fenghua Luxury Mansion, Situ Yi ordered. Hearing Situ Ye's voice, the driver immediately drove the car towards Fenghua Luxury Mansion. No one noticed that there was a black Land Rover stopped not far away from Situ Ye's Maserati, and the man sitting inside fixed his eyes on Gu Ning from the beginning to the end. Seeing that Gu Ning sat in Situ Ye's car and left, the look became cold and upset. The man was Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting finally figured out that he already fallen in love with Gu Ning, so he came to her. But unexpectedly he was too late. He didn't know who the owner of the car was. Thus he could only follow them along the way. At the same time, Situ Yi was talking with Gu Ning once in a while in the car. When they almost arrived at Fenghua Luxury Mansion, Situ Yi wanted to exchange numbers with Gu Ning. He told Gu Ning that if she encountered any trouble in City G, she was free to turn to him for help, and he had a network in gangs and government alike. The two fellows who sat in the front were shocked again. Since when had their boss become so helpful and altruistic? However, after the shock, they didn't dare to let their mind wander. It would be terrible if any accident happened. Gu Ning of course wouldn't deny it. She was in need of help. Gu Ning used to suspect that the man had some connection with the Qing gang. Now that Situ Yi said it himself, Gu Ning was more certain that he must be closely connected with the Qing gang. If you ever annoyed the gangs, you could only fight against them with your life. Therefore, it was very important to build up a network. Gu Ning got out of the car at Fenghua Luxury Mansion. She thanked Situ Yi before she walked inside. However, Situ Ye's car didn't leave right away. He rolled down the window watching Gu Ning leaving. Exactly because of that, Leng Xiaoting saw the men in the car while he went by. Another car stopped by Gu Ning's side when she walked halfway. A man got out of it. It was Leng Xiaoting. Seeing Leng Xiaoting, Gu Ning immediately thought of what had happened this morning. She was a little nervous, But the next second, she changed her face. Leng Xiaoting questioned her directly. Is the man who wanted you to be his girlfriend the same man who just drove you back? Gu Ning was unhappy that Leng Xiaoting talked to her in that way. She felt offended. I don't think it has anything to do with you. It's none of your business, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning's attitude made Leng Xiaoting believe that he guessed correctly, so he continued to persuade her. You don't match. He is a dangerous man. Gu Ning frowned a little. Leng Xiaoting must know him. She was getting curious. Why is he dangerous? Do you know his real identity? He's Situ Yi, the boss of the Qing gang, Leng Xiaoting answered. His voice showed apparent dislike towards the Qing gang. What? Gu Ning was stunned. She had assumed that the man must be closely connected with the Qing gang, but unexpectedly he was the boss. After hearing Situ Yi's real identity, Gu Ning thought that it was a good news instead. The boss of the Qing gang. Not bad. Then he'll be able to solve any problem within a second, Gu Ning said in a proud tone. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was displeased. He retorted, I can help you too, and I'm better than him. This was the first time Leng Xiaoting had complimented himself before others. Gu Ning was surprised. She knew that Leng Xiaoting wasn't bragging. She had had a fight with Leng Xiaoting and Situ Yi separately, and it was true that Leng Xiaoting was better than Situ Yi. But a lone wolf couldn't beat a group of wolves. It's essential to have a strong team too. Leng Xiaoting hated to see that Gu Ning admired Situ Yi, but doubted him. He felt hurt. I can't tell you my real identity right now, but I promise no matter what he can do, I can do better than him, Leng Xiaoting said with confidence. Gu Ning didn't find out about Leng Xiaoting's pride until now. She wasn't dumb, and she knew what was on Leng Xiaoting's mind from his attitude. Oh, really? Nevertheless, I don't think that matters to me, Gu Ning said on purpose, although she was thrilled in her heart. I can help you, Leng Xiaoting said. Why are you willing to help me? We aren't close anyway, Gu Ning replied. We can be, Leng Xiaoting said. Be what? Gu Ning teased. We can be close, Leng Xiaoting said. How close can we be? Gu Ning continued. Leng Xiaoting suddenly stopped and flushed. He was lost for words. Fine, I think I better not bother you. Gu Ning turned around to leave. Leng Xiaoting was so nervous that he blurted it out. Would you be my girlfriend? After that, the man felt like his whole face was burning, and his heart was beating fast. But he had already said it aloud. He couldn't take it back. In fact, he wasn't willing to do so either. Gu Ning stopped. Although it wasn't unexpected, it surprised her. She got nervous too, and didn't dare to face Leng Xiaoting. It's not up to me but you. Can you win my heart? Gu Ning forced herself to calm down. She sent Leng Xiaoting a positive message. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting's eyes were aflame with pleasure. He didn't know how to chase a woman, but he could learn. So he responded, I'll try my best. Great, I'll wait, Gu Ning said before she escaped away. Leng Xiaoting stood still for a long while. When he got home, he immediately searched the internet to find out about ways of chasing a girl. Gu Ning went back home with a red face, which astonished Gu Man. Ning Ning, what happened? Your face is so red, Gu Man said, reaching out her hand to touch Gu Ning's forehead to see whether she had a fever. Mom, I'm fine. I just ran back, so I feel a little hot, Gu Ning explained immediately, although she didn't believe it herself. Gu Man was relieved, and Gu Ning's forehead wasn't hot, so she believed it. Have a bath now. We'll go to your aunt's place to have the meal. Sure, Gu Ning answered, then stepped into her room. 10 minutes later, Gu Ning finished her bath and walked out in her casual clothes. Gu Ning used her hairdryer to dry her waist-long hair and put it into a bun for convenience. She took her phone and keys, leaving for Gu Qing's home afterwards. Seeing that Jiang Su was home, Gu Ning asked him with care, Uncle, how is everything going? Everything is fine. The construction materials will be delivered tomorrow afternoon. The store is ready to open the day after tomorrow. Jiang Su was apparently happy. I'm glad to hear that, Gu Ning said. Then she walked into the kitchen. Gu Man and Gu Qing were busy cooking. Mom, Aunt, Do you need help? Nope, just sit there. The meal will be ready soon, Gu Qing said. Oh, how is the beauty salon? Gu Ning asked. It's going well. We're getting used to running the business, Gu Qing added. That's good to know, Gu Ning said. Where is Xinyue? In her room. She locked herself in the room after she came back from her school. I don't know why. She won't come out. Gu Qing sounded a little worried. Let me talk to her, Gu Ning said. She walked to Jiang Xinyue's room and knocked on the door. Xinyue, it's me. What are you doing in there? Nothing, Jiang Xinyue said. But it seemed that she had no intention to come out. Gu Ning was astute enough to notice that Pang Xinyue's voice wasn't right. She was crying. But why? May I come in? Gu Ning asked. Sorry, I'm reading. Jiang Xinyue declined. How can she be so impolite? Does she have to read right now? Xinyue, come out right now. Gu Qing ran out from the kitchen and raised her voice in anger. Aunt, it's fine. Leave it to me, please. Gu Ning immediately pushed Gu Qing back to the kitchen. Although Gu Ning didn't want to invade others' privacy, Jiang Xinyue obviously wasn't normal. Thus, she could only use her jade eyes to see what was going on inside. In the room, WXEAWORLD.site, Jiang Xinyue was actually sitting in front of her studying desk. But she wasn't reading. She was crying. On her left cheek, there was a clear palm mark. To be specific, there were several palm marks added up. Seeing that, Gu Ning's face changed. She understood why Jiang Xinyue wasn't willing to come out. She didn't want anyone to find out about the injury on her face. Gu Ning immediately went to get a bottle of icy drink and sent a message to Jiang Xinyue. Xinyue, I understand that you don't want your parents to know what has happened, but I can help you. Please open the door and let me in. Jiang Xinyue read the message and hesitated to open the door. After a few seconds, she stood up, opening the door for Gu Ning. Jiang Xinyue let her hair down to cover her left cheek. Gu Ning stood before her, but Jiang Xinyue only called her quietly and kept her head down to avoid her look. Gu Ning walked in and closed the door at once. She locked the door before pulling Jiang Xinyue to the side of her bed. Without saying anything, she used the icy bottle to cover Jiang Xinyue's swollen cheek. Jiang Xinyue moved unconsciously but was stopped by Gu Ning. If you don't want your parents to know, stay still. Jiang Xinyue didn't dare to move afterward. She was a little afraid of Gu Ning since Gu Ning had changed into a different person. Gu Ning used the icy bottle as a cover. In fact, she was secretly removing the red marks on Jiang Xinyue's face with her power. However, in order not to raise any doubt, Gu Ning let the icy bottle stay on Jiang Xinyue's face for several minutes. Sister, how did you know? Jiang Xinyue didn't realize it until now. How could Gu Ning know that her face was injured? It's not important. Just tell me what happened. Gu Ning, of course, wouldn't tell Jiang Xinyue the truth. Jiang Xinyue didn't know where to start. Just say it. Gu Ning threatened a little. Jiang Xinyue immediately opened her mouth. A boy in our school likes me and sent me a letter, but I didn't take it. Then a girl who likes the boy found out about it. She came to me and slapped my face several times. She even warned me to stay away from the boy, or she will hit me every time she sees me. But there is nothing between the boy and me. Saying that, Jiang Xinyue felt aggrieved and cried again. Hearing that, Gu Ning was extremely annoyed. Which classroom does the girl study in? What is her name? Gu Ning curbed her anger and asked coldly. The third classroom in the 9th grade. There's Xiapagio, Feng Xiaoyu and Zhang Yanlin. Facing Gu Ning, Jiang Xinyue didn't dare to hide the fact. Get it. I'll fight back for you. And you must remember, don't ever escape and cry alone anymore. You must stand up for yourself. Don't be a coward. No one will respect a chicken. If you can't handle it yourself, you can turn to me for help. Am I clear? Gu Ning educated her cousin. She didn't want her family to be bullied. Yes, Jiang Xinyue answered. She also knew people always bullied the weak, but she was accustomed to staying quiet. It would take time for her to change. Jiang Xinyue's eyes were swollen after she had been crying for a long time, but Gu Ning's magical power not only cured her eyes but also her cheek. When she came out with Gu Ning to eat, she looked no different than usual. Jiang Xinyue was surprised, but she didn't think further. Gu Ning also told Jiang Xinyue to use the excuse that she didn't do well in a test, so she was in a bad mood. Gu Qing and others believed it and comforted Jiang Xinyue to try her best the next time. They dined together in harmony later. At the same time, Leng Xiaoting was still busy learning the ways of chasing a girl. He had read many skills like sending the girl flowers, seeing a movie together, sending the girl gifts, saying sweet nothings to her and so forth, but different girls like different things, which confused Leng Xiaoting a lot. Therefore, he stayed up that entire night. The next morning, when Gu Ning just walked out of Zone G, she saw a black Land Rover stopped by the road, and Leng Xiaoting was leaning against the car door facing her. Gu Ning couldn't deny that the man looked so cool and attractive in that pose. Seeing Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting immediately stood straight. He was still a little nervous being with her. Let me take you to school. Gu Ning calmed herself down. She felt slightly embarrassed that she was distracted by his charming appearance. Oh no thanks. I always run to school. Leng Xiaoting was a little upset. Then I'll run to your school with you. Gu Ning intended to reject, but suddenly changed her mind. I don't mind. Leng Xiaoting felt better then. He left the car at the same place, running to school with Gu Ning. On the way, they didn't talk at all. Leng Xiaoting wanted to, but he had no idea what to say. When they arrived, Leng Xiaoting said, "Let's have breakfast together." I have an appointment with my friends. We'll be having breakfast together. Gu Ning declined on purpose. How about lunch? Are you free then? Leng Xiaoting invited again. Sorry, I need to deal with something then. Gu Ning rejected once more. However, this time, Gu Ning truly had something important to deal with at the noon. She was going to teach those girls who had bullied Jiang Xinyue a lesson. Leng Xiaoting frowned tightly. He was disappointed, but wasn't willing to give up. How about this afternoon? Gu Ning didn't want to see Leng Xiaoting being so upset, so she felt reluctant to turn him down again. Sure. Having an affirmative answer, Leng Xiaoting's eyes lit up. What do you want to have? Seafood. Gu Ning knew Leng Xiaoting was allergic to seafood. Thus she deliberately said it. She understood that men were hunters, and you could never let them catch you easily. It was Leng Xiaoting who had warned her that she was too young to fall in love. Now he shot himself in the foot. Gu Ning was a normal girl with ordinary emotions. Sometimes she would test the man she liked too. No problem. Leng Xiaoting knew that Gu Ning did it on purpose, but he agreed. I'll pick you up at the end of the day. I don't think that's a good idea. If my classmates find out, they will gossip. You can tell me where you are then and I'll come to you, Gu Ning said. However, she wasn't actually worried about gossip at all. Instead, she planned to be late and let him wait for her. Oh, you're right, Leng Xiaoting said. Bye-bye, Gu Ning said to him before she ran into her school. Leng Xiaoting fixed his eyes on Gu Ning's back until she disappeared from his sight. Ning Ning. Halfway there, Chu Peihan called Gu Ning from behind. Gu Ning stopped and looked back and noticed Chu Peihan wearing a meaningful smile. It seemed that Chu Peihan had witnessed Leng Xiaoting and her being together. Indeed. Tell me, who is that man? Chu Peihan asked. A friend, Gu Ning answered. Oh, really? What kind of a friend is he? Chu Peihan laid her arm on Gu Ning's shoulder. She wouldn't let her go unless she told her the truth. A normal friend. Gu Ning couldn't help but roll her eyes. Ha! I don't believe it. Chu Peihan squinted. Believe it or not, Gu Ning said, like there was really nothing between Leng Xiaoting and her. Fine, I believe you. Since Gu Ning said they were only friends, then so be it. Chu Peihan only gossiped a little. It didn't mean that she deemed that they were a couple. A male and a female could be brother and sister or friends. They didn't have to be a couple after all. Moreover, Gu Ning and the man didn't seem very close. Ever since Gu Ning had found out that Situ Yi was the boss of the Qin gang, she believed Chu Xianfeng must be a member of the gang as well, and he seemed to be an important figure besides Situ Yi. He must be in a high position in the Qin gang. As for Chu Peihan, Gu Ning wasn't sure whether she was a member of the Qin gang too. Anyway, Gu Ning didn't care about that. She was willing to maintain a good relationship with the Qin gang. Since Chu Peihan didn't expose her real identity, she apparently didn't want others to know it. Thus Gu Ning also kept it a secret. "Oh, Ning Ning, which university is your aim?" Chu Peihan suddenly asked. "The Capital University. How about you?" Gu Ning asked. "I want to go to the same university as you. My older brother can help me arrange us into the same dormitory by then." Chu Peihan was excited. "That's a good idea. However, I need to tell you now. I will probably only be staying in school for 1 or 2 months. I'm going to start a business and I'll be super busy. It will be more convenient for me to live outside of the school," Gu Ning said. She didn't want to hide her ambition. "What? You're going to start a business?" Chu Peihan was amazed. She looked at Gu Ning with admiration. "Boss, you're truly my idol now. I don't have the ambition to run a business. I just want to live my life. Boss, if you're successful in the future, please don't forget me." Chu Peihan clasped Gu Ning's arm, like Gu Ning was going to abandon her. Well, they were just playing with each other. Chu Peihan's family was powerful enough. She actually didn't need Gu Ning's support. "Sure. I promise I'll take good care of you if I can be successful in the future. Then I'll marry you into a good family," Gu Ning teased. "I don't want to be married. I want to be single and free," Chu Peihan retorted. Gu Ning smiled. Different people had different thoughts. Chu Peihan was too young to think about that. When she was at a certain age or met her Mr. Right, she would probably change her mind. In City G, Zhou Zhenghong was ready to advertise in the morning. In addition to the outside wall of their store, the advertising space was the LED display on the facade of the downtown shopping mall and the wall on the other side of the mall. It seemed like only a little, but the advertisement was persuasive. On the LED display, it was played every 10 minutes. Jade, the essence of all things, enjoys the reputation of the crown of valuable stones. It has the good meanings of luck, wit, nobility, and fortune. Jade Beauty Jewelry will create high-end jade jewelry. The grand opening ceremony will be held on Saturday, December 12th. Each client can have a 10% discount. You can also make a reservation for the King's Green, the King of Jade. Address: XXXXX. The characters on the advertisement was strictly limited because it was charged by seconds. Gu Ning didn't mind though. People might ignore the beginning of the advertisement, but the King's Green attracted a lot of attention. There weren't many people who knew a lot about jade, but most of them had heard of the King's Green. The advertisement on the wall of the shopping mall was a 5-meter-long, 2-meter-wide poster. The top 3 English words were "The King's Green" with a large picture of it. It was very eye-catching and attractive. The King's Green was their most important selling point, but they also had many more beautiful jade jewelry pieces made of medium high-level and high-level jade. Each consumer could have a 10% discount on the day of the opening ceremony. A 10% discount wasn't small. If you paid 1 million yuan, you could have 100,000 yuan off, which was quite a lot when it came to jade. The advertisement for Jade Beauty Jewelry didn't have much effect on ordinary people and those who disliked jade, but it caused a sensation in the jewelry and jade industry. The main reason was the King's Green. The level-off jade used by Jade Beauty Jewelry was also astonishing. It was a high-end brand, mainly producing jewelry made of at least medium-high-level jade. There wasn't an abundant amount of jade in City G, so it was hard to find high-level jade. Jade Beauty Jewelry must be super rich and powerful to acquire so much high-level jade. Many jade experts and businessmen had an intense interest in the King's Green. They all wanted to be the first group of people to have a look at it. Many of them also planned to buy it for their collection. Although they had seen many kinds of jade and didn't lack it, most of their collection was common or medium-level jade. Let alone the King's Green, few people had seen it and fewer owned it. Even if you had enough money, you probably wouldn't have a chance to buy one. Jade Beauty Jewelry opened its official Weibo account, which was written on its advertisement post. Thus, many subscribed to follow the brand within a short time. Yesterday afternoon, Gu Ning called Master Fu, Master Yen and Master Bai separately, telling them that she had cut out the King's Green and was going to show it at the opening ceremony. All the jewelry was available for reservation on that day too. She would guide them to have a look first when she went to City G. Each master was thrilled to hear the news. They all urged Gu Ning to come to City G as soon as possible. Both Master Fu and Master Bai wanted to buy the King's Green, but Gu Ning declined. If they wanted it, they could make a reservation for it at the opening ceremony. Gu Ning was a businesswoman right now, and profit was her first priority. The two masters were businessmen as well. They understood Gu Ning's decision and didn't insist. At the same time, Master Bai and Master Fu planned to reserve a wide jade ring made of the King's Green. They did that because they cherished the King's Green and to help Gu Ning's business as well. Master Yen was more interested in antiques than jade, so he wasn't involved in the competition. He mainly wanted to have a look. However, Master Fu and Master Bai were both looking forward to Gu Ning's arrival. It was a torture for them to have to wait. Although Gu Ning had told them beforehand, Master Fu and Master Bai were excited to see the advertisement, because they were able to see the King's Green. Nevertheless, it was only a picture of it. They still had to wait for a while longer to see it in real life. Li Zhenyu also called Qin Yifan after he heard of the news. Qin Yifan was shocked. He intended to have a look at the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry as well. Gu Ning left her school at noon, but Gu Ning was always absent, so her friends complained that she wasn't a qualified boss. Gu Ning truly had something serious to deal with, and they couldn't stop her from doing it. Actually, Gu Ning also felt embarrassed. She had been so busy recently and didn't have much time to train them. The number 3 high school wasn't far away from the number 4 middle school. It only took Gu Ning 10 minutes to run there. Gu Ning climbed over a wall to get into the number 4 middle school directly. Their school uniforms were in the same color, but in different design, so no one would notice that Gu Ning was from another school unless they took a closer look. When Gu Ning arrived, she called Zhang Xinyue. Zhang Xinyue answered it, but didn't say a word. However, Gu Ning was able to hear the voices through the phone. Zhang Xinyue, I've warned you to stay away from Cheng Hang. How dare you ignore it? I didn't. It's he who came to apologize to me for what you did to me yesterday, Zhang Xinyue said. Apologize? Why? You deserved it. That was insane. Gu Ning was immediately aggravated. Very well. She had thought that it would waste her time to find them, but unexpectedly, they were right there. However, Gu Ning could only hear their voices. She had no idea of their location. Luckily, Gu Ning had acute hearing. She recognized the sounds around Zhang Xinyue through the phone. It was a sound created when trees swayed and the leaves rubbed against one another. It had to be a place where there were many trees. Gu Ning immediately thought of the woods. She had gone to the know. For middle school when she was younger, so she was familiar with it. There was a lane in the woods. Therefore, Gu Ning immediately ran to the lane. She ran very fast, even quicker than a professional athlete. Everyone on the way was shocked. However, when they finally got their mind back and wanted to record it with their phones, Gu Ning was already gone. Voices continued to sound from the other side of the phone. Since you won't listen to us, I need to teach you the lesson again. Hearing that, Gu Ning was nervous. She was afraid that Zhang Xinyue would be hurt. Indeed, she soon heard a loud slap sound followed by Zhang Xinyue's agonized scream. Gu Ning's anger was burning now. Damn it! She had planned to punish them lightly, but now it seemed like she had to make them regret what they had done to Zhang Xinyue. When Gu Ning finally got there, Zhang Xinyue had already been slapped twice. Gu Ning dashed forward at once. She kicked the 3 female students surrounding Zhang Xinyue several meters away with great force. Gu Ning didn't think that she should be kind at all. The 3 female students didn't even have a chance to react. One knocked into the tree and fell down onto the ground, then fainted. One's calf hit a stone and it was broken right away. She couldn't move, but was crying in severe pain. One's face smashed into the ground. Her jaw swelled. Her front teeth disappeared and blood continuously poured out of her mouth. She wasn't even able to cry. Zhang Xinyue was stunned by the scene before her eyes. There were students in 2s and 3s in the wood. They were all shocked by Gu Ning's strength. Although they felt sorry for what Zhang Xinyue had suffered, no one dared to help her. However, now seeing that people were hurt, someone immediately went to tell the teacher. Gu Ning noticed, but she didn't care. She couldn't run away right now, and couldn't leave Jiang Xinyue alone either. She would deal with the mess that she had caused. Sister. Jiang Xinyue's voice was trembling. They. Although Jiang Xinyue was greatly surprised by Gu Ning's power, she was frightened by the result. Jiang Xinyue had no sympathy for them, but was afraid that Gu Ning and her would get in trouble if those girls were severely injured. Relax. They'll be fine and so will we. Trust me. Gu Ning looked at Jiang Xinyue and comforted her gently. Jiang Xinyue believed Gu Ning. Since Gu Ning said that they would be fine, she believed they would be fine. Gu Ning had only kicked them once, and she was still annoyed, but they were already badly injured, so she didn't continue to beat them. Before long, a younger male and a female teacher arrived. Although they hadn't witnessed it themselves, a student had told them that a girl kicked 3 female students several meters away. One passed out. One's leg was broken and one's front teeth were missing, which was shocking. The 2 young teachers couldn't believe that a single girl was able to kick away a person at a time and cause such a great deal of damage, so they thought that it must be an exaggeration. However, when they saw the 3 female students' condition, they had to accept the truth. The female teacher went to the student who had fainted, calling in panic, "Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao." The student had no reaction. She immediately called an ambulance, while the male teacher asked, "Who did this?" "It was me," Gu Ning admitted with alacrity. She didn't seem afraid at all. The male teacher's sight fell on Gu Ning. He recognized that Gu Ning wasn't a student here, but was from the number 3 high school. He was irritated, questioning, "You're a student from the number 3 high school. Why did you come here and beat our students?" Gu Ning met his angry look, showing no fear at all. "Because they slapped another student first." The male teacher frowned a little. "Who did they slap?" "My cousin," Gu Ning answered, pointing to Jiang Xinyue. The male teacher looked to Jiang Xinyue, and the latter moved in fear. Her half-swollen face was still bare in the air. However, there were only 2 overlapped palm marks on Jiang Xinyue's face, while the 3 female students were lying severely injured on the ground. Thus, the male teacher tended to protect Xia Jiao Jiao and the other 2 girls. "I think she looks fine, but you've beaten them heavily. It's too much." "What? She looks fine after having been slapped twice." Gu Ning sounded threatening. Her cold look was like a sharp, icy knife aiming at the male teacher, who immediately felt frozen. Gu Ning then pointed at the 3 girls arguing in anger. "These girls, especially the one named Xia Jiao Jiao, slapped my cousin just because a boy who she likes wrote a letter to my cousin. How could she do that? Who gave her the right to do that? The point is, my cousin didn't take the letter. This morning, the boy came to apologize to my cousin for what she had been through. And then, these girls slapped my cousin once more. Why can they slap my cousin, and I can't fight back for my cousin? Do you think I can stand here watching my cousin being slapped and stay quiet? If you were me, would you be quiet?" Gu Ning was aggressive with her words, and the male teacher felt overwhelmed. This girl was so strong and powerful. "I've already called the police, and you can't get away with it." The female teacher wouldn't let Gu Ning go, although she also felt the pressure from her. Xia Jiao Jiao and the 2 female students shouldn't have slapped Jiang Xinyue, but Gu Ning also had to take responsibility for what she had done. Actually, Gu Ning just needed to pay the administration fee if they could make her do it. But the female teacher, of course, intended to let Gu Ning pay more than just money. Jiang Xinyue, instead, was scared that the teacher had called the police. Gu Ning held her hand, giving her power, and comforted her. "I know that I should take responsibility for what I've done, but what they have done to my cousin is intentional injury, which is more serious," Gu Ning said in a meaningful way. She wasn't worried at all. "So, what can you do?" The female teacher apparently didn't believe that Gu Ning had the ability to stand against her. Because she knew Jiang Xinyue's background, she didn't think that Gu Ning could bear the result. From the female teacher's attitude, Gu Ning sensed that there must be at least one girl among the 3 who was from a powerful or rich family. But so what? Gu Ning wasn't weak either. If they wanted to use their network to gain an advantage, Gu Ning would do the same. Interesting. Then let's see. Gu Ning didn't care at all. Instead, she sounded provocative. In the female teacher's eyes, Gu Ning's confidence amounted to naiveness. However, the male teacher didn't know Jiang Xinyue's background. Seeing Gu Ning being so calm and confident, he assumed that she must be powerful. Nevertheless, no matter what, he didn't want to be involved further. Within 2 minutes, there were a lot of people gather around, including several teachers. Everyone was shocked by the fact that Gu Ning had kicked Xia Jiaojiao and the other 2 girls several meters away, but few of them criticized Gu Ning. Just as Gu Ning had explained, although she had to take responsibility for what she had done, Xia Jiaojiao's behavior was an intentional injury. A few minutes later, the principal arrived as well. The principal was named Du Haiping and was a snobbish and selfish man. Xia Jiaojiao's father was the leader of the Administrative Examination and Approval Section of the Education Bureau, Xia Mingshan. It would be of great help if he could maintain a good relationship with Xia Jiaojiao's father. If not, his career would end soon. Du Haiping didn't have powerful support after all, so he had to please the rich and the authorities. That being the case, he obviously completely stood for Xia Jiaojiao. Once he found out that Gu Ning was the one who had beaten Xia Jiajiao and the other 2 girls, he immediately swore at her without asking the reason. However, seconds later Gu Ning stopped him. Enough! Gu Ning was so aggressive that Du Haiping was struck dumb. He rounded his eyes, focusing on Gu Ning, but didn't know what to do next. All the other people were surprised that Gu Ning dared to yell at the principal. Even the female teacher was slightly regretful, but she still refused to believe that Gu Ning had support. Seemed like today would be a long day. As the principal, you snapped and blamed me without even asking why. You're a shame to teachers. Gu Ning was being very serious, but not because she was arrogant. It was the principal who didn't have any moral standards after all. After a long while, Du Haiping finally realized that he had been educated and humiliated by a teenager. He was annoyed with shame. How dare you talk to me like that? Wasn't it you who injured those girls? So what? They have slapped my cousin twice on purpose. They deserve it, Gu Ning said coldly. Du Haiping was mad. Your cousin seems fine. Why did you have to do that? Don't treat others the way you don't want to be treated. I think that I've already been kind, Gu Ning sneered. Gee, how naive you are. You could be arrested, Du Haiping threatened. I don't care. I won't be the only one who will be arrested. Gu Ning shrugged, glancing at Xia Jiajiao and the other 2 girls. Don't forget there is one thing called power in this world, other than equality. Du Haiping said with disdain. He was laughing at Gu Ning's innocence. Of course, other than equality, there is one thing called power in this world, Gu Ning replied in a meaning way. So, never annoy someone you don't know. Seeing Gu Ning being so confident, Du Haiping got anxious. Is this girl from a powerful family? Right at that time, they heard police sirens in the distance. The police came within 10 minutes. Although the police station wasn't far away, it wasn't near either. Because the female teacher specifically reminded the police that it was the daughter of Xia Mingshan, the leader of the Administrative Examination and Approval Section of the Education Bureau, who had fainted after being kicked. The police didn't dare to waste time. The hospital was a little farther away than the police station, so the ambulance hadn't arrived yet. A police car stopped beside the crowd. 3 policemen got out, walking inside. The female teacher immediately walked ahead, talking to the policeman. It's so nice to meet you. It's her who has injured 3 students. Take her away, a policeman ordered. The other 2 policemen stepped to Gu Ning at once, and one of them had handcuffs. They didn't bother to ask the reason. It was obvious that they had been bought by money. Wait, Gu Ning stopped them. The 2 policemen stopped, looking at her with disdain. One of them asked, What? Are you going to resist? No. But aren't you supposed to figure out what has happened before you arrest me? Gu Ning asked seriously. Hearing that, the 2 policemen lost their patience. They didn't think that it was necessary. However, in front of the public, they couldn't say it out aloud, so they asked a perfunctory question. Fine, then let me ask you. Did you hit them? Yes, Gu Ning answered. Then I don't think there is anything wrong if we arrest you, the policeman said. Nevertheless, they also slapped my cousin. You should arrest them all as well. Gu Ning retorted, pointing at Xiaopagio and the other two girls. You need to go to the police station to write down the arrest record now. They are injured and have to go to the hospital right away. We'll have another policeman talk to them in the hospital, the policeman said. The policeman put it so well, but only to deceive the crowd. He wouldn't do the same thing behind everyone's back. Gu Ning understood that. She only argued because she didn't want to be regarded as a criminal. Sure, but it's only a civil dispute. I'm not a criminal. You don't have a right to handcuff me. Gu Ning also understood that it was a trap to go to the police station, but she wasn't afraid of it. Fine, let's go. The policeman agreed. Gu Ning didn't move right away, but looked at Du Haiping. She threatened, Principal Du, if my cousin is hurt when I'm not here, you will be replaced for sure. Her cold voice was quiet, persuasive. Du Haiping had to believe that Gu Ning had the ability to replace him. She couldn't let Jiang Xinyue go to the police station with her. No matter if Jiang Xinyue was guilty or not, her reputation would be affected, but Gu Ning didn't care. Please. Jiang Xinyue clasped Gu Ning. She wouldn't let her leave. Relax, I'll be fine. Don't tell our families. Gu Ning stared at Jiang Xinyue with determination. Jiang Xinyue felt comforted for no reason. Then, Gu Ning left with the two policemen. Just as they got in the car, the ambulance arrived. In the car, Gu Ning took out her phone to make a call. A policeman immediately reached out his hand to grab it. You're a suspect now. Your phone has to be confiscated. Gu Ning raised her hand to seize his hand tightly. The policeman couldn't move all of a sudden. A grown-up man failed to deal with a teenage girl. The policeman was irritated with shame. He threatened, Let me go, or I'll arrest you for attacking the police. Attack the police? Do you think I'll be afraid of that? Stay away. You can't afford the result. Gu Ning warned coldly. You? The policeman was mad, but he knew he couldn't defeat the girl. However, he was also surprised by her confidence. The female teacher had already told them that the girl was from an ordinary family. That was the reason why they were so rude. So he said in a sarcastic way, How dare you beat the daughter of Xia Mingshan? Do you know who her father is? He is the leader of the Administrative Examination and Approval Section of the Education Bureau. You're doomed. So what? They forced me to do so, Gu Ning said calmly. How naive you are. Do you think you will be safe once you walk into the police station? Another policeman asked in an arrogant way. It's not up to you. In City F, a leader of the Administrative Examination and Approval Section of the Education Bureau is nothing, Gu Ning replied with confidence. It seemed like she was more powerful than Xia Mingshan. Nevertheless, it's more than enough to deal with a poor girl like you, the policeman said with disdain, even though Gu Ning was so confident. He still believed that she was merely a poor girl. The two other policemen had a different opinion. A poor girl wouldn't dare to ignore the influence of Xia Mingshan and attack the police. Was this girl not as ordinary as the female teacher told them? How can you be so sure that I'm a poor ordinary girl? Have you done the investigation yourself? Gu Ning teased. She didn't understand why these people were so certain she was weak. In the past, she was indeed a poor ordinary girl, but now, let alone her either rich or powerful friends, she as the chairman of Shanghua Real Estate was influential enough to protect herself. Of course, she had no intention to use her identity as the chairman of Shanghua Real Estate. There was no need to do so. Hearing that, those policemen were anxious. Isn't she a poor ordinary girl? Aren't you a poor ordinary girl? One policeman asked unconsciously. We'll find out later, Gu Ning said. All of a sudden, the three policemen felt uneasy, but they still had to do what they should do. Gu Ning picked up her phone calling someone. This time, none of the policemen dared to say a word. Seeing that the caller was Gu Ning, Lung Xiaoting immediately answered with amazement. However, when he heard what Gu Ning had been through, he was upset and annoyed. Gu Ning asked, Didn't you tell me you can help me? I beat someone at the number 4 middle school, and I was arrested by a nearby police station. Can you get me out? If you can't, I'll call. Before Gu Ning could finish, she was interrupted by Lung shouting, I can wait a second. I'll come to you. Great. I'll wait for you, Guning answered before she hung up. I'll wait for you. Lung shouting felt like his heart was touched heavily. He immediately walked out and forgot that he was wearing a pair of slippers. Once he was outside, he called someone. He didn't realize he was in a pair of slippers until he got into the car, but there was no time to change, so he directly drove to the police station at a high speed. The policeman looked at Guning with mixed emotions. Is this girl really influential? Several minutes later, they arrived at the police station. Guning was guided into a trial room, but no one walked in to question her. Outside, the three policemen were discussing in a low voice. What should we do now? I think we should wait. What if she really called someone who is more powerful than Xia Mingshan? I agree. Although Xia Mingshan is man of some power, he is indeed not an official in City F. At that time, a middle-aged policeman walked over. Noticing that the three young policemen were standing outside talking, his face changed. What are you doing out here? Go and question the criminal right now. Don't let her go, for Leader Xia's sake. Leader Wang, this girl seems influential. She just called someone to bring her out of here. We want to wait until the person arrives. We can make the decision according to the person's identity, one policeman answered. The middle-aged policeman hesitated for a second, then asked, Didn't the female teacher tell us that she is merely a poor ordinary girl? Nevertheless, she despised Leader Xia, and she is so confident and aggressive. I don't think that a real poor ordinary girl would do that, another policeman replied. You're right. Then let's wait for a while, Leader Wang ordered. He wanted to please Xia Mingshan, but he also didn't want to annoy someone that he shouldn't annoy. He could lose his job for that. At that time, the phone in the police station rang. After a few seconds, a policewoman came to them and told Leader Wang to answer the call. It was from the director of the Public Security Bureau, Liang Yobua. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. The director of the Public Security Bureau? Was it because of the female student that they just arrested? They felt that they were in trouble now. Leader Wang immediately ran to answer the call. Hi, Director Liang. I'm Wang Rinkong, the vice leader of the police station in Baoshan area. What may I do to help? The minute Wang Rinkong finished, a male voice sounded with slight anxiety. Did you just arrest a female student named Gu Ning in the number 4 middle school? Hearing that, Wang Rinkong knew that something must be wrong. Although he didn't know whether the girl was Gu Ning, he was certain that it must be her, because she was the only one that they had just arrested in the number 4 middle school. Wang Rinkong truly didn't expect that the female student was so influential that the director called for her in person. Wang Rinkong wiped the sweat from his forehead. His voice was trembling a little. Yes, Director. No matter why you arrested her, let her go right now. Be polite. Do you understand? Liang Yobua ordered directly. Sure. Wang Rinkong answered. He felt lucky that he hadn't annoyed Guning just because of Xia Mingshan. Compared with Director Liang's order, their relationship was nothing. After he hung up, Wang Rinkong walked back to the trial room in a hurry. The three young policemen looked at him asking carefully, Leader Wang, how is it? The director ordered that we should let her go right now, no matter why we arrested her. Be polite, Wang Rinkong replied. Hearing that, they couldn't help but take a long breath in. Although the three young policemen felt lucky that they hadn't treated Guning violently in the car, they were worried about the words that they had said to Guning. Wang Rinkong wasn't in the mood to care about them now. He went to the trial room in person to please Guning. In the trial room, Guning sat there feeling bored. She heard everything they were talking about outside. She had to admit that Leng Xiaoting was very influential if even the director of the Public Security Bureau had to do him a favor. As it showed, Leng Xiaoting wasn't simple at all. The minute Wang Rinkong stepped inside, he put on a pleasing smile. Miss Gu, nice to meet you. I'm the vice leader of this police station, Wang Rinkong. I'm so sorry for what you've been through. You may leave right now, and please allow me to send you back to school. Wang Rinkong was being very polite, so Guning treated him kindly too. It's fine. I don't need you to send me to school. I don't feel aggrieved either, but I want it to end in the correct way, not just because of the power. Then, Guning gave Wang Rinkong a piece of paper. Wang Renkong immediately took it. Gu Ning added, "Although you didn't question me, I've already written down everything. You can go check it. I know I shouldn't have beaten them, but I only did it to protect my cousin." Wang Renkong read through it. He knew that Gu Ning was telling the truth. From the perspective of the law, Gu Ning only needed to pay the administration fee, but the director had ordered to let her go. Wang Renkong didn't dare to let Gu Ning pay the fee. At the same time, Wang Renkong was also astonished that Gu Ning was able to kick a person several meters away. "This girl is so amazing. I don't want anyone to bully my cousin from now on, especially Xia Jiaojiao. Please call their principal and let him be aware of that. As far as I'm concerned, the principal tends to protect Xia Jiaojiao." Wang Renkong of course understood Gu Ning's aim. Du Haiping, the principal of the No. For middle school, protected Xia Jiaojiao for the sake of Xia Mingshan. As for Du Haiping's behavior, Wang Renkong actually could understand it. He would do the same thing when facing power. They would always stand with the more powerful one. Like what was happening now. Gu Ning was the more influential one, and they naturally tended to please Gu Ning. "No problem. I'll call him later," Wang Renkong answered. He was going to threaten the principal, in fact. "Oh, as for Xia Mingshan, I hope he can spend more time on educating his child. Students should focus more on studying. Do not hurt others out of impulse. If it happens again, it won't end as easily as it did today," Gu Ning said. "Sure," Wang Renkong answered. Gu Ning then left, followed by Wang Renkong. She saw the 3 young policemen who had brought her to this police station the minute she walked out of the trial room. They appeared panicked. "I told you that it's not up to you whether I will be safe. You better obey the rules and the laws the next time. If it happens again, you can't bear the result," Gu Ning said to them before she walked away. She wasn't threatening them, but just reminded them. If they continued to do what they did, they would be in trouble soon. Those policemen felt ashamed and learned their lesson. They were also grateful that Gu Ning didn't punish them. "Miss Gu, it is 2:10 p.m. now. I suppose you need to attend your classes. Please allow me to send you to your school," Wang Renkong asked in an extremely polite way. "No thanks. Someone will pick me up," Gu Ning replied coldly. Walking straight out of the police station, a black Land Rover stopped right at the roadside. Leng Xiaoting got out of the driver's seat. Seeing that Gu Ning was safe, he was relieved. Even though he knew that she would be fine, he felt worried. Gu Ning walked to him, and Leng Xiaoting immediately opened the door of the passenger seat for her. At that time, Gu Ning noticed that the man was wearing a pair of slippers. She was quite surprised. Leng Xiaoting flushed a little, explaining, "I was in a hurry. Ha ha." Gu Ning couldn't help laughing out loud, but she was touched. He had forgotten to change his shoes. He must have been super worried. Leng Xiaoting felt embarrassed and immediately changed the topic. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Let's go now." Gu Ning got in the car. Leng Xiaoting closed the door, going back to his driver's seat, and left. Wang Renkong watched the car disappear from his sight and finally relaxed. After that, he called Xia Mingshan and Du Haiping without delay and told them what Gu Ning had told him. Both Xia Mingshan and Du Haiping felt frightened. No one dared to say another word. As for the hospital administration fee, Xia Mingshan would pay it himself. After all, Feng Xiaoyu and Zhang Yanlin were hurt because of Xia Jiaojiao. Gu Ning told Leng Xiaoting to take her back to school. Then she called Jiang Xinyue. Luckily, Jiang Xinyue was fine too. Gu Ning hung up, turning to Leng Xiaoting. "Thanks for what you did." "My pleasure," Leng Xiaoting said. "Let's have steak this afternoon. I don't feel like eating seafood anymore." Since Leng Xiaoting had helped her, she decided to treat him better. Sure, a smart man like Leng Xiaoting, he obviously understood why Gu Ning suddenly changed her mind. He was happy in his heart. On the way, the two didn't talk much. They were in a hurry, so Leng Xiaoting drove fast, but steadily. It normally took 20 minutes, but they arrived after 15 minutes. Gu Ning stepped out of the car, saying goodbye to Leng Xiaoting before she ran into her school. Fortunately, she got back to her classroom on time. During the break, Gu Ning called Gu Man and told her that she was going to dine with her friends this afternoon, and wouldn't be eating at home. When the afternoon classes were finally over, Gu Ning took a taxi to a Western restaurant where Leng Xiaoting had a reservation. She didn't want to cause any rumors, so she didn't allow Leng Xiaoting to pick her up. The appointed time was at 6:30 p.m. Gu Ning left her school at 5:50 p.m., and it took at least 30 minutes to get to the downtown by taxi. It was the rush hour now, and she had to spend more time on the road. Meanwhile, Leng Xiaoting arrived much earlier at 5:30 p.m. When it was almost 6 p.m., Gu Ning received a message from Leng Xiaoting. They would dine together in the number 520 private room. Gu Ning understood why he came so early, but she thought that the number of the private room was funny. Couldn't be a coincidence. He must have arranged it on purpose. Gu Ning was surprised that Leng Xiaoting was so romantic. The man was indeed trying his best to win her heart. Gu Ning was lucky to get in a taxi the minute she walked out, and the traffic wasn't heavy along the way. Thus she arrived at the restaurant at 6:40 p.m. When a waiter came to welcome Gu Ning, he looked astonished to hear that Gu Ning had an appointment in the number 520 private room. Leng Xiaoting had caused a sensation when he had arrived. His muscular body, long legs, and the extraordinarily handsome face were even more charming than a male idol or stars. He had reserved the number 520 private room and made some arrangements. It was obvious that he was going to dine with his girlfriend. They all believed that his girlfriend had to be super stunning and sexy, but unexpectedly, a young teenage girl came later. The teenage girl was beautiful but was too young. They didn't seem like a couple at all. The waiter guided Gu Ning to the number 520 private room before he left. Gu Ning went to knock on the door herself. However, just as she raised her hand, the door opened. Leng Xiaoting heard Gu Ning's voice, so he went to open the door for her. His eyes met hers and neither of them knew what to say. At that moment, they only had each other in their eyes. Meanwhile, Gu Ning thought that she fell in love. No matter if it was because of his exterior or interior, Leng Xiaoting touched her heart. Even though she wasn't familiar with him, she only knew his name and that he was a military officer and nothing else. They hadn't even talked much. Somehow, she trusted him and felt safe being with him. Leng Xiaoting actually fell in love with the feelings he had when he was with her. He couldn't help missing her, caring about her, and even having her. It was hard to explain why you fell in love with a particular person, but that was exactly when you found yourself in deep and unconditional love with them. Come on in. Leng Xiaoting got his mind back first. He stepped aside to let Gu Ning in. Hearing Leng Xiaoting's voice, Gu Ning finally realized that she was still standing at the door. She felt a little embarrassed, but calmed down immediately, walking inside. There was only a bottle of wine with 2 glasses and a menu on the table. Leng Xiaoting pulled the chair out for Gu Ning. After she was seated, he went back to his seat, handing the menu to Gu Ning. Ladies first. Leng Xiaoting suddenly behaved like a gentleman, and Gu Ning was still not used to it yet. She took the menu, reading it. Leng Xiaoting rang the service bell at the same time. Before long, a waiter came inside. Gu Ning ordered a medium-well fillet steak with black pepper sauce. Leng Xiaoting did the same. Then Gu Ning ordered a fruit pizza and fruit salad. When the waiter was gone, Leng Xiaoting hesitated a little. It seemed like he planned to do something, but didn't know whether it was a good time. What's wrong? Gu Ning asked. She thought Leng Xiaoting must have something else to deal with and had to leave earlier. I want to give you something. If you don't like it, please don't be mad, Leng Xiaoting said with caution. Oh, Gu Ning didn't expect that Leng Xiaoting hesitated just because he didn't want to upset her. She was quite surprised, but felt that it was interesting too. She wasn't a child who would get mad easily just because she received a gift she didn't like. Gu Ning was curious what kind of gift Leng Xiaoting was going to give her. Sure, I won't be mad, Gu Ning replied. Leng Xiaoting was relieved. He stood up, walking to the back, and brought it out. However, when Gu Ning saw Leng Xiaoting stepping back to her with dozens of red roses in his hands, she had mixed emotions. In her last incarnation, Qi Ziyue had always sent her roses with sweet nothings when he had chased her. It was all fake, and she only felt that it disgusting and sarcastic. Gu Ning had hidden her hatred towards Qi Ziyue well nowadays, so she remained calm. and it would be unfair to Lung Shouting if she thought of Chiziyue now. Thus she forgot it right away. Lung Shouting walked to Guning. He flushed a little and was very nervous, but said to Guning with sincerity, "I heard that girls like roses, but I suppose not every girl like roses. Do you like it?" "Of course," Guning answered. She grabbed the roses away from Lung Shouting. Actually, most girls liked roses, especially when they were from a man that she liked. Lung Shouting was cheered up to see Guning being delighted. However, the next second, Lung Shouting was anxious again. I bought 2 movie tickets. Can you go to watch the movie with me?" Guning was struck dumb for a second. Movie tickets? She was more than surprised now. It seemed that Lung Shouting had indeed done his homework. "Sure," Guning agreed. Now Lung Shouting was finally relaxed. His face was alight with excitement. It wasn't a common thing to see pleasure on Lung Shouting's face. But now he was like a boy before the girl that he liked. The fruit salad, steak and pizza were soon on the table. Lung Shouting opened the bottle, pouring a glass of wine for Guning and himself. Although they didn't talk much, they dined together in harmony. After the meal, the two went to a movie theater. Guning and Lung Shouting attracted a lot of attention, but people had different opinions towards them. As for Lung Shouting, everyone was stunned and almost screamed as if they had met a superstar. But most of them were jealous of Guning. Although she was pretty, she was too young and seemed like a student. She didn't match Lung Shouting at all. Some only thought so to themselves, but some said it aloud. Some were even gossiping about whether Lung Shouting and Guning were brother and sister. Guning was upset to hear that. Am I that terrible? Lung Shouting liked Guning very much, and he wouldn't allow others to judge her. He also felt that Guning was unhappy, so he glanced at the people around them with a cold look. No one dared to say another word again. The man was handsome but wasn't easygoing. Lung Shouting's behavior touched Guning. She stopped feeling sad then. Lung Shouting went to buy 2 bottles of water and a tub of popcorn before they went in. Lung Shouting had booked 2 seats at the last row. Although the movie was the most popular one these days, it was about to stop playing in theaters soon. Thus there weren't many viewers in the screening room. Therefore, only Guning and Lung Shouting were sitting in the last row. It was a domestic comedy which was thought-provoking too. It wasn't one of those funny but vulgar films. Guning was absorbed by this movie. She learned a lot from it while laughing. Lung Shouting wasn't actually interested in movies. He paid more attention to Guning. Seeing that she was enjoying it so much, he felt satisfied as well. 1.5 hours later, the movie was over. Guning and Lung Shouting didn't leave until the rest of the viewers were all gone. It was almost 10 p.m. when they left the theater, so they went back to Fenghua Luxury Mansion. On the way, both Guning and Lung Shouting stayed quiet. It was a little embarrassing though. Lung Shouting wanted to say something, but he was lost for words. He had searched many sweet nothings on the internet, but he couldn't say it aloud because he thought they weren't sincere. But he wasn't a man who was good at talking, however. If he didn't say anything, it would be very awkward. Guning somehow didn't know what to say. Normally, she was talkative, but she suddenly felt shy being with Lung Shouting. Well? After a while, the two opened their mouths together, but shut it at the same time too. After you. They did it the same time again. After you, please. Lung Shouting said it before Guning this time. Don't you want me to be your girlfriend? Why don't you say something? I am feeling bored, Guning said with dislike. But she actually liked being with him. She understood that Lung Shouting wasn't chatty. If she really disliked that, she wouldn't have fallen in love with him. If she didn't like a man, she wouldn't even give him a chance to chase her. Like Qin Yifan, she had turned him down directly. Guning also knew that she shouldn't trust Lung Shouting so completely. But sometimes, she didn't need to know everything about him. Feelings mattered most. And if Lung Shouting dared to deceive her, she would ruin him without hesitation. She didn't lose confidence in men just because she had been deceived and used by a man in her previous incarnation. But it wasn't a good memory after all. She would be more cautious and never allow such a thing to happen again. Lung Shouting stiffened a little. He got nervous all of a sudden. Keep learning. Please give me more time. Seeing Lung Shouting being so anxious, Gu Ning felt sorry for him. Jesus. She must be in love with the man deeply now that just a look from him could touch her. But Gu Ning didn't want to give in right away. She added airily, "Don't worry. All I have is time. I'm only 18 now. I'm too young to fall in love and I should spend more time on studying." Gu Ning deliberately said the same thing that Leng Xiaoting had said. The man greatly regretted what he had said. Well, Leng Xiaoting wanted to explain it but didn't know how. He had to face the fact that Gu Ning was indeed too young right now, and he didn't want to affect her studying. However, if he didn't deny it, he wouldn't get closer to Gu Ning. Leng Xiaoting was upset. Gu Ning sensed his changing emotions. Although she had no idea what exactly was on his mind, she understood why he looked concerned all of a sudden. Seeing Leng Xiaoting being upset, Gu Ning didn't feel the pleasure of a successful revenge. Instead, she felt upset too, but she just couldn't help annoying him. Gu Ning started to think that she was becoming self-abusive. Of course, Gu Ning wasn't willing to see Leng Xiaoting being upset for a long time, so she continued to ask, "What?" "Nothing." Leng Xiaoting gave it up at the end, although he truly wanted to explain it. "Really? If you don't want to say it, then fine. I think you're just joking when you say you want to chase me." Gu Ning was a little mad. No, Leng Xiaoting immediately argued. "I just..." "What?" Gu Ning almost lost her patience. "I just don't want to affect your studying," Leng Xiaoting finally said. "Impossible. I'm number 1 in our grade with nearly full scores," Gu Ning said, but then she realized she shouldn't have said it so quickly. It seemed as if she couldn't wait to be together with Leng Xiaoting. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was slightly amazed. He didn't expect that Gu Ning was so excellent at studying. If she could continue to be the number 1 in her grade, she could easily pass the National College Entrance Exam. She could also be the number 1 in this country too. In that case, all the prestigious universities would compete to be her preference. Gu Ning's aim was the capital university, but that wasn't the point. Since Gu Ning said that she was good at studying, she was available to date then. After that, Leng Xiaoting got excited. "Do you mean we can..." Gu Ning knew what he was going to say, so she stopped him before he could finish. "I didn't say that. If you want to date with me, you need to make an effort." Gu Ning admitted that she was being a little too proud now, but if Leng Xiaoting didn't have the time or patience to chase her, she wouldn't feel satisfied being his girlfriend. She wouldn't agree to be his girlfriend out of passion. She wanted to spend more time on getting along with him. Leng Xiaoting was slightly disappointed that Gu Ning didn't give him an affirmative answer, but she didn't rejected him either, which meant he still had a chance. Leng Xiaoting made up his mind to keep trying. "I'll keep trying," Leng Xiaoting said with sincerity. Before long, they arrived at Building G in Fenghua Luxury Mansion. Gu Ning got out of the car, walking inside. Leng Xiaoting watched Gu Ning leaving until she disappeared from his sight. The minute Gu Ning stepped in the elevator, she received a message from Leng Xiaoting, "Have a good rest." "Good night." Gu Ning couldn't help smiling with happiness. "Good night." At that time, Leng Xiaoting had just locked his car door and was walking to an elevator. He immediately checked his phone when he received the message back from Gu Ning. There was a faint smile on his lips. If Su Jinchen and others saw that, they would be greatly surprised. They would even doubt that the sun rose from the west, because they had known Leng Xiaoting from at least 5 years to over 10 years, but they had never seen him being so happy. He always wore a cold face and seemed aloof. Leng Xiaoting's personality had a lot to do with his family, so those who knew his background only had sympathy for him. Therefore, each one of the red flames supported Leng Xiaoting. When Gu Ning got home, Gu Qing's family was there too, but they looked worried. Jiang Xinyue was sitting on the sofa with her head lowered, remaining quiet. Gu Ning immediately understood what was going on. Gu Ning hadn't helped Jiang Xinyue remove her injury to keep it as proof. Now her family had found out about it. Jiang Xinyue had probably already told them everything. Gu Ning opened her mouth and was ready to tell them the truth in person, but Gu Qing interrupted her. "Ning, I know you're a good child who is able to make decisions on your own. Can you help me with something?" Gu Ning stood up from the sofa looking at Gu Ning for help. Gu Ning was struck dumb. "What? Sure. Please tell me what happened?" Gu Ning curbed her confusion for now. Xinyue was slapped by some of her schoolmates today, but she refused to tell us the reason. We then called her head teacher. Her teacher told us that the girl who slapped Xinyue is the daughter of Xia Mingshan. Another student who had helped Xinyue was taken into the police station afterwards. I seriously don't know how to deal with it. Can you give me some advice? Gu Qing's voice was trembling. Gu Qing had almost fainted when she had heard that. Her heart ached that Jiang Xinyue had been slapped. She also felt sorry for the student who had helped Jiang Xinyue and had been taken away by the policeman. She was afraid of Xia Mingshan too. All in all, both Gu Qing and Gu Man were very anxious throughout the day, but they didn't have the ability nor wisdom to handle it, so they could only wait until Gu Ning got home. Jiang Xinyue's head teacher wasn't clear about the details and the result. Thus he didn't tell Gu Qing that Gu Ning was the student who had helped Jiang Xinyue, and that Gu Ning had soon been released. Gu Ning was shocked that Jiang Xinyue had kept her mouth closed. Indeed, because Gu Ning had told her not to tell their families, Jiang Xinyue hadn't said anything about Gu Ning's involvement. If their families found out that Gu Ning had been involved in it, they would have been more worried. In fact, right now they were truly more concerned about the student who had helped Jiang Xinyue and had been taken away by the policeman. It was because of Jiang Xinyue that she had been caught. They all felt guilty. Gu Ning was happy to know that Jiang Xinyue was able to keep her promise. It proved that Jiang Xinyue was someone that she could trust. Don't worry. If you can't handle it, I understand, Gu Qing added. She didn't want to burden Gu Ning. Gu Ning had helped them a lot already. If they had been able to deal with it themselves, they wouldn't have bothered Gu Ning. Gu Ning sighed secretly. She knew that she couldn't hide it any longer, so she told them the truth. Aunt, uncle, please relax. The problem has already been solved by me. Everyone was shocked to know that Gu Ning was the student who had helped Jiang Xinyue and had been arrested by the policeman. What? The female student is you? Gu Qing couldn't believe it. Ning, how can you be so bold? Are you all right? Gu Man dashed to Gu Ning. She checked Gu Ning's body to see if she was injured or not. Mom, I'm fine. I've been practicing kung fu recently. Several men can't even beat me down. Although I did beat those students, it was their fault. I don't need to take much responsibility for it. I have a friend who is a military officer. He called someone in the Public Security Bureau, and those policemen let me go right away. And you don't need to worry about that leader Xia. He is nothing compared to my friend. Gu Ning comforted them. Gu Man and others were fully confused by her complicated explanation. But since Gu Ning said they would be fine, they believed it. As for her friend who was a military officer, Gu Man and others were very curious about how they met each other. They cared about Gu Ning's safety after all. However, they didn't ask the question in the end. Instead, they chose to believe that Gu Ning could handle her life. After a short silence, Gu Man suddenly said to Gu Ning, Ning, we've read the VIP's material in our beauty salon today. Your eldest aunt is a VIP in Kame too. Hearing that, Gu Ning was a little surprised. It's no big deal. We just continue to do what we should do, Gu Ning said. She didn't think that they needed to hide or anything. Gu Man and Gu Qing wouldn't stay in the beauty salon all day, so it wasn't highly likely that they would meet. Even if they met, it wasn't a bad thing to let Lin Lijuan know that they were the bosses now. The next day was a rainy day. Gu Ning couldn't run to her school, so she didn't leave her home that early. Around 6 a.m., Gu Ning walked out with an umbrella. Leng Xiaoting was already waiting for her outside of Zone G. He knew that Gu Ning was accustomed to running to her school, but she couldn't do it on a rainy day, so he went to drive her to school. The minute Gu Ning got outside, she noticed a familiar car stopped at the roadside. Leng Xiaoting was standing beside it holding an umbrella. Gu Ning was touched. Leng Xiaoting immediately opened the car door for Gu Ning. It's a rainy day. Let me take you to school. Gu Ning didn't hesitate, but walked straight over to get in the car. After they were both in the car, Leng Xiaoting didn't drive ahead right away, but took out a lunchbox handing it to Gu Ning. I made the breakfast myself. Would you mind having a try? Gu Ning was amazed that the man had prepared breakfast for her in person. She almost cried at that moment. Although Leng Xiaoting wasn't talkative, and didn't like to say sweet nothings. He treated her so well with his actions. You made it yourself? How considerate you are, Guning said. She took the lunchbox. Thanks. Leng Xiaoting blushed a little. My pleasure, Leng Xiaoting answered. He didn't want her to say thanks to him too often. He wanted to be closer to her. After that, Leng Xiaoting gave Guning a bottle of milk. Guning took it but didn't say thanks this time. Guning put the milk away, opening the lunchbox. It had 2 layers. There were 2 blocks on the first layer. One was full of fruits and a fried egg in the shape of a heart. Guning looked to Leng Xiaoting with astonishment. That was so sweet. Although Leng Xiaoting pretended to focus on driving, he still sensed the look from Guning. However, he was too shy to look her in the eyes now. Guning moved her sight back to the lunchbox then. She opened the second layer. There was oatmeal inside with chopped scallions sprayed on the top in the shape of a heart too. Although it was an ordinary breakfast, Guning was deeply touched. Leng Xiaoting drove steadily. And Guning was eating, so he didn't drive fast for her sake. Guning had a comfortable breakfast in the car. She finished it before arriving at the school. The minute the morning class was over, everyone was playing on their phone. Some were playing online games and some were chatting on WeChat while some were viewing the forum. Right at that moment, the latest news post caused a sensation. Its title was Hot News. A poor girl, Guning, got out of her sugar daddy's luxury car. Picture attached. What? Impossible. In the 4th classroom, a male student yelled out in surprise. The rest of the classmates in the classroom all got a fright. Someone said, Chun Bin, what the hell are you doing? Big news. Someone posted a post saying that Guning has a sugar daddy. Chun Bin replied, What? Hearing that, everyone was shocked. They immediately looked at Guning. Some didn't believe that it was true, while some couldn't believe that it was true. However, only Guning knew the facts. They immediately logged in the forum to read the post. Guning, at the same time, felt upset. She pulled her phone out as well. Ning Ning. Mixi was worried. She didn't believe that it was real, but apparently someone did it on purpose. Relax, I'll be fine, Guning comforted. She was the one in trouble, but she was comforting Mixi instead. The person involved was calm and collected, but observers were very worried. Guning read the post. It mainly said Guning, who studies in the 4th classroom in the 12th grade, is from a dirt-poor, one-parent family. Her mother is a factory worker with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. To pay her tuition fee, Guning sold her body. On this rainy day, her sugar daddy drove her to school. The pictures attached were the scenes as she had got out of Leng Xiaoting's car. Guning was annoyed that someone was so vicious as to do that, but she wasn't upset or worried about the impact at all. If she wasn't able to handle such a small issue now, she wouldn't be successful in the future. As for who had secretly taken the photo, Guning decided to check Leng Xiaoting's driving recorder. She knew Leng Xiaoting had put a driving recorder both at the front and back. Before she got the proof, Guning didn't know exactly who was behind it, but no matter who he or she was, Guning made up her mind to make them pay for it. Gee, Guning, didn't you say that I slandered you the other day? Now the news has come out, and what can you say about it? The first one who open-mouthed to argue with Guning was Xiao Feifei. Xiao Feifei had always disliked Guning, and now she seized the chance to make fun of Guning. Guning didn't miss any details of Xiao Feifei's reaction. It seemed like Xiao Feifei was really surprised to hear the news too. Guning believed that Xiao Feifei had nothing to do with it this time. Exactly. You're a liar. No one will believe you, Wu Qingya added. I don't think so. Guning doesn't seem like that kind of girl, someone retorted. Don't you know appearances lies? Her family is so poor. If she doesn't find herself a sugar daddy, she even can't afford to study in school, Yang Yulu said acidly. You're right, someone agreed. That's insane. Picture doesn't mean anything. What if they're relatives or friends? Someone argued. Exactly. Wu Qingya, I saw you get out of a car that belonged to Xiao Feifei's family the other day. Is Xiao Feifei's father your sugar daddy? Someone said. Although it sounded insulting, it made sense. What did you say? Wu Qingya stood up abruptly, arguing in great anger. Nobody, except Gu Ning, noticed that Wu Qingya panicked a little. Gu Ning was surprised. Is there really something between Wu Qingya and Xiao Feifei's father? If not, why did she panic? My father would never do that. My father and I drove Qingya to our school together that day. Xiao Feifei stood up for her father. Then how can you jump to the conclusion that Gu Ning has a sugar daddy when you don't even have an idea of who was inside? Yu Mixi said. The Post says so, not us, Yang Yulu retorted. Don't forget Chu Peihan. Hao Ran and other boys are Gu Ning's close friends. They are all rich kids. If Gu Ning lacks money, they will help her without a doubt. I don't think that Gu Ning needs to find a sugar daddy, someone said. Once he mentioned Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and others, most of the students in the classroom agreed with him. They were friends and Gu Ning was their boss. If Gu Ning really needed money, they would help her for sure. In fact, no one truly believed it. Even Xiao Feifei and her friends doubted the news. They simply wanted to vent their anger this time. However, they of course hoped that it was true. If it was true, Gu Ning's reputation would be ruined. Well, the tuition fee is a huge amount. Even though their families are rich, it isn't their money. Who would randomly give money to others without asking for benefits? Xiao Feifei argued, despite the fact that most were supporting Gu Ning. No matter what, most still chose to believe Gu Ning. I think that the poor can be the rich someday. And those who claim they are rich were once poor. Weren't your grandfathers or grand-grandfathers the poor? No pain, no gain. As long as one is willing to work hard and has the ability to create, he or she can be the first generation of the rich, instead of being a useless heir, Gu Ning sneered. Hearing that, many agreed with Gu Ning. There weren't many real rich kids in their class, and their wealth was inherited from their previous generations who had worked hard. Even Xiao Feifei herself agreed. She had lived a poor life when she had been a little girl. Her family had merely become rich around 10 years ago. Gu Ning, come out now. At that time, their head teacher walked out. She looked upset because of the news. Zhang Qiuhua didn't believe that it was real, but she had to figure it out, or it would terribly damage Gu Ning and their school's reputation. The minute that Gu Ning came out, Chu Peihan and Mu Ku ran to her. The two directly ignored Zhang Qiuhua, asking Gu Ning instead, Boss, did you see the Post? Yes. Don't worry. I'll handle it, Gu Ning answered. Even though Gu Ning was in trouble, she stayed calm. But her friends were all worried. A friend in need was a friend indeed. Do you need my older brother to help you catch the one who is behind this? We must beat him or her to death this time, Chu Peihan said in anger, even though Zhang Qiuhua was standing beside her. However, Zhang Qiuhua didn't say anything, not because she was afraid of Chu Peihan's background, but because the rumor was so disgusting. No matter who was behind this, he or she should be severely punished. No thanks. I'll check the driving recorder myself, Gu Ning said. Great. Hearing that, both Chu Peihan and Mu Ku were relieved. They would never let the bad person get away with it. After that, Gu Ning followed Zhang Qiuhua, walking away. Hao Ran and the boys arrived later to meet Chu Peihan and Mu Ku. They couldn't remain calm after reading the news, so they immediately came over. Where is boss? The boys asked. She followed her head teacher to the office. Relax, boss will handle it, Chu Peihan answered. Fuck. Once I find out who is behind this, I'll beat him to death. Hao Ran clenched his teeth. Exactly. Our boss doesn't need a sugar daddy at all, Qin Zixuan added. The teachers' offices were on the 4th floor in the teaching building. There were 4 teachers in each office. In Zhang Qiuhua's office were the head teachers of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th classroom. Zhang Yuan was the head teacher of the 2nd classroom, while Fang Qin was the head teacher of the 3rd classroom. She was notorious for her meanness. The minute Zhang Qiuhua and Gu Ning walked inside, she opened her mouth. Oh, Professor Zhang, isn't your class so famous recently, especially this student? She argued with others in the canteen first and then was involved in a fight. The Qin gang caused trouble afterwards, and now she caused the news of a sugar daddy. Wow, she indeed isn't simple. Ever since the top one in their grade had been in Zhang Qiuhua's class, Fang Qin had been jealous of Zhang Chihua. Although they were both common classes, the students in the third classroom were generally better than those in the fourth classroom concerning scores. However, Gu Ning had come top of their grade in every subject. Fang Qin was very displeased. Other than the first classroom, which was the top class, and the second classroom, which was an excellent class, all the rest were common classes. Therefore, Fang Qin wouldn't compete with the first or the second classroom, but loved to compete with other common classes. Zhang Yuan didn't say a word. He actually didn't believe that it was true. Gu Ning's family was poor, but Chu Peihan would help her without doubt if she needed anything. Zhang Yuan thought that the one who was behind that was in big trouble. Gu Ning wasn't a coward. No one could bully or take advantage of her easily now. All of those things were caused by others. Gu Ning has only protected herself, Zhang Chihua argued. If it was Gu Ning's fault, she wouldn't stand up for her. But since Gu Ning was the victim, she had to support her. If she didn't annoy others, she wouldn't have been in so much trouble, Fang Qin said. She believed that it must be Gu Ning's fault. However, before Zhang Chihua could say another word, Gu Ning opened her mouth. Professor Fang, since you already know those events, you're supposed to know the reasons too. As for what has happened in the canteen, it was because someone humiliated my mother in public first. If someone insults your mother in front of everyone, I assume Professor Fang won't stay quiet either, right? If you can stand and forget it, I respect your tolerance, Gu Ning said in a sarcastic way, especially when she said the word tolerance with obvious disdain. If she could stand to let her mother and herself to be humiliated in public, she must either be weak or a coward. Fang Qin was mad, but Gu Ning added, as for the fight, that was because someone challenged me to do so, and now I'm their boss. As for the mess of Qin Gang, it was obvious that Gu Xiaoxiao caused it. She simply wouldn't stop attacking me. Do you still think these were all my fault? Then you're indeed a very special teacher. Well, does everyone in your class hold the same opinion as you? Special actually meant abnormal in the context. Having a teacher like Fang Qin, the students in her class probably would be the same unkind people. Fang Qin was breathing hard in anger. She couldn't even say a word to argue against Gu Ning, but she glared at Gu Ning like she was going to eat her alive. For a teacher, it was a shame to be doubted in that way. She also didn't expect that Gu Ning would constantly argue against her. However, Gu Ning hadn't finished yet, so she didn't give Fang Qin a chance to retort. As for the scandal this time, it's totally ridiculous. Is a girl amoral just because she gets out of a luxury car? Couldn't the driver be her relative or a friend? Can't the poor have a rich relative or friend? In addition, there is just a photo that doesn't even show the driver. You don't know whether the driver is male or female. How can you jump to the conclusion that I'm behaving immorally? Since you don't the truth, why do you believe that it's my fault? Aren't you as a teacher supposed to know that it's unwise to judge without solid proof? Fang Qin was in a rage caused by shame. She criticized Zhang Chihua this time. Zhang Chihua, your student doesn't have any sense of respect. Am I wrong? Gu Ning asked. Gu Ning understood that she should respect her teachers, but the teacher should be respectable in the first place. Obviously, Fang Qin wasn't a qualified teacher, so she didn't deserve Gu Ning's respect. I don't think that Gu Ning is wrong. Professor Fang, we don't know the truth yet. It's not a good time to judge her now, Zhang Yuan said. He wasn't protecting Gu Ning, but being honest. Fang Qin was more than mad now, but didn't know how to argue with them. In fact, Fang Qin knew that it was still a rumor, but she was used to criticizing others just because she didn't like them. Fang Qin lost her face, so she felt too embarrassed to stay in the office, and quickly left. Without Fang Qin's interruption, Zhang Chihua then had time to talk with Gu Ning. Can you tell me the truth? A friend who lives in the same area as me drove me to school. It's nothing like what the post says. Please allow me to handle it myself. Gu Ning replied. Are you sure you can deal with it? Zhang Chihua asked. Yes, Gu Ning replied. Fine. I don't want it to affect our class or our school. Otherwise, you'll be expelled, and I can do nothing about that. Zhang Chihua reminded and warned Gu Ning. The rumor wasn't a big deal but was influential. If it could be solved quickly, everything would be fine, but if it went abroad, someone would have to be punished. Sure, Gu Ning answered. The minute that Gu Ning left the office, her phone vibrated in her pocket. She took it out and had a look. It was a message from Leng Xiaoting. She was shocked when she read it. It was a video clip from his driving recorder. The person who had secretly taken the photo of Gu Ning was Chen Xiao. Gu Ning would have thought that Chen Xiao had learned a lesson from what had happened to Gu Xiaoxiao, but unexpectedly, she never learned to be kind. Actually, Gu Ning previously had no intention to cause Chen Xiao trouble, and forgave her for what she had done to her. However, since Chen Xiao left the proof herself, Gu Ning would make full use of it. Other than the video clip, in the message Leng Xiaoting also asked her, "May I help?" He didn't want to interfere in Gu Ning's personal affairs without her permission. Although he truly wanted to do something for her, he didn't want to annoy her. Most importantly, he believed that Gu Ning had the ability to handle it herself. Gu Ning was curious about how Leng Xiaoting found out about the news, so she called him right away. The phone was answered within seconds. Apparently Leng Xiaoting was holding it in his hand. Ning Ning. Leng Xiaoting answered her. There was a faint trace of concern and guilt in his voice. Yes, he felt guilty, because if he hadn't driven Gu Ning to school on his own initiative, it wouldn't have happened. It was the first time that Leng Xiaoting had called Gu Ning's name. Gu Ning's heart lost a beat. She asked, "How did you find out about it?" "I was visiting your school forum out of boredom, so I found it," Leng Xiaoting answered. He wanted to know more about Gu Ning's school, so he had visited her school forum. To his astonishment, the rumor went viral. He had been greatly aggravated, but he didn't know that Gu Ning was from a one-parent family until he had read the news. He now cared more about Gu Ning. "Do you need me to do anything for you?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "No thanks. I'll handle it," Gu Ning declined. "Great. If you need anything, just tell me." Leng Xiaoting was slightly disappointed that Gu Ning didn't need his help, but he didn't insist. He trusted Gu Ning. They hung up. When Gu Ning got back to her classroom, the first class had already passed 1/3 of its course. Seeing that Gu Ning was back, everyone wanted to find out what she had been through. Some was worried about her, while some were mainly waiting to see a drama. The teacher knew the reason why Gu Ning was late, so she didn't say anything. Gu Ning went back to her seat. She comforted Yu Mixi with a mild look. She used her phone, logging into the forum and editing her post. "I'm Gu Ning from the 4th classroom in the 12th grade. As for the fake news saying that I climbed out of my sugar daddy's luxury car, I'm mad and will never let the person who created the rumor get away with it. You have no proof that I can't afford my tuition fee. No one should randomly judge a person based on unreal information. I'm poor now, but it doesn't mean that I'll be poor forever. And those who claim that you're born rich, weren't you fathers, grandfathers, or even grand-grandfathers poor? No one earns their fortune without pain. No one knows what's going to happen in the future. Let's go and see. Can't the poor have a rich relative or friend? My friend drove me to school out of kindness. Is there anything wrong with that? If any one of you have done immoral things, do you dare to show up in the public? Please delete the fake news right now and apologize to me. Otherwise, you'll pay for it." Other than deleting the post and apologizing to Gu Ning, Chen Xiao would still have to bear the result. Gu Ning would never let her get away with it that easily. After editing it, Gu Ning sent it out. Although it was the time for classes, the news was so hot that everyone focused on it. Therefore, the minute Gu Ning sent her post out, someone discovered it. There were 3 groups of people who held different opinions towards the previous post. The first group swore at Gu Ning using many dirty words, but most of them were girls. The second group was neutral. They didn't think that a photo without the face of the driver was solid proof. The last group naturally supported Gu Ning. All in all, the neutral group was the majority in this mess. Meanwhile, those who blamed Gu Ning were violently slammed by Hao Ran and the others who supported Gu Ning. Boys were better than girls when it came to violence after all, no matter if it was verbal or physical. Thus, the number of people swearing at Gu Ning was decreasing. Gu Ning's post came to the top a short time after she had posted it. Many left positive comments to support her. In fact, the fake news wasn't a big deal. As long as most chose to believe her, it would soon be forgotten, but if most chose to criticize her, it would go abroad. Boss, we trust you. Boss. Let's teach the person who is behind this a serious lesson. How Ran and the others commented. Guning, we trust and support you. Exactly, I agree that we need to beat the one who hurt our goddess Gu. Agree. Of course, there were many who had doubts. Although your explanation makes sense, you can't prove that the person who took you to school isn't your sugar daddy. Indeed, you don't have solid proof either. Guning then replied to their comments. I think I've made it pretty clear. Those who dislike me will continue to slut-shame me, and those who trust me will always believe me. And let me tell you this, anyone who deliberately damages my reputation should be careful. I will get revenge. Guning threatened plainly. Guning, that's a threat. So what? If it's my fault, you can enjoy swearing at me. However, since it's not, I won't stay quiet. A bunch of comments supported Guning, especially Hao Ran and his friends. Those who still disliked Guning didn't dare to argue back anymore. In the second classroom, Chun Xiao fixed her eyes on the forum. Seeing that most chose to believe Guning, she was in a rage. Chun Xiao used a new account to send the post, so she was not worried that she would be exposed. But she forgot that there was something called a driving recorder. Leng Xiaoting focused on the forum as well. He was relieved to see that most supported Guning. After the class, Chu Peihan and the other ran to Guning without delay. Boss, how is it going? Did you check your friend's driving recorder yet? Muku asked. Yes, Guning said. Who did it? Several of them asked at the same time. Guning took her phone out, playing the video in front of their eyes. What? It's her. They were all shocked. But they accepted it quickly because they knew that the girl never liked Guning. After that, they were all mad. I'm going to go punch her right now. Chu Peihan was annoyed. She turned around to go to the classroom, but was stopped by Guning. Please don't. Beating her isn't the best way to solve this problem. Then what should we do? Chu Peihan asked. I want her to apologize to me in front of all the students and teachers in our school, Guning said. She understood that Chen Xiao was proud, and that it would be a torture for her to apologize to Guning in front of everyone in public. Guning intended to embarrass her, because she deserved it. Since Guning said so, Chu Peihan wouldn't spoil her plan. Hao Ran and other boys also wanted to beat Chen Xiao, but they were boys and normally wouldn't bully a girl. If Guning and Chu Peihan couldn't deal with it, they would do it for them. I'm not going back to my classroom. I'm afraid that I won't be able to resist the impulse to beat her. I think I'll attend class in your classroom. Chu Peihan believed that it was a better idea to stay here instead of going back to her classroom. Guning didn't know what to say, but she understood that Chu Peihan couldn't control her temper, so she answered, Fine. When the class was about to begin, they went back to their classrooms. The minute Chu Peihan walked inside, all the students in the fourth classroom were frightened. Luckily, there were 2 vacant seats in the fourth classroom. Chu Peihan wasn't willing to sit with others, so she pulled a seat over to sit with Guning and Yumixi. This was the physics class, and the teacher was the head teacher of the second classroom, Jiang Yuan. Chu Peihan was caught right on sight, but she was always absent from her classes, so she wasn't afraid of Jiang Yuan at all. If it hadn't been for Guning, she wouldn't have been in her class as often. It was even surprising to see her in a class. Therefore, Jiang Yuan only took a glance at Chu Peihan before he started the class. Once Chu Peihan was in a class, she would focus on it unless she was sleepy. In the following classes, the teachers all stayed calm at seeing Chu Peihan and continued without saying anything. The rain, meanwhile, had already stopped. When the last class was over, Chun Xiao still hadn't deleted the post. Guning and her friends then directly stopped her in her classroom. Chun Xiao panicked at seeing Guning and her friends. Was I exposed? No, impossible. Chun Xiao refused to believe it, but she wanted to escape right now. Besides, these people before her weren't easy to deal with. She was likely to suffer. What do you want to do? Chun Xiao's voice was trembling. What do we want to do? Chen Xiao, do you really think that we don't know that it was you who posted the fake news? Don't flatter yourself. You aren't smart enough to do evil things without being discovered. Chu Peihan teased. She looked at Chun Ziao with obvious disdain. Chun Ziao's face changed dramatically. How? How did they find out? Chun Ziao was not the only one who was surprised. Everyone around her, including Qin Zhang and the others, also looked to her in amazement. What? Chun Ziao did it? If that was true, then Chun Ziao must be a vicious girl who would do anything to hurt others. No one supported Chun Ziao. Actually, in the beginning, Qin Zhang thought that the news was true, but after Gu Ning's statement was released, he chose to believe Gu Ning. Gu Ning was indeed from a poor family, but it didn't mean that she couldn't have rich relatives or friends. Speaking of rich relatives, Gu Xiaoxiao's family was a great example, although they didn't get along. As for her rich friends, there were many of them, like Mu Ku, Hao Ran, and Yi Qin Zixuan and Chu Peihan. Gu Ning also maintained a good relationship with Qin Yifan as well as An Qian, who was the daughter of the director of the central hospital, too. Therefore, it was possible that Gu Ning had many other rich friends. Although Qin Zhang was curious about how she got to know these people, he understood that Gu Ning wasn't simple after the car accident. He was reluctant to miss the outstanding Gu Ning, but didn't dare to annoy her. Do you have proof to prove that I did it? If you don't have proof, it's slander. Chan Ziao forced herself to be calm, but her voice was a little weak. She was merely an 18-year-old girl, who couldn't hide her real feelings. Slander. Gee, I didn't expect that you even knew this word. Gu Ning laughed, as if it was a joke to hear the word come out of Chun Ziao's mouth. Chun Ziao didn't have solid proof, but she had still spread the fake news about Gu Ning. Now she wanted Gu Ning to provide proof, which was ridiculous. Gu Ning added, "Since you agree that it would be slander if you don't have proof, why did you do the same thing? Do you have proof? You only took a meaningless photo. Isn't it ridiculous that you posted the fake news about me?" At that time, Hao Ran supported Gu Ning. Exactly. Why do you claim Gu Ning has a sugar daddy just because she got out of a luxury car? You don't have solid proof at all. Since you don't have proof, it's slander. You even posted it on the forum. We can sue you, and you're at the age where you would have to take legal responsibility. Hearing that, Chun Ziao's face turned pale. The last thing she wanted to do in this world was to have to take legal responsibility. Chun Ziao, I thought that you would be quiet after what happened to Gu Xiaoxiao. If so, I would have forgiven you for what you did to me. But to my surprise, you went the opposite way. I wouldn't come to you unless I had solid proof. We're not as dumb as you are. Saying that, Gu Ning took out her phone, clicking the video, playing it for Chun Ziao. Chun Ziao, did you know that there is a thing called a driving recorder? Besides, there are surveillance cameras at the door of our school. It was very easy to find out who took the photo. Chun Ziao was stunned and could barely stand. She hadn't known that there was a driving recorder on the car. What was worse, she had shown herself right in front of the recorder. Now, what else do you want to say? Chu Peihan sneered. Chun Ziao wasn't able to deny it anymore, but she didn't want to give up, even though she was scared of facing Gu Ning and others. So what? I only took a photo, but it's enough to prove that you have a sugar daddy. Chun Ziao argued. You don't have solid proof? From the law's perspective, it's slander. I can sue you for that, Gu Ning said seriously, which shut Chun Ziao's mouth. The rest in the classroom started to support Gu Ning. Exactly. She doesn't have solid proof anyway. It could damage Gu Ning's reputation. She's such a horrible person. She should be expelled like Gu Xiaoxiao. I agree. I don't want to study in the same school as her. I think Gu Ning should call the police. I think she should sue her and throw her into the jail. Shut up. Shut your mouth, Chun Ziao yelled. She hated the thought of being expelled or arrested by the police, let alone being put in jail. Chun Ziao, I gave you a chance, but you refused to take it. Now it's time for you to bear the result, Gu Ning said in a low voice. Chun Ziao stepped backwards unconsciously in fear. She thought that Gu Ning was going to beat her. What do you want to do? If Gu Ning was really going to punch her, she couldn't fight back at all, so she was terrified. Well, I'm going to make you pay for what you've done to me, Gu Ning said. Delete the post and apologize to me. Also, You have to go to the broadcast room to apologize to me in front of all the students and teachers in our school. No! Chun Xiao refused. It was too embarrassing and shameful. No? It's not up to you now. If you refuse to do so, you'll be punished more severely, Gu Ning sneered. You? Chun Xiao was mad, but didn't know how to retort. She wasn't willing to apologize. It was so shameful. If I don't hear your apologies before the afternoon classes are over, you need to be careful about what's going to happen next, Gu Ning warned her. Then she walked away with her friends. Someone already took a video of what had happened in the classroom. He uploaded it to the school forum the second that Gu Ning left. It soon became popular. Some people still doubted Gu Ning's behavior because she didn't show solid proof that she didn't have a sugar daddy, but more chose to criticize and swear at Chen Xiao. In that case, those negative comments didn't gain much attention. It was ridiculous to jump to the conclusion that Gu Ning had a sugar daddy just because she got out of a luxury car, so most of the people stayed calm and reasonable. In addition, Gu Ning had left a good impression on many students after she had won the competition with Hao Ran and his close friends. Many still admired Gu Ning. Meanwhile, Gu Ning and her friends ignored the mess on the forum because they were enjoying their meal. Before long, Zhang Yuan heard the news from Zhu Pan. He was astonished that Chun Xiao was behind this because Chun Xiao performed so well in his class. Unfortunately, appearances lied. Zhang Yuan immediately asked Chen Xiao to do what Gu Ning demanded, because it was Zhu Jian's order too. However, what Chen Xiao had done wasn't as serious as Gu Xiaoxiao, so she wasn't expelled. As long as Chen Xiao apologized, the problem could be easily solved. But if she still refused to do so, she would be expelled like Gu Xiaoxiao. If the student was willing to make up for what she did, the school wouldn't expel her, because it wouldn't do its reputation any good. Under pressure from Zhang Yuan and Zhu Jian, Chun Xiao had to apologize, but in her heart, she hated Gu Ning to death. She swore that she would pay Gu Ning back. When the afternoon classes were about to begin, the post was deleted and was replaced by an apology statement. Then Chun Xiao's voice sounded from the radio. The student from the 4th classroom in 12th grade, Gu Ning, I am Chun Xiao from the 2nd classroom in the 12th grade. It was me who has spread the fake news claiming that you have a sugar daddy. I'm sincerely sorry for what I've done to you. Please accept my apologies. The school burst into discussion. Chun Xiao was notorious now. This mess was finally settled. After the apology, Chun Xiao felt too ashamed to attend the following classes in her school. So she asked for a leave and went home. Leng Xiaoting kept focusing on the forum, and he noticed that as well. When the classes were over, Gu Ning went back to Fenghua Luxury Mansion. She saw Leng Xiaoting standing outside of Zone C from afar. Because of what had happened today, Leng Xiaoting didn't dare to pick Gu Ning up in case she would get into even more trouble. He even hesitated to walk to her when she appeared in his sight. Gu Ning understood why Leng Xiaoting felt terrible, but it wasn't his fault anyway. She was also willing to let him drive her to school. Gu Ning walked over asking him, "Do you want to dine together?" "Sure." Leng Xiaoting's eyes immediately lit up. Then the two stepped outside. Gu Ning called Gu Man and told her that she wouldn't be eating at home. Leng Xiaoting looked at Gu Ning after she hung up. "Aren't you mad at me?" "Why should I be mad at you?" Gu Ning asked. She understood what Leng Xiaoting was talking about, and she wasn't mad at him at all. "If I hadn't driven you to school this morning, it wouldn't have happened," Leng Xiaoting said. "I was willing to get in your car. If I blamed you for your kindness, no one would treat me kindly in the future," Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was relieved. "What do you want to have?" Gu Ning asked. "Anything you want," Leng Xiaoting answered. "Well then, let's see what choices we have on the road." Gu Ning had no idea what to eat either, so she decided to take a walk along the road. They walked on the Yui Road. There was a restaurant not far away from Fenghua Luxury Mansion. It seemed quiet with a good environment. Thus Gu Ning wanted to give it a try. They chose a table beside the window. After they had ordered the food, Gu Ning asked, "Why do you stay here all day recently? Don't you need to work?" "I'm free when I don't have tasks to fulfill," Leng Xiaoting replied. In the past, he would never have said that. Even if there weren't any tasks, he would find something to do. He wouldn't let himself be free. However, ever since he had fallen in love with Guning, he always wanted to stay by her side when he wasn't occupied. Although they only met once or twice a day and didn't spend a lot of time together, he felt satisfied to be able to see her every day. Well, he of course didn't think that it was enough, but it was so much better than missing her and being lonely. Leng Xiaoting could also deal with his duties through the internet. He didn't need to show up in person for every situation. At that time, Gu Ning's phone rang. It was from Zhou Zhenghong. Gu Ning didn't mind Leng Xiaoting hearing the conversation, so she answered it directly. "Hi, Uncle Zhou. Boss, is it convenient for you now? I have something important to tell you," Zhou Zhenghong asked in excitement. With his acute hearing, Leng Xiaoting could obviously hear Zhou Zhenghong's voice. He also recognized that Zhou Zhenghong was the man who had been with Gu Ning in City G last time. "Sure," Gu Ning said. "We cut out a top-level jade the size of a grown-up's foot. It has two colors which are red and green. The type is called double happiness." Zhou Zhenghong was thrilled. Double happiness? Gu Ning was surprised too. Double happiness was ranked slightly lower than Fulishu, but was more precious than the violet jade. Gu Ning knew that the raw materials she had picked up were all valuable, but she was happy to hear the good news from Zhou Zhenghong. "Yes, boss, you're amazing," Zhou Zhenghong complimented. He now believed that Gu Ning was more powerful than God, and he couldn't help thinking that Gu Ning probably really had jade eyes and could see the jade inside the raw materials. Of course, he didn't say it aloud, nor believe it. He thought that it was impossible. However, what they couldn't believe was exactly the truth. Leng Xiaoting was amazed that Gu Ning was involved in stone gambling. He knew very little about jade and had no idea what the double happiness was like. But since Zhou Zhenghong said that it was a top-level jade, then it must be priceless. Facing Zhou Zhenghong's endless compliments, Gu Ning smiled but didn't say anything. She knew that she couldn't do it without her jade eyes. "Oh, please use the double happiness to make a pair of pendants. It must actually be two parts of a whole pendant. There should be a dragon and a phoenix on each, which means eternal love. As for the size, medium is fine." Double happiness was the perfect jade to use to make a pair of pendants which stood for love. Hearing the meaning of the pendants, Leng Xiaoting had an idea in mind, but he wouldn't tell Gu Ning right now. "Sure. Do you want to keep it yourself, or show it at the opening ceremony?" Zhou Zhenghong asked. "Show it at the opening ceremony," Gu Ning said. "No problem," Zhou Zhenghong answered. When they were about to hang up, Gu Ning suddenly added, "Oh, I'll be coming in the morning the day after tomorrow." Gu Ning had thought that she better arrive earlier. Although Zhou Zhenghong was completely in charge of the company, she should also give some advice if needed. Jiangsu's construction material store would open tomorrow, and she had to be there, otherwise she would be flying to City G tomorrow evening. Hearing that Gu Ning was going to City G the day after tomorrow, an idea dawned on Leng Xiaoting. "Great! However, the day after tomorrow is a Friday. Don't you need to attend your classes?" Zhou Zhenghong was happy to fetch Gu Ning, but was afraid of affecting her studying. After all, Gu Ning was a senior who was going to have her final exams a week later and attend the National College entrance exam after several months. "It's fine. I'm so excellent at studying now," Gu Ning joked, but it was the truth. She was confident that she was going to get good scores even if she was absent from all the classes if her teachers allowed her to do that. "Haha, very well. Then I'll pick you up in the morning the day after tomorrow," Zhou Zhenghong laughed. He of course believed in Gu Ning. She was a great person with an almighty ability in his opinion. Gu Ning knew that Leng Xiaoting heard the conversation between Zhou Zhenghong and her, but she didn't mind. She told him instead, "I'm going to deal with something in City G the day after tomorrow." "Well, I was going to tell you that I'll be away on the weekend too," Leng Xiaoting replied. "When?" Gu Ning asked. She didn't want him to leave her. "It's set on Saturday, but since you're leaving on Friday, I'll leave on Friday as well," Leng Xiaoting said. He deliberately made it clear that he didn't want to stay here without Gu Ning. Gu Ning didn't know what to say, but felt happy in her heart. "May we dine together tomorrow afternoon?" Leng Xiaoting asked. My uncle's construction material store will be opening tomorrow. I'm afraid I won't be free tomorrow, Guning said. Leng Xiaoting nodded. He seemed a little disappointed, which made Guning feel bad. After a second of thought, she added, My plane will be taking off at 8:30 a.m. Can you take me to the airport? Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting's eyes lit up at once. Sure. After the meal, they had a slow walk back to Fenghua Luxury Mansion. Leng Xiaoting walked Guning to the gate of Zone G. He didn't leave until Guning disappeared from his sight. Jiangsu was home no earlier than Guning. He told Guning that the store would open tomorrow. They didn't know many important figures yet, so they had no intention of attracting much attention. Guning, instead, didn't want the opening ceremony to be so boring. She called in Guangyao later and told him to send 2 baskets of flowers on behalf of Shanghua Real Estate to congratulate Jiangsu. She also told Hao Ran and the others in their WeChat group. They would be there tomorrow too. And Qian received an invitation as well, and she agreed with alacrity. As for Qin Yifan, Guning thought she better not invite him, because it would be embarrassing. However, at that time, Qin Zixuan's family was right in the Qin family home. They were chatting in the hall after the meal. Qin Zixuan didn't know what had happened between Qin Yifan and Guning, so he asked directly, Hey, our boss's family's construction material store will be opening tomorrow. Will you be attending the ceremony? Hearing that, Qin Yifan was surprised. He had no idea that Guning's family was going to run a construction material store. Boss? It sounds like a gangster's word. Did you join a gang in your school? Qin Zixuan's father Qin Haoji asked seriously. As an honest government worker, he hated gangs. Qin Zixuan understood his father's temper, so he immediately explained, Of course not. We're just a group of good friends. There is a girl who is extremely good at fighting, so we call her our boss. Hearing that, the Qin family was displeased again. Qin Zixuan's mother, Lu Hanlin, scolded him. Zixuan, the National College entrance exam is just around the corner. Stop playing around all day and focus on your studying. If you fail to get into a prestigious university, our family will be embarrassed. Lu Hanlin valued the reputation of their family the most. Many of her friends' children had attended the examination last year, and all of them had been admitted into a prestigious university. If Qin Zixuan couldn't do the same, it would be a shame to the Qin family. Speaking of studying, Qin Zixuan was upset. Qin Yifan walked away for a while, then came back with a wooden box in his hands. It was as big as half a shoebox. He handed it to Qin Yifan. I'm occupied tomorrow. Please help me send this gold brave troops to her. He wanted to go, but he wasn't invited. Besides, he also didn't know how to face her. What? The gold brave troops? It was completely made of pure gold, and worth over 1,000,000 yuan. Qin Yiqing was shocked. The rest were all astonished as well. Normally, the gifts for the opening ceremony were at the price of a couple dozen thousand yuan at the most. Qin Yifan's present was too expensive. Qin Yifan wore a wry smile. I don't think it's too much. I just invited her to have fun at father's birthday party the other day. But she sent an antique worth several million yuan. 1,000,000 yuan is nothing to her. Hearing that, everyone was amazed. They immediately figured out who Qin Zixuan's boss was. It must be the girl who had sent the antique with Qin Zixuan the other day. However, Qin Haojing still asked to make sure. Is Zixuan's boss the girl named Guning? Yes, our boss is exactly Guning. Not only is she good at fighting, she is also excellent at studying. She's the top one in our grade. Qin Zixuan was proud to introduce his boss. Hearing that it was Guning, Qin Haojing and his wife had mixed emotions, because they were sorry for what Qin Yiqing had done to her. Qin Yiqing also felt uneasy. Qin Yifan still wasn't willing to forgive her because of the drama last time. He always talked to her in a sarcastic way these days. I remember this girl. She is stunning with an air of elegance. I thought that she must be from a super-rich family, but I have never heard of an influential family with the family name Gu in City F, Lu Hanlin said. She actually had a good impression of Guning. Both Qin Yifan's parents and Qin Yiqing now knew that although Guning wasn't from a super-rich family, she was extraordinarily outstanding. She had made over 100 million yuan at such a young age. But they didn't mention it this time. The next day, Leng Xiaoting ran with Gu Ning to her school as usual, but he deliberately stayed 5 meters behind her. Moreover, he didn't follow her to the school. When they had almost arrived, he went back at once. Gu Ning felt like laughing seeing Leng Xiaoting being so careful. During the break, Gu Ning went to ask for a leave. She told her head teacher that her uncle's store was going to open today, and that she had to be there, and that she also needed to go to City G tomorrow. Zhang Chihua was slightly displeased. Gu Ning, how come you're always occupied with other things? Do you know that the test is around the corner? I promise it won't affect my studying. I'm terribly sorry to ask for a leave so often, but I have to do so, Gu Ning said. Since Gu Ning made a promise, Zhang Chihua compromised, but she still reminded her to study hard. If she failed to do so, Zhang Chihua wouldn't allow her to leave the next time. Oh, Mixi is going to the opening ceremony with me today. Please allow it too, Gu Ning added. You? Zhang Chihua was mad, but permitted it in the end. She pushed Gu Ning out with impatience. Go away now, and leave me alone. Gu Ning understood that Zhang Chihua was not really being unkind, so she didn't mind. She thanked her teacher before walking out. The minute Gu Ning was gone, Zhang Yuan stepped in. Seeing that Zhang Chihua was displeased, he asked with care, Professor Zhang, are you all right? I'm fine. I'm just mad at Gu Ning. The test is around the corner, but she still always asks for a leave, Zhang Chihua complained. At least she asks for your permission. Chu Peihan in my class would never do that, Zhang Yuan said. In fact, no one dared to restrict Chu Peihan because of her special background. Gu Ning went back to her classroom and told Mixi that they could leave later. Mixi was relieved. Except for Mu Ku and An Yi who needed to ask for their teacher's permission, Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and the others all left when they wanted to. It would be strange if they went to ask for permission. Their teachers would be surprised if they did that. When the afternoon classes were finally over, they left their school together and went to buy flowers. Boss, I noticed that Chun Xiao was absent today, Chu Peihan said. She must be too embarrassed to come. Mu Ke laughed. Although she was exposed, I still feel unhappy that I didn't punch her, Chu Peihan said, like she missed something and felt uncomfortable. I agree, Hao Ran said. All right, beating someone is not always the best way to solve problems, Gu Ning persuaded them. They went to a market to buy 2 baskets of flowers and plants. Before anyone else could pay the bill, Gu Ning did it herself. Then they went to the construction material market. The flower shop arranged a small truck to take the baskets of flowers and plants to the destination. The truck had space available for 4 people to sit in. Gu Ning let Mu Ku, Hao Ran, Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping have a seat in it, while Gu Ning and other girls took a taxi. When Gu Ning arrived at Jiang Su's store, she was totally amazed by the amount of baskets of flowers and plants at the door. Wow, there are so many of them. Weren't we supposed to make it simple? She didn't want it to be so boring, so she had called in Guangyao and Chen and her friends, but there were at least dozens of flower baskets. Gu Ning walked over to read the banners around the baskets. They were all from big companies to congratulate the opening of Shuri Construction Material Store. She also noticed flower baskets from Shenghua Real Estate and Kame Beauty Salon. Gu Ning had heard of some of those companies, while some she had never heard of. That was because Gu Ning didn't spend much time learning about all the big companies in City F. Other than those from the companies, there were many flower baskets from individuals. And Chen's were among them, and with some, Gu Ning was familiar with their owners. Gu Ning and her friends all wrote down their names on the banners of 8 flower and plant baskets to congratulate the opening of Shuri Construction Material Store. There weren't many people inside when Gu Ning and her friends walked in, because many had already left after they had sent the gifts. Most of the people who stayed were acquaintances and friends. Although Jiang Su was a truck driver in the past, he knew many businessmen. Since Jiang Su was going to run his own business, they were willing to maintain a good relationship with him. That was the way to build up a network. And Chen was inside with Lu Zhengyu. Hi, and Chen, Executive Lu. It's so nice to meet you. Gu Ning went over, greeting them. Nice to meet you too, Ning Ning. And Chen smiled. Nice to meet you too, Miss Gu, Le Zhengyu said. Uncle, how come there are so many baskets of flowers and plants at the door? Gu Ning asked Jiang Su. Jiang Su answered, I have no idea either. Many have come to congratulate me this morning. I haven't figured it out yet. Oh, they also sent me many red envelopes with a lot of money inside. One of them even wants to cooperate with me. He's going to build a 2-story 300 square meters factory in the suburb. Jiang Su felt like he was in a dream after what he had been through today. It was too good to be true. Gu Ning was astonished too. She immediately realized that someone had arranged it. But who? While Gu Ning was still thinking about her doubts, a new message came into her phone. She checked it. It was from Leng Xiaoting. Gu Ning understood what had happened the minute she read the message. Leng Xiaoting did it. He had arranged for many business partners of Su Jinshan's family to send those gifts. Speaking of that, Su Jinshan was greatly amazed by Leng Xiaoting's request when he received his boss's call. Su Jinshan called Leng Xiaoting every day to ask him when he would be back so that he could leave. Leng Xiaoting said that he would be back soon every time, but he never showed up in front of Su Jinshan, and also refused to tell Su Jinshan where he was. Su Jinshan didn't know that Leng Xiaoting had gone to City F for Gu Ning until he received the call. To Su Jinshan's astonishment, Leng Xiaoting had gone to City F for Gu Ning in person. Su Jinshan intended to gossip about their relationship, but Leng Xiaoting hung up on him right away. Su Jinshan felt hurt and tortured by his curiosity. However, he didn't dare to call Leng Xiaoting again. Damn it! Leng Xiaoting, who had been single for so long, was going to have a girlfriend, while he was still alone. Luckily, Leng Xiaoting allowed him to leave their base so that he could find girls to date. But Leng Xiaoting also warned him to keep the fact that he was in City F a secret. Su Jinshan was at least free now. He planned to go to City F to see how it was going between Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting. On the way back to the capital, he encountered a robbery. When he finally got to the capital, it was too late to get on a plane to City F, so he had to wait till tomorrow. Leng Xiaoting sent a message to Gu Ning to tell her what he had done, in case she would be mad that he hadn't asked for her permission. Gu Ning didn't know what to say. Although she thought that it wasn't necessary for him to do that, she was touched deeply. He arranged it all for her. Gu Ning replied, How about the deal the man discussed with my uncle? Leng Xiaoting, he just happens to be building a factory in the suburb, but he would only discuss with your uncle if he is satisfied with the construction materials. Which meant that the man wanted to cooperate with Jiang Su because he was satisfied with the quality of the construction materials that Jiang Su could supply. That made sense though. The construction materials that Jiang Su had prepared were all of high quality. Most of the reliable buyers would choose Jiang Su to be their provider. Gu Ning replied, Thanks. Actually, Leng Xiaoting was sitting in his Land Rover not far from the Shuri Construction Material Store. He looked to the direction of the Shuri Construction Material Store. There was a faint smile on his lips. He was happy to see her being happy. Gu Ning then told Jiang Su, Uncle, these are all from a friend of my friend. He knew that we are holding the opening ceremony today, so he got them to send you some gifts. Please note their names. We can send gifts back to them in the future. Your friend? What kind of friend? How does he know so many rich people? Gu Man asked. This was the first time she had asked Gu Ning about her friends, but it cost too much money this time, and all of them were astonished. Gu Ning knew that she couldn't give her mother a perfunctory answer, so she explained in this way, He is the friend whose life I saved. We keep in touch now. Mom, you know network matters in business. He is an important figure, and he is willing to help me. I don't think I should reject. Hearing that, Gu Man believed that it was all right. Meanwhile, Qin Zixuan took out a box handing it to Gu Ning. Boss, my cousin Yifan is occupied today, so he asked me to give this gift to you. What? Gu Ning was surprised. She didn't tell Qin Yifan, so how did he know about it? Qin Zixuan must have told him. Thanks. Gu Ning took it, then gave it to Jiang Su. Wow! Jiang Su opened it, and rounded his eyes in shock when he saw what was inside. Is this gold? This is a brave troops made completely of pure gold. The brave troops is a legendary animal and stood for good wishes in the ancient time. It could accumulate endless fortune into its stomach, but didn't show it at all. It can also bring you good luck and help you run a profitable business, Qin Zishuan explained. What? Completely made of gold. Hearing that, everyone was more than shocked. It must be worth over 1,000,000 yuan, at least according to its size. It's so expensive. Jiangsu's hands were trembling a little. He didn't dare to take it. Gu Ning didn't think that it was a big deal. She had sent Qin Yifan's father an antique worth several million yuan last time. Qin Yifan did it this time to show his appreciation. Gu Ning went to Jiangsu's side, comforting him in a quiet voice. Uncle, please take it. I sent his father an expensive gift at his father's birthday party. It's fine for us to take his gift. Gu Ning said that just to allay Jiangsu's concern. Indeed, Jiangsu relaxed a lot after Gu Ning's comfort. During a break, Gu Ning walked aside to call Qin Yifan. Qin Yifan hesitated to answer it in the beginning because he didn't know what to say to Gu Ning, but he answered it in the end. Hi. Hi. Thank you so much for the gift. I'm sorry, I didn't tell you because I was afraid that you would feel uneasy. Gu Ning thanked him before apologizing to him. It's nothing. I am occupied today anyway, Qin Yifan said airily. Of course, it was an excuse. Gu Ning also understood, and she didn't point it out. They soon hung up. In the office, Qin Yifan let his mind wander, fixing his eyes on the phone. He felt sad in his heart, because he couldn't forget Gu Ning. In the afternoon, Jiangsu guided his guests to a nearby 5-star hotel to dine together. All the guests has sent him expensive gifts, he absolutely had to treat them well. After the meal, it was still early. Gu Ning proposed, "Why don't we go and visit Mixie's mother? We haven't visited her in so long." Gu Ning thought that it would be impolite because they hadn't visited Mixie's mother in a week. Oh right, how could we forget? Everyone suddenly realized it afterwards. Is it convenient for you all? Mixie understood that her friends would never visit her mother with empty hands. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Then they went to the hospital together. They bought a pile of nourishing products before they visited Mixie's mother. Mixie tried to stop them in vain. Mixie's parents were both astonished when they appeared with bags and boxes of nourishing products. Mixie's mother recovered well. Even her chronic disease was cured. She could now live like a normal person. That was the effect of Gu Ning's power. Although Mixie's mother was in good condition now, she had lain in bed for so long and lacked exercise. She still needed to practice to be able to use her limbs well, but she could leave the hospital soon. Mixie's mother thanked Gu Ning endlessly, and almost bent on her knees before Gu Ning after she found out that Gu Ning was the one who had lent the money to her family. To let Mixie's mother have a good rest, Gu Ning and her friends left after 30 minutes. They didn't want to bother Mixie's mother for too long. Mixie wanted to walk them out, but Gu Ning declined. Their homes were in different directions, so they separated at the gate of the hospital. Gu Ning planned to run home. As long as she could run, she wouldn't take a car. But before long, a familiar Land Rover stopped by her side. It was Lung shouting. Gu Ning didn't get in right away, but squinted at Lung shouting. Why are you here? Lung shouting was a little nervous. He didn't dare to meet her eyes, and he knew he shouldn't have followed Gu Ning, but he told her the truth. I've been following you. Why? Gu Ning asked. No reason, I just wanted to follow you, Lung shouting replied. Gu Ning was touched. She wasn't willing to push Lung shouting away from her, so she decided to forget it and got in the car. Have you eaten? Not yet, Lung shouting said. Gu Ning signed resignedly. What do you want to have? Let's go dine together, Gu Ning said. Great. Lung shouting's face lit up. He immediately drove the car ahead. Lung shouting wasn't picky about restaurants, but he chose a fancy one with a romantic ambience when he was with Gu Ning. Although they didn't talk much sitting across each other, they enjoyed being together. Lung shouting ordered a steak, while Gu Ning only ordered a cup of coffee because she had already eaten. Lung shouting frowned a little with obvious dissatisfaction. Aren't you afraid that it'll affect your sleep? Not at all. It has no effect on me, Gu Ning explained. In fact, Gu Ning had her power, so she could fall asleep or stay awake whenever she wanted. Leng Xiaoting didn't insist then. Gu Ning suddenly realized that she totally forgot her plan about the Yuntai Mountain, but she didn't have time now and could only wait until she was back from City G. When it was almost 10 p.m., the two left. Leng Xiaoting sent Gu Ning back to Zone G, and as usual didn't leave till she had fully disappeared from his sight. When Gu Ning got home, she noticed that her family were all staring at a bunch of gifts and red envelopes that they had received today. Both Chen and Lu Zhengyu had sent a red envelope of 66,000 yuan, which meant good luck. Shanghua Real Estate had sent 88,000 yuan, which had a good meaning of a thriving business. Kamei Beauty Salon only sent baskets of flowers, because it was their own business. And those who had come for the sake of Leng Xiaoting all sent 66,000 yuan or 88,000 yuan on behalf of their companies. Even the individuals had sent at least a couple dozen thousand yuan each. Similarly, Jiangsu's friends had sent thousands of yuan as well. The most expensive gift was Qin Yifan's gold brave troops, which was worth 1,000,000 yuan. They had received over 1,000,000 yuan in cash today. It was the first time that Jiangsu and others had seen so much cash. Thus they couldn't believe that it was true. Ningning, these are all from your friends. I think you should take them. Jiangsu had already separated the gifts from Gu Ning's network apart. He thought that these belonged to Gu Ning instead of him. No, please take them. You can save them as your fund. Gu Ning declined. But Jiangsu didn't think that it was a good idea. Don't worry. You need to pay those guests back when they invite you to attend a ceremony or something else in the future after all, Gu Ning explained. Leng Xiaoting deliberately helped her uncle build up a network, so he had a chance to maintain the relationship with them. Well, Jiangsu thought for a while and finally agreed. All right then, I'll take them. Oh, Mom, I'm leaving for City G tomorrow, Gu Ning said to Gu Man. What are you going to do there? Gu Man asked. She had the feeling that Gu Ning was always busy recently, so she was slightly worried. I need to go over and have a look of my new store. It's going to open this weekend. Gu Ning didn't hide the truth, but didn't give information about the store. Gu Man thought that it was a store ran by Gu Ning and Mu Ke, so she didn't ask further. The next day, Gu Ning left at 7 a.m. Leng Xiaoting was waiting for her at outside of Zone G. Will you be staying in a hotel in City G? Leng Xiaoting asked. Although Leng Xiaoting heard from Chun Meng that he had met Gu Ning at Clean Water Blue Sky, he wasn't sure whether she had stayed in a friend's place or she bought it herself. Not really. I have an apartment at Clean Water Blue Sky in City G. I'll stay there, because I'll be flying to City G often in the future, Gu Ning said. All of a sudden, an idea dawned on Gu Ning. Did you arrange for people to attend my opening ceremony there the same way you did yesterday? Leng Xiaoting panicked a little, but nodded. Gu Ning didn't know what to say. She didn't want him to do that for her, but wasn't willing to turn him down either. Are you mad? Leng Xiaoting asked nervously. Of course not. I just think that it isn't a good idea that you owe others because of me, Gu Ning explained. It's fine. They're all my fellows this time, Leng Xiaoting said. Leng Xiaoting purposely didn't tell Su Jinshin about Gu Ning's business in City G. He had already allowed Su Jinshin to leave their base, and he knew that Su Jinshin would absolutely go to City G if he found out what Gu Ning was doing there. Leng Xiaoting, of course, didn't want him to show up. Gu Ning felt more at ease after Leng Xiaoting's explanation. They arrived at the airport 30 minutes later. Leng Xiaoting sent Gu Ning to the lounge before he left. Zhou Zhenghong called Gu Ning afterwards. Boss, there is a news reporter from News at 6:30 that wants to interview me. Should I accept it? Yes. It's a great opportunity to advertise our brand, Gu Ning answered. Although their advertisement was already popular, she didn't want to miss any chance to promote it. With Gu Ning's permission, Zhou Zhenghong immediately contacted the reporter and accepted. The reporter who called Zhou Zhenghong was named Ling Shui, and was a news reporter working for the News at 6:30. The show was always high on the ratings. Although the advertisement for the Jade Beauty jewelry had already been aired a few days ago, they weren't Jade lovers, so they didn't think there was a need to have an interview about it. However, the program editor suddenly assigned them a task to interview the boss of the Jade Beauty jewelry and shoot the King's Green. A video of the Jade was more attractive than photos. Therefore, Ling Shui noted the number from the advertisement post of the Jade Beauty Jewelry and dialed it. The store wasn't open yet, but there were workers to answer the call. A worker immediately told Zhou Zhenghong the news after Ling Shui's call. With Zhou Zhenghong's permission, the worker gave his number to Ling Shui, which was how the two got to know each other. Ling Shui came over the minute that Zhou Zhenghong called her and agreed to have the interview, but reporters weren't allowed to enter the factory, so they had the interview outside. Zhou Zhenghong went in to bring the King's Green to let them shoot. In case any accidents would happen, Chang Qingshan and the others all stopped working and went out with Zhou Zhenghong. Zhou Zhenghong was experienced and he knew how to advertise the brand of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Although the news reporter came to them on her own initiative, Zhou Zhenghong still gave the reporter and cameraman a red envelope of 500 yuan each, because the news was to their advantage. As long as they took the red envelopes, they would probably extend the commercial time. Ling Shui told him that if it was possible, they would shoot in the store tomorrow as well. Zhou Zhenghong of course welcomed them, because it was free advertisement for them. After the interview, Zhou Zhenghong went to pick Gu Ning up. He locked the King's Green into the safe before driving away. Gu Ning turned her phone on the minute she got off the plane. She called Leng Xiaoting at once, but his phone was turned off. Gu Ning understood that Leng Xiaoting was leaving City F today as well, so he was probably on the plane. She then sent him a message and told him that she had a safe arrival. At that time, in the airport of City F, Su Jinshin just got off his flight too. He called Leng Xiaoting, but his phone was turned off. Su Jinshin was a little dumbstruck. Is boss leaving today just because I'm coming? It must be that, otherwise he wouldn't turn his phone off. Leng Xiaoting would turn his phone off in only two cases. He was in the middle of a task or he was on a plane. His phone was never out of power. As long as he wasn't on a task, he always kept his phone on. Leng Xiaoting wasn't on a task. If he was, Su Jinshin would know about it. Su Jinshin didn't know what to do now. His boss left just when he came. Gu Ning had called Master Fu and his friends before she went aboard the plane. Those masters were thrilled to know that Gu Ning would be in City G this morning. They were excited to see the King's Green. Gu Ning saw Zhou Zhenghong when she came out of the exit of this airport in City G. She called Master Yen, Master Fu and Master Bai and told them to meet her in the factory area when she got in the car. The three masters had gathered together earlier on, looking forward to Gu Ning's arrival. Once Gu Ning called them, they went to the factory area without delay. It took a while longer for Gu Ning to get to the factory, so those masters arrived there earlier than her. They didn't go in right away, but instead called Gu Ning. Because Gu Ning would be there within 5 minutes, they decided to wait for her outside. Even if they went in right now, no one would welcome them because nobody knew them. Within 5 minutes, Gu Ning was finally there. Seeing Gu Ning, those masters were all excited, as if they were meeting their own granddaughter. Their aim was actually to see the King's Green, so they urged Gu Ning to go inside when Gu Ning greeted them. Both Zhou Zhenghong and Gu Ning felt like laughing. After registering at the gatekeeper, a group of them walked inside. Master Fu and Master Bai were eager to see the King's Green, and weren't in the mood to visit the factory, but Master Yen, who had less interest in jade, chose to visit the factory first. Gu Ning guided Master Fu and Master Bai to the lounge. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhenghong went to fetch the King's Green. Seeing the King's Green, Master Fu and Master Bai competed with each other to have the first look. Girl Gu, all the jade you have here is precious. Master Yen took a round in the factory and was surprised. Yes, I plan to build a high-end brand, so all the jade is above medium-high level, Gu Ning said. That's a very good idea, Master Yen complimented. Master Fu and Master Bai both couldn't put the King's Green down, and both wanted to take it away. After 30 minutes, they finally agreed to leave it in its box. It's so amazing, Master Fu said with jealousy. He himself wanted to cut out the King's Green. Then Master Fu and Master Bai went to have a tour in Gu Ning's factory. They all kept complimenting her when they found out the quality of the jade in this factory. Knowing that Gu Ning alone had cut out all the jade, they were totally amazed. How did you do it? Even God can't be so accurate, but you did it so easily. Master Bai was astonished and couldn't believe it. Gu Ning only smiled, but didn't explain further. Master Bai also didn't force Gu Ning to tell him everything. It was Gu Ning's business after all. They knew that they should keep a distance from others' privacy. Unless Gu Ning was willing to tell them herself. After the short tour, it was 11:30 a.m. Gu Ning invited them to have a meal together, including Zhou Zhanghong, Chang Qingshan, and the others. Master Fu and his friends left after the meal, while Gu Ning and the others went back to the factory. At that time, Gu Ning was finally free to see the pair of pendants. The one with a dragon on was already finished, but the other one with a phoenix still needed rubbing. Gu Ning took a look at it and was satisfied. Chang Qingshan's carving skill was truly excellent. Chang Qingshan was better than Zhang Rong in hand carving, and Zhang Rong was more skilled at carving with machines. So Gu Ning had asked Chang Qingshan to make the pair of pendants for her. In the afternoon, Gu Ning stayed in the factory. Although she couldn't help them with anything, she absorbed a lot of power. When it was almost 3 p.m., Qin Yifan arrived at the airport in City G. Gu Ning called Situ Yi, inviting him to dine together at 6 p.m. She needed his help. Situ Yi was happy to help her, so he agreed without hesitation. As long as Gu Ning wanted to meet him, even if he wasn't available, he would change his schedule to fit hers. The appointed place was the Huangdang Hotel. Gu Ning ordered a private room and told Situ Yi its number. She arrived at Huangdang Hotel around 5:40 p.m. Situ Yi got there at 5:50 p.m. "So nice to meet you. Please have a seat." Gu Ning welcomed him. Although she knew that Situ Yi was the boss of the Qin gang, she didn't feel nervous. She behaved as usual. After all, she had assumed that he served as a senior leader in the Qin gang in the very beginning. The boss of the Qin gang was of course in a more important position than a senior leader, but the influential officials and the national leader would respect even a senior leader, let alone the boss of the Qin gang, because a senior leader was only ranked lower than the boss. The reason why Gu Ning felt at ease was because Situ Yi treated her in a friendly way. However, she now treated him with more respect. Gu Ning let Situ Yi order first. After the waiter left, Situ Yi asked, "What do you want me to do?" "You can just tell me." "Well, my jade jewelry store is going to open in City G tomorrow. In case accidents would happen, I want to hire some guards to protect the jewelry and help us with keeping order on site. Do you have any recommendations for good security contractors?" Gu Ning was actually aware that the Qin gang had its own security contractor, but she didn't say it directly, so that she hid the fact that she already knew his real identity. "You're going to open a jade jewelry store?" Situ Yi was surprised. He didn't expect that Gu Ning was able to run a business at such a young age. "Wow, you're really incredible." As for her request, it was nothing to him, so he answered with alacrity, "I have a security contractor myself. How many guards do you need? I can arrange it for you tomorrow." "Really? That would be so great. I need 10 please," Gu Ning said. "No problem, we're friends," Situ Yi replied. In fact, people in gangs valued friendship. As long as you were their friend, they were willing to do their best to help you. Of course, they hated betrayal the most. Once you betrayed them, you were doomed. News at 6:30 aired at 6:30 p.m., when everyone was enjoying their meal or having a rest after dinner. It was great entertainment to eat or rest while watching the show. Xiaoping was lying on the sofa right after his dinner. He turned on the TV watching news at 6:30. He had already known about the recently most popular brand jade beauty jewelry. He was also super jealous of the king's green. He couldn't help thinking to himself, why couldn't I have cut out the king's green and won a fortune? Besides, the jade beauty jewelry was a high-end brand using jade from the medium-high level and above. His Zhoufu jewelry couldn't even provide several medium-level jade, and mainly used the medium-low or low-level jade. His brand had barely 200 million yuan in assets, and was becoming less popular. He also understood that it was because he had replaced Zhou Zhanghong to be the new boss of Zhoufu jewelry. His behavior affected the brand of Zhoufu jewelry. Xiaoping didn't want to accept the truth, but he had to face it. He still had no idea that Zhou Zhanghong was in charge of the jade beauty jewelry, or he would have been totally shocked. However, before long he indeed was shocked, because Zhou Zhanghong appeared on news at 6:30 with the king's green in his hands. His title was the chairman of the Jade Beauty Jewelry Company. Xiao Ping jumped up from the sofa, rounding his eye in shock. No, it's impossible. Impossible. Xiao Ping refused to believe it. His wife, who was in the kitchen washing dishes, heard his angry voice and came running out to him. What happened? Zhou Zhenghong is the chairman of the Jade Beauty Jewelry Company. Can you believe it? Xiao Ping pointed at the TV. What? That's impossible. Mrs. Xiao almost couldn't accept it, but the news playing on the TV made it very clear. Mrs. Xiao had also heard of the Jade Beauty Jewelry. She had even told her friends that she would be going to have a look tomorrow. Women loved jade after all. Although her husband ran a jewelry company, that jewelry wasn't of good quality and was barely comparable to Jade Beauty Jewelry. However, she had no idea who was the boss of the Jade Beauty Jewelry back then. So when she found out that Zhou Zhenghong was the boss, she was so shocked that she wasn't even aware that her dishwashing cloth fell onto the ground. Where did he get the money? Where the hell did he get the jade? Xiao Ping couldn't figure it out. He didn't believe that Zhou Zhenghong was able to collect that much money and jade in a short time. But Zhou Zhenghong was the chairman of the Jade Beauty Jewelry all of a sudden. Xiao Ping was deeply confused. Usually, the chairman was the most influential boss in an enterprise, so Xiao Ping didn't know that there was a big boss behind Zhou Zhenghong. No, I can't accept it. I can't. Zhou Zhenghong almost screamed in anger. Honey, don't you know Leader Hu in the Qin gang? Why don't we turn to him for help? Mrs. Xiao proposed an evil plan. She understood that once Zhou Zhenghong became successful again, he would get revenge on them. Right? We can ask Leader Hu for help. Xiao Ping immediately called Leader Hu, but Leader Hu refused to do them a favor, saying that their boss was doing a full-scale investigation in their gang recently and that he didn't dare to receive money in private. Although Xiao Ping called him Leader Hu, he was only the head of a small group. Xiao Ping was mad, but didn't dare to say another word, because he didn't want to annoy the man and cause himself the trouble. However, Leader Hu also recommended some hoodlums to Xiao Ping. Those hoodlums didn't serve in the Qin gang, so they weren't restricted. Xiao Ping agreed. When the news at 6:30 was on air, Qin Yifan was in the Li family's house. Both he and Li Zhenyu's family were astonished by the fact that Zhou Zhenghong was the chairman of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Did Zhou Zhenghong cut out the King's Green? How come I heard nothing of it from the Street of Stone Gambling? And the Jade Beauty Jewelry is a high-end brand. Where did he get the money and the jade? Li Zhenyu's father Li Zhiyong was shocked as well as confused. He, who also worked in the jewelry industry, had heard of what had happened to Zhou Zhenghong, so what was happening now was very surprising. Qin Yifan instead had a different opinion. He recognized that Zhou Zhenghong was the man who had been with Gu Ning last time in the Street of Stone Gambling. And Gu Ning was so talented in stone gambling. Thus Qin Yifan thought that the King's Green must be Gu Ning's. He even had the thought that Gu Ning had something to do with the Jade Beauty Jewelry. Thinking of that, Qin Yifan couldn't help but take a long breath in. If so, Gu Ning would be too incredible. Those were all his guesses, but those could all be true. He would have called Gu Ning and asked her if they didn't have an awkward relationship now. The competition among businessmen who were involved in the same industry was fierce, especially between peers. Li Jewelry had 300 million yuan more than Zhoufu Jewelry in assets, but the jewelry they provided was at the same level. They both had gold, silver, platinum, and diamond on sale. Li Jewelry just had more medium-level jade than Zhoufu Jewelry. The Li family maintained a good relationship with the Qin family. The Itsue Jade Store was also a famous store which had a history of 100 years mainly selling jade of medium and above levels. Thus Li Jewelry had benefited from it to some extent. Zhoufu Jewelry was valued less than Li Jewelry, but it was always popular, so the Li family and Zhou Zhenghong had been competitors. Li Zhiyong obviously wouldn't attend the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry, but he was quite curious about it. Although Li Jewelry wasn't comparable to Jade Beauty Jewelry in the levels of jade, he decided to find out more about Jade Beauty Jewelry. Therefore, Li Zhiyong asked Li Zhenyu to have a look in the Jade Beauty Jewelry store tomorrow. Qin Yifan came to City Ji for Jade Beauty Jewelry, so he would naturally be going there. And Li Zhinjin would also attend the opening ceremony because of Qin Yifan. Although Qin Yifan had refused her and broken her heart, she couldn't forget him. She still wanted to try. Their relationship was already so bad that, to make it worse, made no real difference. After the airing of news at 6:30, it caused a sensation in City G. Many people who knew Zhou Zhenghong were greatly shocked by the news that he was the chairman of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Although they had the same thoughts as Li Jiong, nobody knew the answers. However, at the same time, those who had had a good relationship with Zhou Zhenghong before and had alienated him after his bankruptcy now called him continuously to congratulate him in order to restore their connection. Zhou Zhenghong treated them politely. He didn't hate them because they had all abandoned him. Business was business after all. Zhou Zhenghong understood why they turned to him now, and he would also make full use of them too. Thus, as long as they didn't hurt him deliberately, he wouldn't be emotional. He wouldn't hurt others on purpose either. Zhou Zhenghong always competed with others equally in business. Unless the other part used amoral tricks in the first place, he would never scheme against others. Gu Ning also had a great meal with Situ Yi. Situ Yi proposed giving Gu Ning a ride back after the meal. Gu Ning declined at first, but Situ Yi insisted, so in the end she agreed to let Situ Yi drive her back to the processing plant. The opening ceremony would be held tomorrow, but they hadn't delivered the jewelry to the store yet. They had to finish the delivery tonight and lay the jewelry in their places. When Gu Ning got back to the processing plant, it was almost 8 p.m. They had already packed the jewelry up and were waiting for Gu Ning. A group of them, Gu Ning included, loaded the car with the packed jewelry, driving to the store afterwards. All the store workers had already cleaned the store while waiting for the jewelry. They started to place the jewelry after Gu Ning and others arrived. When it was almost 10 p.m., Gu Ning received a message from Lung shouting, "What are you doing now?" Gu Ning. "Placing the jewelry in my store. How about you?" Lung shouting, "I'm at the airport in the capital leaving for another city to deal with something." Gu Ning. "Take care." They didn't finish placing the jewelry until it was past 12 p.m. And then they went to the meeting room. Except for Zhou Zhenghong, Chang Qingshan, Wang Jiong and Zhang Rong. No one else knew that Gu Ning was the real boss, so Gu Ning let Zhou Zhenghong hold the meeting. However, she still attended the meeting as a shareholder. She also told the staff to keep it a secret between them to avoid any trouble. Everyone thought that Gu Ning didn't want others to know her identity because of her young age, and promised to keep it quiet. Moreover, all the workers were kind and upright people. They didn't think that there was an immoral relationship between Zhou Zhenghong and Gu Ning just because she had shares of Jade Beauty Jewelry Company at such a young age. All of a sudden, Gu Ning heard some noise outside, so she adjourned the meeting. Everyone was confused, looking to Gu Ning. Gu Ning said to a male worker beside her in a low voice, "Go check the surveillance cameras for outside." The man immediately realized that something must be wrong, so he ran to the surveillance room and checked the cameras. Gu Ning had jade eyes and was able to see what was happening out there, but she didn't want anyone else to know that, so she could only send a worker to check the surveillance cameras first and tell the others afterwards. Before long, the male worker came back with an upset face. "There is a multi-purpose vehicle outside. Over a dozen men got out of it with steel sticks in their hands, and they are staring at our store now." The news caused horror in the crowd. All the workers in the room understood that the store was in trouble. Although the store was alarmed and couldn't be easily robbed, it would affect the opening ceremony tomorrow if its outside was damaged. "I'll handle it," Gu Ning said, standing up. "What?" Everyone was shocked and looking at Gu Ning. They couldn't believe their ears. "She is going to handle it? She is merely a teenage girl. Are you sure you can handle it?" Only Zhou Zhenghong believed that Gu Ning wasn't joking, but he was still worried. "Of course," Gu Ning replied with confidence. Everyone was surprised again. Can she fight? However, they also knew that Gu Ning had to have a plan, or she wouldn't do it. "I'll go too." Two guards stood up at once. As security guards, they ought to protect the store if any accidents happened. Both of the two security guards were strong boys around 27 years old. One was named Ku Ying, and the other was Chao Hua. "Very well. Please be careful," Gu Ning said to them. She could actually handle it alone, but since she hired them, they had to do their jobs. In addition, Gu Ning also wanted to test their ability with this chance. "I'll go too." Chong Qingshan and the others knew that Gu Ning was good at fighting, but they didn't know how good she was. Thus they couldn't let her, a teenage girl, handle it alone. It's fine. You can stay here, Gu Ning ordered. However, it was an emergency. They weren't willing to hide inside. Chong Qingshan and others wanted to argue, but was stopped by Zhou Zhenghong. Zhou Zhenghong told them that Gu Ning was excellent at kung fu, and that they could end up being her burden if they went outside. Since Zhou Zhenghong said so, they chose to believe him. No one wanted to cause more problems. In fact, Gu Ning was happy to know that they were willing to stand up for her in an emergency. They truly had their loyalty to her, and they were all reliable people. There were several steel sticks in the store for emergencies in the future, but unexpectedly they came in handy before the opening ceremony. The three of them went to the door with a steel stick in their hands. There were 3 keys to this store. Gu Ning and Zhou Zhenghong each had one, and the last one was in the hands of the store manager. Gu Ning didn't allow the 2 boys to come near, so she opened the door herself. There were 2 doors. The inside one was a bulletproof glass door, and the one outside was an aluminum alloy rolling door. The glass door was transparent, so there was a layer of curtain to cover it. Outside, over a dozen hoodlums were about to damage the door. At the same time, the rolling door rose up slowly, and those at the front were surprised. However, they didn't think that the people inside had discovered them. They believed that they were going home and had accidentally opened the door. Those hoodlums couldn't see what was happening inside, but the lights were on, so they knew that there were people in it. However, they didn't care. Now, since someone opened the door, they were more than excited to rob the jewelry and make a fortune. Thus they stopped and waited to dash in after the door was fully open. Gu Ning saw it clearly with her jade eyes, and she immediately understood their plan. At short notice, a person violently attacked those hoodlums from a nearby side, and those hoodlums were all beaten down, screaming in pain. However, Gu Ning rounded her eyes at the sight of the familiar man. Leng Xiaoting? Why is he here? Isn't he supposed to be in another city dealing with something? Gu Ning suddenly realized that Leng Xiaoting actually came to City G for her. She was deeply touched by the surprise. People inside the store all heard the agonized shouts from outside, and they were all confused. Once the rolling door was rolled up, Gu Ning opened the glass door without hesitation, dashing ahead. She kicked a hoodlum away and hit another's leg with the steel stick before they could react. The 2 hoodlums shouted in great pain. Both Kuing and Chao Hua, who followed behind Gu Ning, were astonished by the scene before their eyes. This young teenage girl was even better than them at fighting. Kuing and Chao Hua were also amazed by the man who had attacked the hoodlums. The man had an air of a king. If they guessed correctly, the man must be a top player in the military. After a few seconds of shock, they ran over, immediately fighting with the hoodlums. Although they were just normal retired soldiers, they had been trained professionally for many years, and it was easy for them to deal with those hoodlums. People inside the store didn't dare to come out yet, so they went to watch the surveillance cameras. Except for Zhou Zhenghong, the rest were all amazed by Gu Ning's movements. She is so awesome. And the man who suddenly appeared is amazing too. Kuing and Chao Hua are also doing well. Within a short time, the hoodlums were all beaten down on the ground and could barely stand up. Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning knocked most of them down because they were so strong and were able to beat them down one down at a time. Gu Ning came to Leng Xiaoting, asking him, "Why are you here? Didn't you tell me that you needed to deal with something?" Gu Ning asked the question on purpose. Although she was surprised and moved by his sudden presence and help, she was unhappy that he didn't tell her the truth. Leng Xiaoting panicked a little. "I did go to the capital to deal with something, then I came here." In case Gu Ning wouldn't believe him, Leng Xiaoting added at once, "I have my plane ticket as proof. It's in my car," saying that Leng Xiaoting was going to fetch the ticket to show Gu Ning. Gu Ning immediately stopped him. "It's fine, I believe you." Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting relaxed. The people inside the store saw that the problem was solved from the surveillance cameras, and walked out one by one. Seeing that the hoodlums were all beaten down on the ground moaning in pain with blood around their bodies, they all drew a long breath in, like they could feel the pain too. Zhou Zhenghong's sight fell on Leng Xiaoting. He was curious about who this man was, but he didn't ask the question because he knew it wasn't a right time to do so. All right, let's deal with these people first. Gu Ning looked at the hoodlums. Those hoodlums trembled in fear in her cold glance. It was beyond their imagination that these people who worked in this store were so excellent at fighting. They were all masters of kung fu. Who sent you? Gu Ning asked angrily. Those hoodlums exchanged glances, but hesitated to tell the truth. I don't have patience. If you don't tell me the truth, you can't bear the result, Gu Ning threatened. Please don't. Their head immediately opened his mouth. They were merely jobless hoodlums, who didn't have any sense of loyalty. It was nothing before their life. It's the boss of Zhoufu Jewelry, Xiaoping, who sent us here, the leading hoodlum said. What? Xiaoping? Hearing that, Zhou Zhenghong was extremely displeased. He now deeply understood what Gu Ning had told him. If he wanted to start his own business again, Xiaoping would ruin it before he even began. Luckily, he had Gu Ning as his support, so Xiaoping tried in vain. Are you sure? Gu Ning fixed her eyes at him, asking coldly. Not because she didn't believe it, but she just wanted to confirm it. It was universally known that Zhou Zhenghong and Xiaoping didn't get along. Thus it was possible that someone would deliberately use Xiaoping's name to damage Zhou Zhenghong's business. Xiaoping was Zhou Zhenghong's enemy, and Gu Ning would help Zhou Zhenghong to get revenge on him. But anyone who wanted to damage Jade Beauty Jewelry, she absolutely wouldn't let them get away with it. It was him. He has a good connection with Leader Hu in the Qing gang. He planned to get Leader Hu to help him, but Leader Hu refused because the Qing gang won't allow him to do that. Thus he introduced us to Xiaoping. The leading hoodlum told Gu Ning the details in case she wouldn't believe him. Seeing that the hoodlum was being sincere, Gu Ning believed his explanation. How much did they pay you? Gu Ning asked. 50,000 yuan. The hoodlum answered. What? Only 50,000 yuan? He is truly mean. Gu Ning sneered with disdain. Fine, you can all go now. Gu Ning let them go since they were useless now. Hearing that, the hoodlums immediately ran away. Uncle Zhou, do you know Xiaoping's address? What kind of car does he drive? And do you know the plate number? Gu Ning asked Zhou Zhenghong. Zhou Zhenghong understood that Gu Ning was going to cause Xiaoping trouble. He was afraid that she would do something against the law, and was about to persuade her. They all agreed that they had to teach Xiaoping a lesson, but they were also concerned that Gu Ning would commit a crime. However, before Zhou Zhenghong could open his mouth, Gu Ning interrupted him. Relax. I just want to do something to his car, and punish him slightly. Zhou Zhenghong relaxed then. He understood that once Gu Ning made up her mind, no one could change it. Although Xiaoping did it because of him, the Jade Beauty Jewelry was Gu Ning's brand. If Xiaoping wanted to ruin Jade Beauty Jewelry, he would have bad blood with Gu Ning. He had indeed annoyed Gu Ning now. Therefore, Zhou Zhenghong said to Gu Ning, he lives in number 1003, Building 7, Harmonious Home on XX Road. He drives a black BMW, and its plate number is G332. Is there any spray paint or glue left after the decoration of our store? Gu Ning asked. Yes, we have white spray paint and superglue, the manager said. Give them to me, Gu Ning said. The manager immediately ran inside to fetch them. Before long, he came out with a paper bag with 3 bottles of spray paint and 2 bottles of superglue in it. Gu Ning took them saying, All right, it's late now. I think you better stay in the store and have a rest for the sake of your safety. After that, she left with Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting understood where Gu Ning was heading to, so he drove straight to the address of Xiaoping's home. Leng Xiaoting wasn't familiar with the roads in City G, so he used GPS. There weren't many cars on the road in the early morning, and they arrived at the Harmonious Home within 20 minutes. What do you want to do? Let me help you, Leng Xiaoting said. I prefer to do it myself, Gu Ning declined. Leng Xiaoting felt a little disappointed, but he understood, so he didn't insist. Gu Ning wasn't willing to see Leng Xiaoting being upset, like she just had hurt him. After a second thought, Gu Ning asked him, Can you disable the surveillance cameras in this area for me? Sure. Leng Xiaoting's face immediately lit up. It was a piece of cake for him to do that. Then, without delay, the two worked separately. Leng Xiaoting went to the surveillance room to turn off the cameras first before he sent Gu Ning a message of success. Gu Ning strode directly to Building 7 afterwards. She slid into the underground parking lot, finding Xiao Ping's car. Then she used the white spray paint, aiming it at his black car, and turned it completely white. She next pulled out tools, which she had prepared for her adventure at Yuntai Mountain, from her jade eyes to deflate its 4 tires. Later, she violently levered the door open and removed the steering wheel. After that, Gu Ning took the elevator up to the 10th floor. She stood at the door of apartment number 03. Taking out the superglue, she filled the narrow gap between the door and the ground with superglue. At last, she spayed the rest of the spray paint around the door randomly. The door was totally ruined now. Gu Ning was satisfied and left right away. When she got back in the car, Leng Xiaoting asked with curiosity, "What did you do?" Gu Ning told him everything. The man lifted the corner of his lips. He could imagine Xiao Ping's shocked face when he failed to open the door and saw his car tomorrow. "Where to now?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "Where are you staying?" Gu Ning asked. "In a hotel," Leng Xiaoting replied. "Can you drive me back to clean water blue sky before you go back to the hotel?" Gu Ning asked. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was slightly upset. They had just met each other, and now she wanted him to leave without spending more private time with him. That left him in a bad. After a while, Leng Xiaoting said to her, "I haven't eaten yet." Gu Ning was surprised, but she got hungry too when Leng Xiaoting said that. "Well, then let's have night snacks together." "Great," Leng Xiaoting said, immediately cheering up. Many night snack stands were open 24 hours a day, and it was only 2 a.m. It was the time when most bar lovers who had just come out of a bar went to have something to eat. Although Leng Xiaoting was allergic to seafood, he could eat fish, so they went to have roasted fish. It seemed like the two had a secret agreement to eat slowly until daybreak. After the night snack, it was almost 4 a.m. It was too late to go back and sleep, but what should they do next? They weren't a couple yet, so there were many things that they couldn't do. The atmosphere in the car started to get embarrassing. All of a sudden, Gu Ning had an idea. "Well, why don't we have a drive around City G? I want to get familiar with it." Yes, Gu Ning thought that she should be familiar with City G. And with her unique memory, she could bear everything that she saw along the way in mind. Leng Xiaoting didn't know what to do either, so he happily agreed with Gu Ning. He drove the car ahead, moving along the street. At that time, there were drunk people in 2s and 3s arguing and playing with each other on the streets. And the sanitation workers were already doing their job cleaning the streets. Without warning, there was a burst of sound from a noisy engine behind them. In the rearview mirror, they saw 3 cars driving at an extremely high speed racing towards them. If Gu Ning guessed correctly, they were Matt Rempits. While the 3 cars were passing by Leng Xiaoting's, the people sitting inside lifted their middle fingers towards them. Those who sat in the 3 cars all did the same thing. Both Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning were mad. "Let's surpass them," Gu Ning said coldly. Leng Xiaoting immediately sped up, chasing them. In the 3 cars were young men in their early 20s. They noticed that Leng Xiaoting was catching up to them from the rearview mirror, and were surprised, but they soon felt that it was interesting and exciting. They didn't believe that Leng Xiaoting was able to catch up to them. Thus a young man stretched his head from a car shouting at Leng Xiaoting, "Come on, baby, if you can catch up to us, I'll call you my grandpa." Both Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning heard it clearly. Gu Ning said with determination, "Let's do it. I'll beat them down to the ground." They had insulted them, and Gu Ning would never let them get away with it. Leng Xiaoting drove a Porsche which was worth 2 million yuan. It wasn't a cheap car, but was slightly cheaper than their professional sports cars which were at the price of 4 million yuan. Leng Xiaoting was a skillful driver who drove fast and steadily, so he soon caught up to them. The young men in the sports cars were surprised that Leng Xiaoting did it so easily. Although they sped up, Leng Xiaoting still caught up to them in a few seconds, which greatly upset them. However, the more annoyed they felt, the more they failed to drive well. Within a short time, Leng Xiaoting's Porsche was ahead of all of them. He stopped the car right across the middle of the road. Although it was a 3-lane road, there happened to be a big truck parked in one of the lanes. Leng Xiaoting's car occupied the other 2 lanes, and left no space for them to drive through. Not unless they drove through Leng Xiaoting's car. The young men in the 3 cars were swearing loudly, but they had to stop their cars quickly. However, they were reluctant to admit their failure, so the first car turned around, planning to drive away, but it knocked into the second car. The owners of these 2 cars didn't get along with each other. They had drunk today and were easily annoyed. After the accident, an argument was about to begin. The owner of the second car got out of it walking to the first car swearing, "Li Feng, what the fuck have you done?" Li Feng left his car, and he was mad too. "Ma Rennie, what the fuck do you think you are that you are yelling at me? I didn't do it on purpose after all. I can pay you. I don't lack your compensation at all. I just fucking hate you." Li Feng raised his voice. The owner of the third car walked over at that time, criticizing them. "It's no big deal. Why are you arguing so loudly? Calm down. Wei. It's not me who doesn't want to calm down. I just can't stand this shit any longer. He slept with my girl. I didn't say anything, but as long as he's present, my girls are seduced by him every time. Do you think I can tolerate that?" Ma Rennie clenched his teeth in anger. Gu Ning was struck dumb. She didn't expect to hear such a dramatic story. She felt like laughing, but to be honest, the man called Li Feng was indeed much more handsome than the man named Ma Rennie. Or to be more specific, the man named Ma Rennie wasn't good-looking at all. He was only 168 centimeters tall and a little fat with a plain face. And the man called Li Feng was 186 centimeters tall with a standard body. He wasn't very handsome, but wasn't plain either. Moreover, he dressed well and looked charming, like a typical playboy. Women were always attracted by bad boys, so it was understandable that Ma Rennie's girls would end up sleeping with Li Feng. They seduced me themselves, all right? It wasn't my fault. Could you resist the temptation if they turned you on? And I rejected them all afterwards. You couldn't keep them interested in you, and you can't blame me for that. Li Feng retorted with disdain. He despised Ma Rennie because he failed to get his girls to stay by his side. Although Ma Rennie was plain, he was rich. So many pretty young girls were still willing to play with him. But once they found out that Li Feng was both handsome and rich, they naturally turned to him. "Li Feng, fuck you." Ma Rennie was annoyed by shame. He raised his fist to punch Li Feng. Li Feng also had been wanting to beat Ma Rennie for a long time. He didn't think that it was his fault that girls all left Ma Rennie for him. If Ma Rennie hadn't been Wei Feihong's friend too, he would have punched him already. Now since Ma Rennie wanted to fight with him in first place, he wouldn't hesitate. Wei Feihong, who was the owner of the third car, wanted to stop them, but was also afraid that they would hurt him, so he could only shout it from the side, "Stop now, both of you." However, Ma Rennie and Li Feng had already lost their minds. They only wanted to punch the other to death, and no one would listen to Wei Feihong. The two were soon in a violent fight. It seemed that they indeed hated each other badly. Leng Xiaoting had followed Gu Ning in getting out of the car earlier on. Gu Ning enjoyed watching the two fight with her arms across her chest. Although they weren't good at fighting at all, it was funny to see that they were black and blue. Wei Feihong noticed Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting, and was stunned by their outstanding appearance. He wasn't interested in Leng Xiaoting, although the man was extraordinarily handsome, so he quickly ignored Leng Xiaoting. His sight fell on Gu Ning then, and he leered at her. Leng Xiaoting gave him a cold glance, which frightened Wei Feihong. He was scared by the man's look. It was so terrifying. Leng Xiaoting was so mad that the man was leering at Gu Ning. It was an insult to Gu Ning. Gu Ning was of course displeased at Wei Feihong's look as well. She walked towards Wei Feihong step by step, followed by Leng Xiaoting. Wei Feihong unconsciously moved backwards in horror. However, he soon realized that it was very shameful to do that, so he calmed himself down. However, Leng Xiaoting's look still made him feel uncomfortable, as if Leng Xiaoting was his boss. He asked with dissatisfaction, "What do you want to do? Didn't you say that once we catch up to you, you'll call us your grandpa? Now we did it, it's time for you to call us grandpa." Guning said in a proud and casual way, looking at him like he was a loser. You? Wei Feihong was mad. However, he soon sneered. Of course. However, when I said, catch, I actually meant that if you sleep with me, I'll call you whatever you want in my bed. Wei Feihong not only denied it, but also humiliated Guning. Both Lung Shouting and Guning were irritated now. Before Guning could do anything, Lung Shouting directly kicked Wei Feihong away. He heavily fell onto his own car with a loud crash. The front cover of the car caved in by the great force. Wei Feihong had been kicked in the stomach and was already in great pain, and then he hit the car heavily. It was too painful for him to utter a word. Because of the loud sound, Ma Rennie and Li Feng immediately focused on Wei Feihong, and both were shocked. Wei! Although Ma Rennie and Li Feng were also black and blue, they couldn't leave Wei Feihong alone because of his background. If he was injured while they were together, Wei Feihong's father would never let them get away with it. That being the case, Ma Rennie and Li Feng stopped fighting with each other and ran to Wei Feihong at once. How dare you kick Wei? Do you know who he is? Ma Rennie looked to Lung Shouting and Guning, threatening them. Wei Feihong's background wasn't simple. Seeing that Ma Rennie was black and blue and had an angry look, Guning thought that it was hilarious. She almost laughed out loud. Oh, so who is he? She asked. Guning didn't care about his background. Even if he was the son of the governor of this province, Guning would beat him as always. Guning's attitude annoyed Ma Rennie and Li Feng. Wei's father is a senior leader of the Xuanwu branch in the Qing gang. You've hurt Wei, and you can't bear the result. The Xuanwu branch was in charge of the different kinds of legal businesses of the Qing gang. Wei Feihong's father, Wei Jiming, was the general manager of all the entertainment places in City Ji on behalf of the Qing gang. He was indeed a senior leader in the Xuanwu branch, but was only a manager among the Qing gang. Wei Jiming might be an influential figure to others, but he was nothing to Guning. So what? Even if your boss was here, I'm not afraid of him either, Guning said airily, like the Qing gang was merely nothing in her eyes. You? Ma Rennie and Li Feng were mad. They didn't expect that this young girl was so bold that she wasn't even afraid of the Qing gang. But they thought that Guning behaved like that because she had no idea of the power of the Qing gang. You're just being naive. Don't you dare leave, Li Feng said angrily. He took out his phone calling for help. Why should I listen to you? We're leaving, and what can you do? Guning said with disdain, and left with Lung Shouting. Although she wasn't afraid of them, it didn't mean that she would stay as they wanted. Why should she listen to them? Guning and Lung Shouting were leaving, but Ma Rennie and Li Feng indeed had no idea how to stop them. They could only watch them disappearing from sight. They couldn't beat them in a fight after all, and they were all injured, but they still yelled at their backs. Let's go and see. You'll pay for it. At that time, it was almost 6 a.m., and the sky started to light up. It was winter, so the dawn came late. If it had been summer, the sky would be completely bright already. There were more and more cars on the roads now, and many people were running in the morning. They drove on the road for a while longer. The sky was completely bright at 7 a.m., so Guning and Lung Shouting went to the store. When they arrived at the store, it was already open. Zhou Zhenghong arranged the workers to have breakfast in shifts. Guning was busy causing Xiao Ping trouble last night, so she hadn't introduced Lung Shouting to Zhou Zhenghong yet. Zhou Zhenghong was her most important assistant, and it was necessary to introduce them to each other. Uncle Zhou, this is my friend, Lung Shouting, Guning said to Zhou Zhenghong, then turned to Lung Shouting. This is the executive boss of my jewelry company, Zhou Zhenghong. Zhou Zhenghong and Lung Shouting greeted each other. Zhou Zhenghong asked Guning about what she had done to Xiaoping. Not only Zhou Zhenghong, but the others were also curious about it. Guning didn't hide the truth. She told them everything, and everyone felt satisfied. Guning and Lung Shouting hadn't had breakfast yet, but they had eaten at night, so they were full now. It was the first time that all the female workers in the store had seen such a handsome man like Lung Shouting. They couldn't help glancing at him, but nobody had any illusions about him because they were a little in awe of him. Xiaoping woke up early this morning. He called the leading hoodlum who he had hired to damage the Jade Beauty jewelry store, but no one would answer. He tried calling the other hoodlums later, but it was still the same. Xiaoping was mad for a long while. Nobody answered his calls, so he stopped calling. He hoped that they would call him back later. Then he planned to leave his home and have a look at the Jade Beauty jewelry store himself. But when he tried to open the door in vain countless times, he roared in anger. What the fuck is going on now? The door won't open. His wife was woken up by the noise. She walked out and heard Xiaoping's angry voice. What? The door won't open? What's wrong with it? Mrs. Xiao immediately went to open the door, but she also tried in vain. What happened? She asked with anxiety. How would I know? Call the property company right now. Xiaoping shouted in anger. Mrs. Xiao went to call them at once. Harmonious Home was a medium-level living area with good service provided by the property company. Especially when Mrs. Xiao called them. They sent people to help without delay. Then they found out that someone had poured superglue in the gap and sprayed white paint around the door. The door was merely a waste now and had to be removed. Xiaoping was in a rage. He didn't understand who would do that to him. He asked the worker from the property company to check the surveillance cameras, but the tape was broken. Xiaoping almost went crazy, but he still had to call someone to replace the door. About an hour later, the repairer came to remove the door. Xiaoping told his wife to stay in the house before he left. However, when Xiaoping got to the underground parking lot and found out that his car was badly damaged, he fainted because of the anger. The Jade Beauty jewelry store would hold its opening ceremony at 10 a.m. The 10 security guards that Situ Yi had arranged for Gu Ning had already arrived at 9 a.m. Meanwhile, Situ Yi called Gu Ning to congratulate her. Because of Situ Ye's special identity, he couldn't come to the opening ceremony in person. Thus, he could only call Gu Ning. Leng Xiaoting misunderstood and thought that Situ Yi was chasing Gu Ning too. So he disliked Situ Yi from the very beginning. Therefore, when he heard that the call was from Situ Yi, he got nervous all of a sudden. Although Gu Ning seemed to treat Situ Yi like a common friend, Leng Xiaoting was still mad at the fact that Gu Ning had turned to Situ Yi for help. Gu Ning of course sensed his unhappiness. She understood what was on his mind. He must be unhappy about what Situ Yi had done for her. Gu Ning hung up and asked, "What's wrong? Why didn't you tell me you need guards?" Leng Xiaoting asked with dissatisfaction. "You said that you were busy, so I didn't want to bother you," Gu Ning replied. She actually hadn't known that she could turn to Leng Xiaoting for help. Instead, she thought that it would be more convenient if Situ Yi was willing to help, since his gang was based in City G. Leng Xiaoting now regretted that he had lied to Gu Ning, but he still argued, "Even if I'm not here, I can still help you." Indeed, whether he came to City G or not, it was easy for him to arrange security guards for Gu Ning. He only needed to make a call. "I promise I'll come to you if I need anything the next time. Please don't be upset." Gu Ning comforted him. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was finally cheered up. Great! The most noticeable feature of this opening ceremony was the King's Green, so they left a large empty space in the middle of the store to place the King's Green for people to appreciate it. It was locked in a glass box with a guard beside it. There were people gathering around gradually. Some were here to have a look, while some came to congratulate Zhou Zhenghong. Ling Shui and a cameraman had arrived earlier to find out who the guests were. Master Yen, Master Fu and Master Bai arrived at almost the same time, because they had an agreement to set off together. Yan Zhenglin, the mayor of City G, came along with his father. Master Yen and Bai Linwei arrived with his father Master Bai. The arrival of these important figures immediately caused a sensation. Nobody knew when Zhou Zhenghong had such a close relationship with those influential people in City G. Gu Ning was only a random customer today. She didn't show up with any title at Jade Beauty Jewelry. Master Fu and the others were aware of that, so they only congratulated Zhou Zhenghong to protect Gu Ning's real identity. Leng Xiaoting kept following behind Gu Ning. His outstanding appearance and air of coldness and threat were hard to ignore. Master Bai and the others were all sophisticated. They knew that Leng Xiaoting wasn't simple at the first glance, but they had no idea about his background. They also wondered whether Gu Ning and the man were a couple. However, they refused to believe it because Gu Ning was too young after all. Gu Ning behaved like a mature grown-up, so it was still possible that she fell in love earlier than others. All in all, they wouldn't ask Gu Ning for the answer. It was her personal affair, and they had no right to interfere. They also believed that Gu Ning was a person of principles. Even if she was in love, it had to be because the man was reliable. Grandpa Fu, Grandpa Yen, Grandpa Bai, Mayor Yen, Chairman Bai, it's so nice to meet you all. Gu Ning walked over greeting them. You don't need to call me Mayor Yen. You can just call me Uncle Yen, Yen Zhenglin said kindly. He didn't seem like a man of authority at all. Gu Ning had saved his life after all, and he wasn't willing to behave like an official in front of her. Uncle Yen, welcome. Gu Ning called him as he wanted. Oh, you don't need to call me Chairman Bai either. Call me Uncle Bai, please. We aren't strangers anyway. Bai Linwei added. Bai Linwei was a pleasant person too. Most importantly, he really appreciated Gu Ning's ability and wanted to make friends with her. Uncle Bai, you're welcome too, Gu Ning said. She was of course happy to know that those significant figures were willing to have a close connection with her. At that time, a black Jaguar stopped at the road outside the Jade Beauty Jewelry store. Li Zhenyu was the driver and Qin Yifan was sitting in the passenger seat, while Li Jinjin was in the back seat. Even though it was a broad road and the store was 6 meters away, they still recognized Gu Ning at first sight. Why is Gu Ning here? Seeing Gu Ning, Li Jinjin felt terrified out of instinct. Gu Ning had really scared her. She even knows the Bai family, the Yen family, and the Fu family, and they seem very close. Li Zhenyu was astonished too, but he was more shocked that Gu Ning knew those masters. Li Jinjin had the same feeling. They had thought that Gu Ning was merely a poor ordinary girl who couldn't make any acquaintance of those super rich and influential families. But they were so close now. Those masters would probably ignore Li Zhenyu directly even if he went to greet them on his own initiative. Qin Yifan was also amazed by the scene, but his attention soon moved to the man beside Gu Ning. Who is this man? Although he wasn't sure that they were a couple, Leng Xiaoting's appearance threatened Qin Yifan. He had to admit that the man was much more handsome than him. He didn't think that Gu Ning was a superficial girl who would judge a man from his appearance. Thus he believed that if Gu Ning liked this man, the man must be outstanding. Li Jinjin loved Qin Yifan, but she also liked to appreciate other beautiful men, especially those charming male idols and stars. But Qin Yifan was the man in her heart, while others were only in her eyes. Therefore, when Leng Xiaoting appeared in her sight, Li Zhenjin was attracted by him instantly. The man was even more charming than her idol. At the same time, she was jealous of Gu Ning. No matter what the relationship between them was, even if they were only common friends, Li Zhenjin still believed that Gu Ning didn't deserve such a handsome man. However, to make Qin Yifan give up on Gu Ning, Li Zhenjin complimented against her will. The man must be Miss Gu's boyfriend. He is so handsome. Qin Yifan felt hurt, but he didn't say anything. He also had no idea that Li Zhenjin had said that on purpose, so he didn't blame her for it. Qin Yifan thought that Gu Ning must have a connection with Jade Beauty Jewelry, but Li Zhenyu and Li Zhenjin didn't think, so they only thought that Gu Ning was here to attend the opening ceremony, even though they knew that Gu Ning and Zhou Zhanghong were friends. Because of Gu Ning's presence, the three stayed in the car waiting. Girl Gu, may I ask? Who is this young man? Master Bai glanced at Leng Xiaoting. He didn't want to investigate his background, but thought that it would be impolite if he ignored the young man. Oh right, this is my friend, Leng Xiaoting. Gu Ning immediately introduced. Leng Xiaoting only nodded to them because of his character, but he didn't show any disrespect. Master Bai and the others also smiled to him. They could tell that Leng Xiaoting wasn't a talkative man, so they didn't mind. Let's go and see the King's Green now. You all have seen it, but I haven't yet, Bai Linwei proposed. Although he had less interest in Jade, the King's Green was worth looking at and taking a picture. I agree. If we don't go and have a look now, it could be crowded later, Yan Jinglin said. We also want to see it again. Let's go now, Master Fu said, walking into the store without delay. Master Bai and Master Yen followed. They didn't want to bother Gu Ning, especially when there was a man beside her. The Bai family ranked third, and the Fu family ranked 7th on the list of super-rich and powerful families. Other than the group of those masters, the AI family that ranked 2nd and the O family which ranked 5th arrived later too. Although their families' leaders didn't come, the visitors were important enough to represent their families. The AI family sent AI Weichin, who is Master AI's youngest grandson, to attend the ceremony. He was a 27-year-old tall, handsome man with an air of elegance. His appearance aroused excitement in the ladies. The O family sent O Nyanin, who was the family leader's eldest daughter, to attend the ceremony. She was a 30-year-old ambitious woman, and the heir of the O family. The AI family and the O family had maintained a close connection with each other for generations. AI Weichin's and O Nyanin's sight fell on Lang shouting for a second, then moved away, but Guning noticed the shock in their eyes. Yes, they were indeed shocked and amazed. I arranged for them to come here, Lang Shouting said to Guning in a gentle voice. Guning had the same idea when AI Weichin and O Nyanin glanced at Lang Shouting. She was surprised that Lang Shouting knew them because they were from super powerful families. Guning was now even more certain that Lang Shouting wasn't simple. She was curious now about Lang Shouting's real identity. It seemed that the man was more influential than she imagined. However, she wouldn't ask him. Instead, she would wait until he was willing to tell her the truth. Meanwhile, Guning didn't understand why AI Weichin and O Nyanin looked so shocked when they came inside. Lang Shouting had arranged for them to attend this ceremony. They should know that Lang Shouting would be here too, so why did they still seem astonished? An idea dawned on Guning all of a sudden. Was it because of her? Guning suddenly realized that Su Jinshin had told her that Lang Shouting had never had a girlfriend or any woman at his side. Guning assumed that they had to have been amazed to see Lang Shouting with her. She was right. Both AI Weichin and O Nyanin were shocked that Lang Shouting was with a girl, and they seemed close. Nevertheless, they didn't greet Lang Shouting in order to not expose their relationship. After they had sent the gifts, O Nyanin immediately gossiped with AI Weichin aside. Weichin, boss is with a woman. Oh no, a girl. Doesn't he dislike being too close with a female? And, could they be a couple? O Nyanin was excited as well as shocked. It was a big news after all. I don't know whether they're a couple or not, but I'm sure that they must be close, AI Weichin said seriously. Of course they are. O Nyanin rolled her eyes. After that, many influential people in City G gradually arrived, including many jade experts and businessmen. Zhao Yefeng came as well. Many of them didn't know Zhou Zhenghong, so they didn't send expensive gifts, but only baskets of flowers and plants. It would be impolite if they came with empty hands. Miss Gu, what a coincidence. Zhao Yefeng was surprised to see Gu Ning. Although he didn't keep in touch with Gu Ning, he had an impressive impression of her. He admired her to some extent. Thus he was more than thrilled to meet her in this opening ceremony. Mr. Zhao, nice to meet you. Gu Ning was also surprised to see Zhao Yefeng. Then she realized that she had forgotten to invite him, and felt slightly sorry. They were peers now. However, Gu Ning's business focused on jade, so they weren't competitors yet. Zhao Yefeng was involved in all kinds of jewelry, and jade was only a part of it. In addition, the major market of Zhao Yefeng's business wasn't in City G. He only had a branch here. Therefore, they weren't enemies. Gu Ning actually didn't want to hide the fact that she was the real boss of jade beauty jewelry from Zhao Yefeng, but there were too many people around, so it wasn't convenient for her to tell Zhao Yefeng her real identity. Miss Gu, do you know the boss of jade beauty jewelry? Zhao Yefeng asked. Yes, Gu Ning answered. I don't know the boss, but I wanted to have a look at the King's Green. Thus I came here without an invitation, Zhao Yefeng said. He seemed a little embarrassed. May I introduce you to the boss? Gu Ning said. Really? That would be so great. Thank you so much, Miss Gu. Zhao Yefeng was excited. Although jade beauty jewelry now was barely comparable to his Farong jewelry, it wasn't a bad idea to maintain a good relationship with its boss. Gu Ning guided Zhao Yefeng to Zhou Zhenghong, who was welcoming the guests. At the same time, Qin Yifan and the other two were surprised that Gu Ning knew Zhao Yefeng too. The Qin family and the Li family were both involved in the jewelry industry, and they were familiar with the important figures in this field. Zhou Zhenghong only greeted his guests and the visitors for a short while, then they would go inside to see the jade. Thus it didn't cause any bother when Gu Ning and Zhao Yefeng walked over. "Uncle Zhou, this is the chairman of Furong Jewelry, Zhao Yefeng," Gu Ning introduced. Zhou Zhenghong actually recognized Zhao Yefeng before Gu Ning introduced him. Zhou Zhenghong worked in the jewelry industry too, but since Gu Ning introduced Zhao Yefeng to him, they must know each other. So Zhou Zhenghong greeted him with great enthusiasm. "It's so nice to meet you, Chairman Zhao." "Nice to meet you too, Mr. Zhou. Please don't mind my coming without invitation," Zhao Yefeng said. "Of course not. You're absolutely welcomed. Would you mind dining together after the ceremony?" Zhou Zhenghong invited. "I'd love to," Zhao Yefeng answered. They chatted for a while longer before Zhao Yefeng went inside to see the King's Green. Everyone in the Jade Beauty Jewelry store was more than shocked that so many influential figures came today. Zhou Zhenghong was clear that it was all because of Gu Ning. Her network was amazing. However, what happened later was more shocking. Shang Juntong, who was the general manager of Qinghua Group, arrived too. The Qinghua Group was the Qin Gang's property. Although the Qinghua Group was the Qin Gang's property, it didn't stand for the Qin Gang, because it had its own network, and wouldn't bother the Qin Gang. Therefore, nobody believed that Zhou Zhenghong had a relationship with the Qin Gang. However, it wasn't easy to have a connection with the Qinghua Group. The industries of the Qinghua Group didn't concentrate in City G. Thus, even though it had over 100 billion yuan in assets, it only ranked fourth with 30 billion yuan in assets on the list of the richest in City G. The list of the richest in City G naturally only ranked according to the assets or wealth in City G. However, nobody could figure out how Zhou Zhenghong was able to invite almost half of the important figures in City G to attend his opening ceremony. Those figures came not only for the sake of Zhou Zhenghong, but also for the good of their own business. The Qinghua Group sent a 20 centimeters tall and 15 centimeters wide natural red coral to the Jade Beauty Jewelry. It was huge and rare. Natural red corals were made up of polyps. It grew very slowly and didn't regenerate. Red corals only existed in several straits: Taiwan Strait, Strait of Japan, Baltic Strait, and the Mediterranean Sea. Due to the limitation of sea areas, the red coral was super precious. Red coral was also an organic gemstone with a pleasant color and a lustrous texture. It grew in the deep sea at a depth of 1,000 to 2,000 meters. It was listed as one of the 3 organic gems, together with pearls and amber, and one of the 7 treasures in the Eastern Buddhist scriptures. It had been regarded as a symbol of good wishes since ancient times. This natural red coral was worth over 10 million yuan, which shocked everyone, including Gu Ning. She had to admit that Situ Yi was really generous. This price wasn't a big deal. The point was that the natural red coral was too rare to buy in the market. Gu Ning liked it very much at the first sight and decided to take it home as part of her collection. Leng Xiaoting, on the other hand, was upset to see Gu Ning being so happy about Situ Ye's gift. He immediately disliked the natural red coral. After that, Kong Yuan, the chief of staff of the military division in City G, arrived. His arrival caused another round of sensation. What? An important figure in the military division came too. There was no need to ask Leng Xiaoting. Gu Ning immediately understood that he must have arranged it too. But she was astonished by Kong Yuan's position. He was the chief of staff, which was a colonel in the army. If Leng Xiaoting was able to send him here, then Leng Xiaoting must either be his relative or in an even higher position than him. Gu Ning preferred to believe the second assumption. If he was in a higher position than Kong Yuan, he must be at least a major general. Thinking of that, Gu Ning abruptly looked to Leng Xiaoting in astonishment. Leng Xiaoting understood what was on Gu Ning's mind, and he didn't want to hide. Major General. Major General. He was a Major General. A 25-year-old Major General. It was incredible. Normally, a Major General would be over 40 years old. Gu Ning couldn't help taking a long breath in. She thought to herself, Leng Xiaoting, how old were you when you joined the army? And how many great achievements have you made? Gu Ning suddenly felt like crying. It was very difficult to achieve the position of Major General. He must have risked his life countless times and paid a lot for it. Thinking of the possible danger that Lung Xiaoting could encounter while he was on a task, Gu Ning's heart ached. She wanted to check the injuries around his body. There had to be injuries on his body. The only question was whether there were many or few injuries. Lung Xiaoting wasn't good at romance, but he was highly intelligent, so he sensed that Gu Ning was worried from her emotions at once. He knew that she was concerned about him. He was happy to know that, but also felt bad. And he could only comfort her. "I'm fine." Gu Ning didn't say a word, trying to calm herself down. It wasn't the right time to cry. Qin Yifan also noticed that Gu Ning was worried about the man. He felt hurt deeply. It seemed that they were really a couple. Kong Yuan sent a gift of calligraphy written by the famous artist, Zhuge Li. By now, the brand of jade beauty jewelry had become completely well known. No one had ever seen such a group of influential guests from all kinds of important fields. The jade beauty jewelry store wasn't very big now, but it was already famous. What shocked the crowd as well was the quality and level of the jade used by jade beauty jewelry. The jade was all above medium level, some of them were even top level. When it was about 10 a.m., Zhou Zhenghong started to address his speech. "Respected leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my friends, good morning to you all. Today, we are here to hold the opening ceremony of the Jade Beauty Jewelry flagship store. As the representative of Jade Beauty Jewelry Company, Ltd., I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you. Jade is the essence of all things, enjoying the reputation of the crown of valuable stones. It has the good meanings of luck, wit, nobility, and fortune. Jade Beauty Jewelry will create high-end jade jewelry. Let's wish Jade Beauty Jewelry a thriving future. Thank you all for coming." "Thank you." After the speech, there was a round of applause. Then it was time for the ribbon cutting. Yan Zhenglin, Kong Yuan, and Master Bai cut the ribbon together. After the ribbon cutting, guests could make a reservation for the King's Green. Gu Ning thought that there would be few people who were willing to pay a high price for jade, but unexpectedly, over a dozen people made a reservation. However, the King's Green wasn't big enough to fulfill their needs, so they could only apply an alternative plan. Luckily, Gu Ning had prepared a plan B for it. The alternative was to bid secretly. Customers could write down the bid price and types of jewelry he or she wanted on a piece of paper, then hand the paper to the worker. The worker would collect all the pieces of paper and the most generous buyer would win the King's Green. Before long, the results were revealed. Undoubtedly, both Master Fu and Master Bai won a wide jade ring at a much higher price than others. Gu Ning had already made over 100 million yuan on the first day, before the store even opened. Because it was only the reservation for the jewelry, they each paid a deposit of 20%. Moreover, there would be a gap between the predetermined number of grams and the final number of grams. If the jewelry exceeded the predetermined number of grams the customer had reserved, there was no need to pay more for it, and the customer could acquire more than the predetermined number of grams at the original price. And if the jewelry didn't meet the predetermined number of grams the customer had reserved, its price would be lowered accordingly. It was universally acknowledged and accepted that the weight of the jewelry couldn't be a 100% accurate. Gu Ning, of course, would not take advantage of her customers, and the jewelry would only be heavier, not lighter. It wasn't a big deal to let the customers buy the jewelry at a lower price. It hadn't cost her much money to get the jade after all. Zhou Zhenghong guided the guests to have a meal in the Huangdeng Hotel later. Qin Yifan and the other two didn't show up at all from the beginning to the end. All the staff remained in the store and didn't follow Zhou Zhenghong to the hotel. They would eat in the afternoon. The Jade Beauty Jewelry store wasn't far away from the Huangdeng Hotel. It only took several minutes to walk there, so most walked while some drove. During that break, Lung Xiaoting said to Gu Ning, "Please follow me. I have something to give you." "What is it?" Gu Ning was surprised and curious. She followed Lung Xiaoting to his car in the parking lot. Lung Xiaoting took out a wooden box from his car. It was as big as 2 palms. Gu Ning opened the wooden box and felt a strong power hit her face. She trembled a little, but when she saw what was inside, she couldn't believe her eyes. There were 2 huge diamonds in it. One was blue and the other was red. Both were as big as a quail's egg. There was also a blood-red jade bracelet and a purple jade the size of an egg. It was a top-level jade called Purple Eye. Gu Ning didn't know the price of the diamonds, but she knew that of the Purple Eye jade and the blood-red jade bracelet. Purple Eye jade was at the same level as Fulishu jade. This Purple Eye jade was as big as an egg, and it must be worth at least a couple dozen million yuan. And the blood-red jade bracelet was even more precious. Gu Ning had read the news on the internet that a blood-red jade bracelet which weighed 46 grams had been sold at the price of 480 million yuan at auction. But this blood-red jade bracelet in the box was even several grams heavier. Price at auction was normally much higher than at market price. And the exact price of jewelry actually depended on the buyer. Gold, for instance, it was worth 300 yuan a gram sometimes, and was worth 200 yuan a gram at other times. Its price changed. It's more precious than his, Leng Xiaoting said airily. Gu Ning was struck dumb for a second, and didn't know what to say. Leng Xiaoting explained further. The blood-red jade bracelet is more precious than the red coral. Hearing that, Gu Ning immediately understood what Leng Xiaoting meant. She snorted with laughter all of a sudden. Leng Xiaoting was jealous just because Situ Yi had sent her a valuable natural red coral. Gu Ning teased, "Are you jealous?" Leng Xiaoting flushed, feeling uneasy, but he didn't deny it. Gu Ning didn't know what to do. Leng Xiaoting was being so sensitive. He had been jealous of Situ Yi twice today. Actually, it wasn't completely Leng Xiaoting's fault. Because Gu Ning hadn't agreed to be his girlfriend yet, he didn't feel secure. He was afraid that Gu Ning would reject him once he didn't perform well. "I like it very much." Saying that, Gu Ning put the blood-red jade bracelet on her wrist. Gu Ning not only liked it, but was also deeply moved. It was so beautiful and precious. Most importantly, it was from Leng Xiaoting. Thus, except for the blood-red jade bracelet, Gu Ning absorbed all the power from the rest in the box. Her jade eyes were already full of power yesterday, and the telepathic eye space expanded a square meters afterwards. "Where did you get these?" Gu Ning asked with curiosity. "I picked some up in the middle of fulfilling tasks, and others sent me some. I have many more of them in the capital," Leng Xiaoting said. Leng Xiaoting had no interest in jewelry. It was nothing different than a stone in Leng Xiaoting's eyes. If it hadn't been priceless, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't have kept it. Now, since he found out that Gu Ning liked jewelry, he would keep it well for her. Gu Ning didn't know that Leng Xiaoting had gone back to the capital in order to bring the jewelry to her until now. She felt like crying once more. This man didn't say sweet nothings, but everything he had done was more special and meaningful than oral promises. Actions spoke louder than words after all. Gu Ning curbed her impulse to cry, saying, "Could you please keep it for me for a while? It isn't convenient for me to take it right now." It indeed wasn't convenient for her to hold such a big box. And with Leng Xiaoting's presence, she wasn't able to put it into the telepathic eye space. Leng Xiaoting took the wooden box and laid it back in its original place. After that, the two went straight to the Huangdang Hotel. Because Master Bai and the other important figures were there too, Gu Ning couldn't be absent. What had happened at the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry went abroad before it aired on the news at 6:30. The news went viral on the internet within a short time. Everyone was shocked by the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry, especially peers who worked in the jewelry industry. Luckily, Jade Beauty Jewelry only made jade jewelry and wasn't involved in other kinds of jewelry yet. Meanwhile, Xiaoping finally woke up, but his first reaction was to ask the condition of Jade Beauty Jewelry, instead of himself or his car. Mrs. Xiao had kept her eyes on the news of Jade Beauty Jewelry and was quite jealous of it. "Honey, Jade Beauty Jewelry is big news today. Over a half of the celebrities in City G have attended its opening ceremony, including the AI family, the Bai family, the Qinghua group, the O family, the Fu family, and even the mayor. The chief of staff also." Before Mrs. Xiao could finish, Xiaoping was hit heavily by the news. He spat a mouthful of blood before he fainted again. Honey, doctor, please." Mrs. Xiao panicked, running to the doctor at once. At the same time, Wei Jiming, who was the general manager of the entertainment industry of the Qin Gang, made up his mind that his son had to be revenged, even though it was his son's fault. He would protect his son no matter whose fault it was. However, he hesitated after he found out that Leng Xiaoting's car belonged to the AI family. The Qing gang wasn't afraid of the AI family, but Wei Jiming was afraid of it. It was Wei Feihong's fault after all. If he secretly used the Qing gang's force to get revenge on the AI family, his boss would punish him if it was exposed. Thus, although Wei Jiming was mad, he had to give it up, in case Wei Feihong would cause any more trouble. He reminded his son to be more careful. Facing his father, Wei Feihong had to listen to the persuasion. After the meal, Gu Ning went back to the store with Zhou Zhenghong. It was already crowded in the Jade Beauty jewelry store. The King's Green was fully reserved, but it was still shown in the store for the whole day. So many came here to see it. And there were also many jade buyers. City G was developing well nowadays, and there were many rich people in this city. Gu Ning noticed a familiar face the minute she walked inside. It was the woman who had dined with Li Zhenzhen the last time when Gu Ning had encountered Li Zhenzhen in a restaurant. Although they had only met once, Gu Ning remembered it clearly with the help of her outstanding memory. Seeing Su Jing, Gu Ning unconsciously checked whether Li Zhenzhen was here too. She was ready to revenge herself on Li Zhenzhen now, but Li Zhenzhen wasn't in the store. Su Jing was only shopping with a man who was around 30 years old. Jingjing, Li Zhenzhen doesn't know that you're here to buy jewelry, right? The man asked. I didn't tell her. If she finds out that I came here to buy jewelry instead of jewelry stores owned by her family, she'll be mad at me, but the jewelry in the stores of her family is so ordinary, and I don't like its design either. Other high-end brands are too expensive. This store is newly opened, and customers can have a 10% discount today. I absolutely need to have a look here, Su Jing said, and she complained a little about Li Zhenzhen. The man stayed quiet, and Su Jing added, Oh, Zhenzhen won't dine with us this afternoon. She'll meet us at Yongla Club around 9 a.m. in the morning. Gu Ning heard their talk clearly. After hearing Li Zhenzhen's schedule, Gu Ning had a good idea. It was a perfect timing, and she wouldn't miss it. Fine, but I'm afraid that someone will be disappointed, the man joked. In fact, I have sympathy for Senator. He was a playboy, but now has changed a lot for Zhenzhen. Unfortunately, Zhenzhen likes another man, Su Jing said. Nevertheless, I have sympathy for Li Zhenzhen. She fell in love with a man who dislikes her. It has been so many years. I don't think she can be together with him, the man said. Indeed, they aren't like us who love each other deeply, Su Jing said, holding the man's hand in happiness. However, Gu Ning sensed that the man didn't feel as happy as Su Jing. The man probably wasn't as deeply in love with Su Jing as she thought. Gu Ning didn't stay in the store for very long, and left with Leng Xiaoting. Where to now? Leng Xiaoting asked after they were in the car. Gu Ning had the same question in mind. Where should we go next? At that time, Leng Xiaoting's phone rang. Wherever he was and whatever he was doing, as long as he wasn't restricted, he would answer the call, especially when the caller was his teammate. His teammates always called him for something important. The caller was Su Jinshin this time. Leng Xiaoting didn't avoid Gu Ning. What's up? Where are you, boss? Su Jinshin asked, or complained to be specific. Do you have anything important to say? Hearing Su Jinshin's voice, Leng Xiaoting immediately understood that he had nothing serious to talk to him about. Nothing serious, actually. I just want to know where you are now. I arrived at City F yesterday and I wanted to come to you, but your phone was turned off, Su Jinshin said. He felt that he had been abandoned. Do you have too much time to kill? Leng Xiaoting asked. Su Jinshin instantly sensed danger ahead. He understood that if he gave his boss an affirmative answer now, he would be tortured, so he denied at once. No. I'm busy, bye. Su Jinshin hung up right away. Ha ha! Gu Ning laughed out loud. She asked with curiosity, Why is he so afraid of you? Su Jinshin behaved like a child in front of Leng Xiaoting. I've punished him too many times, Leng Xiaoting replied. Oh, was Su Jinshin right in saying that you're mean and always punish you fellows? Gu Ning asked, although she didn't believe it herself. However, Leng Xiaoting got nervous, explaining without delay. Of course not. We've trained strictly before, and I punished them when they were lazy. so they're all scared of me. Well, I think you're right, Gu Ning agreed. She was absolutely clear about how cruel the training could be. Once you got lazy or didn't meet the standards, you would be punished severely. If you weren't strong enough, you were out. Gu Ning still had no idea where they should go next. Oh, let's go to the Street of Antiques, Gu Ning said. The news of jade beauty jewelry went across many cities around City G. People were all shocked by its grand opening ceremony. Outsiders might forget it soon after they had read the news, but insiders, especially jewelry businessmen and jade lovers, couldn't care about it more. Xiaoping woke up after a while, but he still couldn't accept the truth that Zhou Zhenghong was the boss of jade beauty jewelry who had caused a sensation around the city. He wanted to forget it all, but all the TV news was reminding him of it. Oh, what about the door and my car? Did you find out who did it? Xiaoping asked in anger. He failed to figure out whom he had annoyed, and who had damaged the door of his home and his car. No idea. The man in the monitoring room told me that the tape was broken during a certain period of time. I think it's a scheme. Someone did it on purpose, and the man in the monitoring room must have been bribed. I've already called the police. Mrs. Xiao was mad too. She believed that it couldn't be an accident. Could it be Zhou Zhenghong? You just got hoodlums to damage his store yesterday. Then the door of our home and your car are ruined today. If it wasn't him, I can't think of anyone else, Mrs. Xiao said. Xiaoping then realized that what his wife said was indeed possible. The Jade Beauty Jewelry store opened today as planned, which meant that his plan had failed last night. He also knew that those hoodlums would betray him if they felt that it was necessary. To make sure of it, Xiaoping immediately took out his phone, calling the leading hoodlum. However, the leading hoodlum still wouldn't answer his call, so Xiaoping called Leader Hu afterwards. Leader Hu answered, "Hi, what's up, Mr. Xiao?" "Hi, Leader Hu. Those hoodlums helped me deal with Zhou Zhenghong's store last night, but they won't answer my call now. I don't know why. I think that they probably failed. Could you please help me find them?" Although Xiaoping was raging now, he didn't dare to vent his anger at Leader Hu. Really? Did they get in trouble? Leader Hu was surprised that Jade Beauty Jewelry was able to handle those hoodlums. Leader Hu didn't deny Xiaoping's request. "Let me try to find them, and then I'll let you know the minute that I do." "Very well. Thank you so much," Xiaoping said, then he hung up. "Honey, what if Zhou Zhenghong really damaged our door and car?" Mrs. Xiao asked. "If it is true, we'll do the same thing to him. He has made me lose hundreds of thousands of yuan this time." Xiaoping clenched his teeth, as if he was the victim. If he hadn't turned to those hoodlums for help, Zhou Zhenghong wouldn't have gotten revenge on him. In addition, Zhou Zhenghong hadn't actually done it. Xiaoping not only annoyed Zhou Zhenghong, but aggravated Gu Ning, who was the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Of course, Xiaoping wasn't dumb enough to cause Zhou Zhenghong trouble in public. He would scheme against Zhou Zhenghong behind his back. In the end, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting didn't go to the Street of Antiques because of an incident on the road halfway there. They were in an old district of City G, and there were many people as well as policemen gathered around the entrance of a street, fiercely arguing. Leng Xiaoting, who was a military officer, couldn't ignore it, so he stopped the car on the side, got out of it and walked over. Two groups of people stood against each other in the middle of a crowd. A group of citizens all had sticks and brooms in their hands, while the other group, who were policemen, all had their hands on their guns. Ding Pei Wei, it's illegal to use violence against the police. As a senior teacher, you should know that. How dare you lead others to resist us on the street? You'll be taken into the police station. A man who was around 30 years old loudly said to a man in his middle 40s. "It's you who aren't being honest. You can't blame us. We agree that the real estate businessmen need to acquire land to develop a new city, but you should at least give us a reasonable price." Ding Pei Wei argued angrily. Hearing that, Gu Ning immediately understood what was going on here. The real estate businessman wanted to acquire the land, but was rejected because of the low compensation. Exactly. Don't think that we know nothing about it. The acquisition of land in Dongqing last year is a great example. The location of the land is similar to Zhengyang Street, and the foundation was worth 20,000 yuan. while the building area was 10,000 yuan per square meter. However, what did you do this time? The foundation is only worth 15,000 yuan, and the building area is only 7,000 yuan per square meter. Aren't you hurting our interests? Another person said with indignation. How can you be so evil? Are you not afraid of being punished by God? All the citizens criticized. Hearing that, Gu Ning was also mad. It was truly unfair. She had inspected the surrounding area just then. It was a great location, and it would be reasonable if the foundation was worth 20,000 yuan, and the building area was 10,000 yuan per square meter. Although it was an old district which wasn't as prosperous as the newer ones, there were schools around, including primary, middle, and high schools. Therefore, many would come here to buy houses if there were more living areas. It would be a very profitable deal. Thinking of that, an idea dawned on Gu Ning. She decided to acquire this land. Since this Hongyun real estate gave them a low price, then she would set a higher and more reasonable price. The man who was standing against Ding Peiwei was called Zhang Guangde. He was the leader of this area, and he didn't know how to argue with those citizens, because he really had planned to take the extra money into his own pocket. Zhang Guangde, let me tell you that if Hongyun real estate can't give us a reasonable price, we won't comprise no matter what happens, Ding Peiwei said with determination. Fine. Let's see what you can do. Zhang Guangde didn't know how to solve the problem now, so he could only threaten them before walking away with the policeman. Luckily, no one was injured in this mess. After Zhang Guangde and the policeman were gone, Gu Ning walked to Ding Peiwei. Although Leng Xiaoting didn't know what Gu Ning was going to do, he listened to her and waited by the car. Hi, Mr. Ding. May I talk to you in private? Gu Ning asked politely. Since Ding Peiwei was able to lead them to resist the acquisition, he must be an influential figure among the citizens. Ding Peiwei thought that Gu Ning was a student in his school. He failed to recognize her, but since she had something to talk to him about, he didn't reject. Afterwards, Ding Peiwei walked aside with Gu Ning. What do you want to talk to me about? Ding Peiwei asked. He was still mad, but tried his best to remain gentle in front of Gu Ning. Gu Ning didn't hide her intention and asked directly, I noticed that you were arguing over the acquisition of this land. Is it because you don't want to leave here, or are you not satisfied with the compensation? Hearing that, Ding Peiwei sighed resignedly and explained, I've lived here for dozens of years, so of course I don't want to move away. But we also know that this city needs to develop, and the demolition will happen sooner or later. Even though we're unwilling to do so, we can't fight against the government. But the compensation that Hongyun real estate offers is too low. What if I can provide you with a reasonable compensation in which the foundation is worth 20,000 yuan, and the building area is 10,000 yuan per square meter? Are you willing to sell the land to me? What? Ding Peiwei was shocked. He couldn't believe his ears. If a 30-year-old mature woman had said that to him, he probably wouldn't have been shocked. But Gu Ning was merely a teenage girl.